The vice president of a big development company had a daughter, and she went through some really rough bullying at school. It got so bad that in the end, she lost her life because of it. The man faced a crowd of reporters and cameras, choosing to let everyone know he forgave the bullies. After that, he ended up taking in a girl who was going through a really tough time mentally. He didn't do it because he was some kind of saint. He didn't care about letting the police deal with it. He wanted to take matters into his own hands and get back at them himself. When everyone finally found out about the bullying, it was like a secret that had been hiding in plain sight was suddenly out in the open. People all over the place started getting really mad. Everyone was talking about it, and you could see posts blowing up online. It felt like nobody could ignore what just happened. The bullies hadn't just messed with her for months. He also tried to keep her quiet by saying he had some private photos of her and could use them against her. She couldn't handle the sadness anymore, so she decided to jump and end everything. Word spread fast when everyone found out the victim's dad was actually the vice president of the biggest company around. Suddenly, things felt heavier. People started looking at each other, wondering what was going to happen next. Even those who thought they didn't care found themselves paying a lot more attention. The press conference got loud as everyone started raising their voices. Right there in front of everyone, he let it go and forgave the people who hurt him. He even went to the cops and tried to get them to go easy on him. Everyone online started roasting him, saying he was heartless and cold-blooded. Social feeds were filled with people dragging his name, and memes popped up everywhere. It seemed like all eyes were on him, and not in a good way. People started saying he wasn't really cut out to be a dad. Nobody had a clue. He was just pretending the whole time. The vice president was already completely broken. He still couldn't stand them. Deep down, that dislike never faded, and he just kept holding on to it. He had no intention of leaving things up to the law. He wasn't finished yet. He had something else in mind, and this time it was way more ruthless. Not long after, he brought home a girl who was about as old as his daughter had been. Her name was, which meant Karma. She used to be locked up in a North Korean lab, treated like some experiment. Now she was on the run, and there was something off about her. She didn't really care about anyone and seemed to have zero interest in following the rules. People could tell right away she just didn't think like everyone else. The vice president never acted like she was family. Instead, he saw her more as a tool, sending her out to do whatever dirty work needed to be done, like she was just there to follow orders. He moved over to the school where his daughter used to go, making sure he ended up in the same class she was in before. He knew exactly what he wanted, payback, was honestly pretty happy about it. This was his shot to finally do something for the person who helped him out. Plus, he secretly enjoyed the rush that came with putting someone else through a tough time. Not long after, she moved over to that well-known high school everyone talked about. The guys who pushed his daughter over the edge were still out there, living their lives like nothing ever happened. He made a habit of picking on other kids, never missing a day. What happened next hit him like a punch to the gut. Everything around him suddenly felt darker and heavier, like the whole world had flipped upside down. The girl had escaped from a hidden lab in North Korea. Those harsh experiments really messed up her mind. She didn't have anything left to be embarrassed about, and the pain was gone too. While she was getting away, she took out 13 researchers without holding back. Later, while she was on her way to South Korea, she surprised everyone by taking out a bunch of guards with moves that didn't even look possible for a normal person. Her fighting skills were way above what anyone expected. After Vice President Lee took her in, he dedicated a whole year to showing her the ropes and making sure she learned everything she needed to know. He ended up moving her into the same class where his daughter used to go before she passed away. On her first day, walked into class and instantly caught everyone's attention. With her innocent look, classmates couldn't help but stare, some whispering and others just watching her, trying to figure out who the new girl was. Everyone was pretty surprised. She spoke so clearly that no one could tell she was from North Korea. Couldn't help but laugh. He figured she'd probably pick things up just by watching K-dramas. Everyone was curious about what a North Korean accent sounded like, so she decided to show them how it's done. The new guy stood in front of the class, trying not to look too nervous. Everyone stared, curious about the transfer student from another country. He gave a small wave, hoping he didn't seem awkward. The room was quiet for a moment, everyone sizing him up and wondering what he'd be like. The moment she spoke with her playful accent, everyone in the class cracked up. Laughter bounced around the room, and even the teacher had to hide a smile. Not far away, a quiet girl with glasses watched everything. She was used to being picked on, and seeing what was happening, she couldn't help but wish she could stand out like that too. Yesterday wasn't great for her. The oldest daughter of the Ling Trading CEO had picked on her again. Nobody else in the class wanted to risk getting in trouble, so they all stayed quiet and didn't tell the teacher what happened. Everyone still remembered what happened to the vice president's daughter. It was the kind of story that stuck in people's minds, even if no one talked about it much anymore. Whenever someone brought her up, you could tell everyone got a little quiet, like they were all thinking the same thing, but nobody wanted to actually say it out loud. Today, while she watched, she noticed a bit of jealousy creeping up inside her. She barely had a second to collect herself when the bullies showed up. She was so freaked out, her legs started shaking and she almost lost control. Sun looked at with a confident grin, sizing her up. She didn't waste time and invited to be part of her crew. With that, it was clear things were just getting started for everyone. Sun Jin's name sat right at the top of the late daughter's diary, marked as the main bully. After checking out her profile, he couldn't help but get curious. Couldn't help but look forward to the rush he got from pushing his limits, even if it meant things were about to get pretty intense. Vice President Lee stopped her and told her to slow down. He made it clear that there was something else she needed to take care of before anything else. Sun pulled her into a sudden hug. It caught her off guard and she froze for a second, not sure how to react. Her mind raced and she could feel her heart beating faster. It was the kind of moment that made everything else fade out, like she was the only one who noticed how close they were now. Grinned and nodded, deciding to join the gang. Sun decided to mess with the girl who wore glasses, making her the target now that there was someone new in the group. She seemed to enjoy picking on others, and this time, the girl with glasses was in her sights. The woman grabbed a black garbage bag and slipped it right over the girl's head. Looked over, confused and kind of annoyed, not really getting what was going on. He wondered what the other person was up to, trying to figure out their reason for acting this way. Sun Jin gave a little smirk, remembering how she had run into his phone the day before. The phone didn't break this time, but just to be safe, he started teaching her how to walk in a straight line with her eyes closed. He figured it would help her avoid running into stuff and keep things from getting messed up again. The rule was clear enough. All he had to do was walk from where he stood over to the podium, making sure not to bump into any desks along the way. If he messed up and hit a desk, he'd get smacked for it. Sun Jin pushed the girl with glasses ahead of him. Just like everyone thought, she only managed a couple steps before she bumped right into the corner of a desk. Lit up with excitement and suddenly kicked her hard from behind. She hit the ground hard, landing flat on the floor. She didn't stop. She kept kicking her over and over. Nobody in the class wanted to get involved, so everyone just kept their heads down and acted like nothing was happening. Sun Jin looked over at and motioned for him to come play with the rest of the group. Saw the invite and hesitated for a moment, but the excitement from everyone else made it hard to say no. He walked over, curious to see what the game was all about. The class monitor had been watching everything, getting more and more restless. He waited as long as he could, but it got to a point where he just couldn't stand by any longer. He got ready to step in, looking determined. Stood up before anyone else, staying cool and collected. He let everyone know that picking on classmates wasn't okay, and made it clear someone owed her an apology. Everyone in the classroom suddenly stopped what they were doing. For a second, nobody moved or made a sound, like the whole room just hit pause. Sun Jin was really mad and couldn't help but let everyone know it. He shouted, not caring who heard him. He swung his leg and landed a solid kick right into his stomach. That kick was where payback really started. This was exactly what Vice President Lee had planned from the start. After ended up as the main target for bullying, it gave him the excuse he needed to send his son, Jin, away to that place. He had already told her she needed to hold out for at least a week before doing anything about it. Was right on the edge, struggling to keep himself together. He could feel his patience slipping, fists clenching as he fought the urge to snap and throw a punch. Just as everyone was settling down, the teacher walked in and let the class know it was time for PE. She couldn't see any other way out. He tried his best to keep everything inside. During gym class, Sun Jin sneaked off to smoke, holding the cigarette between a pair of chopsticks to make it look less obvious. The group acted like the girl with glasses was some kind of sacrifice. One of them even held a lit cigarette under her, saying it was to cover the cost of her glasses. Someone was walking down the hallway, and each step sounded loud in the empty space. Before the cigarette burned out, someone showed up. Turned out it was just the class monitor. The monitor told them to chill out, making everyone pause for a second. The girl with glasses spotted someone approaching and hoped they were there to help her. The monitor just reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it like it was no big deal. Turns out she was actually one of the girls who hung out with Vice President Lee, the group known for picking on others. The girl with glasses just stopped, almost like she glitched for a second. Even though the monitor looked calm, it was all fake. She was actually the one calling the shots. The monitor wanted them to keep things low-key, because there were a lot of people around who might notice if they acted suspicious. A few months back, they'd already gotten into serious trouble. They'd actually killed someone. If anything else went wrong now, it could mess things up for her as well. Not everyone was as chill about things as the vice president. He looked at the monitor and couldn't help but notice how cocky it seemed, like it was showing off just by being there. Sun Jin's hands shook as anger surged through him. Since middle school, the monitor always acted calm and friendly around everyone. He always tried to push the annoying jobs and the blame onto someone else. When nobody else was around, her true colors started to come out. Before Jin even had had a chance to move, the monitor lunged right at her. He noticed her staring and shot her a cold look, like he was daring her to keep looking. The vibe was tense, and it was clear he wasn't playing around. The monitor looked around and made sure everyone knew not to mess with their classmates when she was there. Bullies can't stop once they start, and sooner or later it always comes back to bite them. She shot a sharp glare at the girl with glasses, lowering her voice and making it clear she wasn't messing around. The threat hung in the air, serious enough that the girl with glasses froze, realizing this was way more intense than she expected. The monitor suddenly cuts out. Her hands started to hurt from the impact. The girl with glasses let out a cry, clutching her arm as pain shot through her. Her friends turned to look, startled by her sudden reaction. She got desperate, hoping they'd let her go if she promised not to say anything. The monitor finally moved her foot away. She was still pretty happy about being in control. The girl quickly yanked her hand away, and Sun Jin ended up stumbling, almost losing his balance. Jin hit the ground pretty hard. She lost her temper and slammed her foot right into the girl's face, not holding back at all. The monitor stood off to the side, laughing in a way that made it clear he was just trying to mess with everyone. Jin waited until no one was looking, then threw up her middle finger behind the girl's back. The monitors all turned and focused on. She looked at herself and couldn't stand how pretty her face was. It just bothered her like she didn't deserve it. She thought maybe she should pay the price for it somehow. Weighted by the soccer ball during PE testing, totally relaxed and sure of himself. Nothing about the situation seemed to bother him. He just looked ready, like he'd done this 100 times before. A bunch of classmates started acting like total fangirls right away. Sun Jin's eyes lit up. She'd been looking forward to getting her hands on something new to mess with. For her, the real fun always came from pushing someone right to their limits. Didn't seem like he had anyone to back him up. He came off as quiet and kind of weak, the type of guy most people would ignore or pick on. Just as Jean was about to finish thinking, sent the ball flying with a quick hit. The loud boom rolled over the field, making everyone stop in their tracks. Jean barely had time to process what was happening. Fired off another strong kick, putting all his energy into it. The ball crashed into the goalpost with a loud clang, bouncing right back into the field. The ball snapped back with crazy speed, missing the head of a tough-looking girl by just a few inches. Before she even had time to react, the delinquent girl just stopped in her tracks. Whenever was around, it always felt like the energy in the room shifted. He had this way of making people keep their heads down, as if nobody wanted to get on his bad side. Most of the guys would start minding their own business, pretending to scroll on their phones or look busy, just to avoid drawing his attention. She was just about to tell her son, Jin, to let it go. Jean was fuming, barely holding it together. She had her mind set, wasn't getting away with what he did. After class, she was definitely going to get even. One second they were somewhere else, and the next they found themselves sitting right back in their classroom. Jin walked in, looking straight at. She started messing with her, bringing up her brother and pretty much challenging to do something about it, like daring her to kick her or something. Gave a small smile. He looked at the ball, realizing it was still in the air. He wondered how he was supposed to kick it like that. Watching the whole thing, he couldn't help but think the other person was kind of cute for trying. Jin couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She raised her hand and slapped hard, not caring who saw. Stepped up and threw one punch. It was enough to knock her off her feet and send her flying backward. The monitors just stood there, not really sure what to do next. It was like their brains froze for a second, and nobody even tried to move. Couldn't help but laugh. He really enjoyed moments like this. There was something about landing a hit that just made him feel alive. The sounds his opponents made almost felt like a win on their own. She felt a little bad for messing up Vice President Lee's plan, even though she didn't say anything out loud. She couldn't stop herself because that's just how she was. The ball hit the ground and just sat there waiting. He knew it was time to get moving, so he got ready to kick it. Slammed his foot down on Jean's head, not holding back at all. He wanted to know which shot she liked more, the one that curved around or a straight toe kick aimed right at the back of someone's head. Right then, the troublemaker girl rushed in from behind, holding a chair above her head. Just tilted her head to the side, dodging the hit like it was no big deal. The attacker stumbled and hit the ground pretty hard. Couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head a little. Loyalty was cool and all, but when it came to getting noticed or actually being loved, it wasn't that simple. There were always others hoping for the same thing, so if someone wanted real attention, they'd probably have to wait their turn. He watched as someone tried to push their way to the front. He didn't bother stopping them. If they wanted to deal with the trouble, that was on them. Screams filled the hallway, sending chills through the classroom. The students froze in their seats, their faces tense. Some glanced around, unsure what was going on, while others just stared at the door, hoping nothing bad would happen. Had just tied his shoes a little too tight, and that was all. Everyone had been stressing out over nothing, but once they realized what happened, things got chill again. Loosened his laces, stretched his foot a bit, and just laughed it off. The delinquent girl stood with her hands held behind her back. Her hair was a bit messy, falling over her shoulders, but she didn't seem to care. She reached out, grabbed the other girl's head, and slammed it down hard. He hit the desk with it, making a loud thud. It happened again, not just once but twice. He tried again and again, 3 times in total. None of the students moved. Everyone just stood there, staring, not sure what to do next. The monitor rushed over and just froze, not sure what to do next. She turned around and rushed off to find the teacher, not wasting any time. The delinquent dropped to his knees, desperate, almost panicking, as he pleaded for someone to let him off the hook. He looked like he'd do anything just to not get in more trouble. She tried to defend herself, but instead, she just kept getting hit. After she dealt with the delinquent, looked over at another girl who was standing close by. The girl stepped back, looking like she couldn't believe what was happening. She kept trying to show with her hands and face that she hadn't done anything wrong, almost like she was pleading for someone to understand her side. The truth was, she'd been involved in picking on the girl with glasses. Kept moving forward, determined and focused, not letting anything slow him down. The girl freaked out, lost her balance, and hit the floor pretty hard. She spotted a utility knife sitting nearby. He spotted something on the ground close to him. She grabbed it fast and held it up, her hands shaking as she tried to warn not to come any closer. Gave a small, almost invisible smile. He stood his ground, not backing down, almost daring the other person to make a move. The girl stopped in her tracks, too scared to move. Noticed she looked really weak, so he kept moving closer to her. The girl couldn't hold it in anymore. Suddenly, she lost control and went for it, swinging the knife. Shifted her body a bit, moving just enough to avoid it without any trouble. His first swing cut through empty air. The second one missed too, just as useless. He tried a third time, but that one didn't land either. He started freaking out. The girl went for a fast stab. There is no script to rewrite, as the only content provided is the word instead. Please provide the full script or panel text you'd like me to rewrite. Stood still as a blade swiped close, cutting off a few strands of his hair. The loose pieces drifted down, barely noticed at first, but enough to make him tense up. Moved quick and grabbed her arm before she could get away. She grabbed her by the arm and tossed her right over her shoulder. The other girl hit the ground hard and just lay there, struggling to catch her breath. Wasn't finished yet. She reached out, grabbed the girl's hair, and leaned in close. The girl could barely keep herself steady, her head spinning as got right up in her space. He'd done this before. He could always tell the exact moment someone took their last breath. He decided to keep the game going. Suddenly, a hard kick landed. The girl's face hit the edge of the cabinet hard. She didn't even have time to react. Kicked once more, putting even more force into it this time. She stayed completely still this time, not even twitching. The classroom blew up with noise as everyone lost it. Kids yelled and scrambled, tripping over chairs and bumping into desks. It was a mess, with people trying to get away from whatever just happened. Everyone in the room started looking around, nervous that they could be the next target. Stood there, surprisingly chill. He let everyone know he wasn't trying to scare them. He just saw it as clearing out the people who were making things worse for everyone else. He figured everyone really owed him one at this point. Sun started shaking all over as soon as he heard those words. Tilted her head, a small smile on her face. She looked down, waiting for any sign of movement. Inside, she seemed pretty amused, not really taking things too seriously. She watched, kind of expecting someone to finally give up the act. It was almost like she was just messing around, not bothered at all. He saw his chance and didn't waste it. Jin dragged himself across the floor, reaching for the door. But when he tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. The door was locked and he was stuck. What happened next barely made sense. He could tell this was exactly what the other guy wanted. Landing the kick, he felt a rush of satisfaction, like he'd just nailed something he'd practiced for a while. He wondered if his technique was any good, hoping it looked as cool as it felt. He wanted everyone to hold off on the praise until he finished what he started. Her punches hit so hard that everyone just froze. He stands there completely still, too scared to move. Acted like someone you'd see in a true crime documentary. She was into the chaos, never backing away from things that would make most people sick. Blood didn't bother her. In fact, she seemed to enjoy it, and the sound of people freaking out was just background noise to her. What really got her going was seeing the way people looked just before they passed out. As the excitement kicked in, it almost felt unreal for her. Sun Jin stood there, and in that moment she looked more amazing than ever. At the same time, one of Vice President Lee's guys rushed into his office, totally freaking out. Vice President Lee looked totally unfazed, like he'd already guessed would mess things up. His teammate stood there, not really sure what was going on. Lee let out a deep sigh. The truth was, he wanted those killers gone even more than she did. It already happened, so he figured it was time to deal with the mess. While was getting dragged off, she caught the class monitor's eye. Their eyes locked for a second, and everything seemed to pause around them. Later on, after took down the bully, things got pretty tense at school. The girl's mom came rushing in, obviously upset. Just stood there and took off her jacket, showing everyone the cigarette burns on her skin. Sun Jin just froze. He couldn't remember ever burning her with cigarettes. That didn't sound like something he would do, and he started thinking back, trying to figure out if he'd forgotten something important or if there was some mistake. Had this whole thing planned out for herself. Earlier that morning, before heading to school, she burned her own skin Jin on purpose. For her, pain wasn't really a thing. She just didn't feel it like other people did. Stood there with a sly grin on his face, looking like he knew something nobody else did. Figured out that she'd been tricked. Her mom wasn't really bothered by what happened. Instead, she seemed more annoyed that her daughter was still smoking. Spots an opportunity to make things even crazier. Jin didn't waste any time. He quickly challenged the other guy, wondering if he even knew the brand of cigarettes Jin liked. Gave a small smile. He'd only just arrived in Korea, so there was no way he'd know anything about the cigarette brands here. Son Jin's mom started to look uncomfortable, like she was out of options. To change the subject, she brought up the fight and mentioned that the other two girls actually got hurt worse. When she found out the school director had called Guardian, she ignored the incoming call and started getting ready to let out her frustration. Vice President Lee didn't seem bothered at all. He just looked unfazed, like he had way more important things to do. He made it clear he was busy and didn't have time to deal with this stuff right now. If it was about getting paid back, he let them know his secretary would handle all the details later. He ended the call right away, not even thinking twice about it. At 18, the woman just froze. She stared, caught off guard by what she saw. The old saying about kids turning out like their parents hit her hard, even though she wasn't sure who the father was. Even so, in that moment, she decided she'd make things tough for this girl, no matter what. Smiled. After the mother and daughter walked out, figured Lee was probably pretty mad too. Even so, her stepdad's words kept replaying in her head. He was determined to get even and make her mom pay for what happened. While all this was going on, the class monitor started to notice that was acting a little different. Something about him just didn't seem right, and it caught the monitor's attention. She always figured was just some straightforward girl from the countryside, nothing complicated about her. Now it was clear, Sun Jin was the one she'd been after all along. She said she was there to deal with people who did bad things. Her words came out like something she'd just from someone else, not really her own. Today wasn't just some random day. Right then, Jin's son walked through the door. Sun Jin rushed into the room, clearly annoyed. She looked around, frustrated, wondering why it took everyone so long to find a teacher. He realized that if he'd had that much time, he could have easily brought back an entire truck full. The monitor just shrugged, making it clear he couldn't bring them over since he didn't have a truck license. Jin rolled her eyes, clearly not buying it. She figured it was no accident and thought he probably didn't want to catch him hanging out with a teacher. With the way he could lose his cool sometimes, Jin knew he wouldn't just let something like that slide. If things got heated, everyone would end up seeing his true colors. The monitor's face suddenly looked serious. She picked up a book and chucked it straight at Jin's face. She kicked her with so much force, it was almost on par with how hard could hit. The monitor just stared at him, totally unfazed, as if this whole thing was no big deal. Even when the situation got tense, the monitor stayed cool, almost daring him to react. It was like the monitor was testing him, waiting to see what he'd do next. Lately, he realized he hadn't been pushing the guys as hard as he used to. Maybe he'd let things slide a little too much, getting a bit comfortable. It was time to step things up again. He always remembered how people would compare him to others, pointing out that his family, his looks, and pretty much everything about him never really stood out. He'd scroll through his feed, seeing guys with perfect lives and thinking, yeah, his own life was just kind of average, maybe even less than that. It was like no matter what he did, he couldn't measure up to what everyone else seemed to have. Everyone at school seemed to think his brother was the only thing he had going for him. Whenever stuff got tough, people expected him to run off and complain to his brother, like he couldn't handle anything on his own. It was annoying, but he'd gotten used to hearing it. No matter how hard he tried, everyone just saw him as the kid who relied on his troublemaker brother. Jin stumbled back, trying to catch his balance. The monitor's face turned serious. She couldn't help but think about Vice President Lee. For someone who'd just lost his daughter, he was way too calm, and that just didn't seem right to her. The monitor started thinking things through. If actually did work for Vice President Lee, then once the school gang tried to fight back, her secret would probably come out. After that, she'd have to figure out what to do next. At the same time, Sun Jin's day was going downhill fast. Even the guy who ran the school's toughest gang couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw her. She looked annoyed and tried to get her brother on her side, hoping he'd step in and stand up for her. He barely paid attention, acting like he couldn't care less. He always joked around, never taking things too seriously. Whenever someone brought up fighting, he'd just shrug and say it was only worth it if the other person looked good. Most of the time, he couldn't even be bothered to care, lying back with that usual lazy grin. Jin just stood there not saying anything. He didn't know what to do or how to react, so he kept quiet, letting everything sink in. She was getting annoyed, so she grabbed a photo of and stared at it. The gang leader's eyes lit up right away. Turns out was actually one of the guys who had bullied Lee's daughter. Not long after, looked around and realized the gang had her cornered. It was clear something bad was about to go down. She threw a quick punch and knocked the nearest thug off his feet, sending him crashing back without breaking a sweat. Everyone else just stood there, not moving, like they couldn't believe what just happened. Most of the time, women just aren't as strong as men when both are in the same shape. Usually, they have a little over half the physical strength guys do. Stood out from everyone else. Thanks to her lab-enhanced body, she could switch her adrenaline on and off whenever she wanted. Punches landed with the kind of power you'd expect from a pro boxer. The gang members just stood there, not moving at all. You could see it on their faces. They were scared stiff. One of the guys started to tear up, really wanting to just go home and see his mom. The gang leader just snapped. He looked around at his crew, clearly annoyed, and couldn't believe anyone was hesitating. There were plenty of them, so he didn't get why anyone would be scared. With a quick glance, he signaled the group to move in on her. Glanced over at the wall. She took off running toward it without thinking, her feet hitting the ground fast. She used her speed to run right along the wall, barely touching the ground. She shifted her weight fast, her body tensing up like she was about to jump into action. Nobody even had time to move. She jumped up and slammed her knee right into the thug's chest. She reached over and grabbed his hair, catching him off guard. He went all in, landing hit after hit and not letting up. The other guy barely had time to react before getting knocked around, each blow coming faster than the last. Everyone else just stood there, not moving at all. Their mouths hung open like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. One of the guys, totally furious, lost it and rushed straight at her. That's when second power kicked in. Time seemed to drag for her, like everything around her was moving in slow motion. She moved way faster than anyone should be able to. It was almost like her body reacted on its own, dodging and weaving before most people would even realize what was happening. Tests caught her reacting almost instantly, just 27 milliseconds. That was about 10 times quicker than most people could manage. She stood right in the middle of the group, but it didn't bother her at all. No matter how many were around, she handled every one of them easily, like it was nothing. Out of nowhere, one of the thugs grabbed from behind. He rushed ahead again, yelling as he went, chasing after payback. Shifted his weight just enough, and managed to break away easily. She spun around and kicked hard, knocking the guy off balance and making him stagger back. She reached down and grabbed on with a grip that wouldn't budge, holding on with surprising strength. Pain shot through the man's body, and his hand slipped right away. Kept holding on, her grip tightened, and soon the sound of bones snapping filled the air. The thug who had grabbed her suddenly lost all the color in his face. He looked like he'd just seen something that completely freaked him out. He spun around and took off running, muttering under his breath about Psycho the whole way. Stayed right on his tail, making sure there was no way he could get away. She rushed ahead, took a few quick steps, and threw herself into a flying kick that knocked him down hard. He wasn't getting up anytime soon. He landed hard, right at the gang leader's feet. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down his face as he dropped to his knees, desperate for help from the leader. Now she was down to the last one, the ringleader. This was the final challenge standing in her way. His eyes lit up, showing just how pumped he was. The gang leader just stopped in his tracks. He thought she'd be easy to handle, but she took everyone down fast like she'd been fighting her whole life. His crew didn't even stand a chance. They were out cold before they knew what hit them. Now Sun Jin wasn't the only one shaking. Even the gang leader looked like he wanted to step back. Most guys would just freeze up looking at a monster that huge. It was hard to imagine how anyone could even stand a chance, let alone win. Picked up on what the guy was planning right away. He just shot him a cold look like he already knew the next move. It was clear wasn't worried, almost daring him to run for it. He always knew he was good at tracking people down. It didn't matter how far someone tried to get away, he'd always catch up. If someone messed with him, they'd learn pretty quick that he wasn't the type to just let things slide. His eyes went wide, and he just froze, like something really bad was about to happen. He tightens his fists, ready to put it all on the line. Hadn't counted on the gang leader actually knowing how to fight. Turns out, that's the reason everyone called him the boss. She moved quickly, slipping out of the way as his fists came at her one after another. Not a single punch landed. He reached out and grabbed her in midair, then landed a strong hit right on her arm. The force sent her flying back about 5 meters. She glanced down at her arm, noticing a bruise starting to show. His grin stretched a little bigger. He looked like he was finally ready to stop playing around and actually focus. The gang leader got mad after she teased him and threw 2 strong punches her way. Both guys swung and missed, moved right between them quick and smooth like he was barely even there. She noticed him move, shifted her position, and went right for his side with a hard hit. The gang leader threw up his arm to block, but the hit was so strong that it still blasted through him, leaving him rattled from head to toe. He stumbled backward a few steps, clenching his jaw as pain shot through him. Tilted her head, caught off guard that he actually managed to block that hit. The leader just stood there, totally confused about how this girl could be so insanely strong. It didn't make any sense to him. He smirked, looking pretty sure of himself, like he wasn't even a little bit impressed. Squinted, trying to figure out what was so funny. She looked a little annoyed, not really in the mood for jokes. He grinned, sizing up the guy in front of him. Turns out the other guy wasn't as tough as he expected. When he first took over as boss, he had to prove himself right away. The toughest guy from the next school called him out. A huge dude, 6'1", over 250 pounds, and known for throwing punches that actually hurt. Even though everyone expected the bigger guy to win, he still came out on top. He looked over at himself, noticing how thin his arms were compared to the guy before him. There was a quick moment of doubt, wondering if his own body could handle what was coming next, especially since the last guy hadn't managed to get through it. He rushed in again, pushing himself forward without holding back. 2 quick punches landed right after that. He managed to keep pace with her, which was unexpected. He could tell she was starting to lag, probably worn out from the fight earlier. He kept going, staying on the offensive and wearing her down as she got tired. Sure enough, while dodging, his foot slipped just a little on the gym floor. His heart started racing as he tried to keep his balance, but his body moved faster than his brain could react. He could feel his stomach drop as he stumbled, trying not to fall in front of everyone. He was stuck riding a scooter just a little ways behind her. The leader spotted an opening and didn't waste a second. He tightened his fist, pulled back, and put everything he had into one huge punch. 1 second she was right there, and then she was gone. He looked up, surprised to see that was already pretty far ahead. He barely had time to react before her fist came flying right at him, stopping just short of his face. This was her third scary power. Her legs were crazy strong, way stronger than anyone else's. To everyone watching, seemed to move so fast it was almost like she just disappeared and popped up somewhere else. Jean couldn't believe what she was seeing. The gang leader was down for the count, and now it was clear to her, if took out the toughest guy around, she had to be careful. She started to feel the pressure, knowing she might be the next one in line. The leader stepped forward and pushed her out of the way. He clearly wasn't interested in taking on her battles, leaving the challenge for someone else to handle. Looked pretty impressed, a small smile on his face. He honestly hadn't thought the other guy would handle that punch so well. Her grin got even bigger. She could feel her excitement building up now. The leader's head spun with ideas. He realized that going in strong hadn't worked, so he started thinking about other ways to win, even if it meant playing a little dirty. He noticed her standing pretty tall, leaving her legs wide open. It seemed like if he went for her legs now, he could probably catch her off guard and maybe score an opening. He got up fast, blocking the punch coming at him. Out of nowhere, he moved fast and grabbed onto her legs, holding tight. Slammed into the ground. The leader shoved her to the ground, pressing his hand against her neck. His face twisted with anger as he glared down at her, making it clear he wasn't messing around. Right when it seemed like she had nowhere left to go, his muscles tightened, and his legs were ready to move. The leader slipped and tumbled backward, totally losing his balance. Moved quickly, hooking his leg without any hesitation. She shifted her weight fast and managed to throw him off balance, sending him rolling over. The gang leader barely had time to react. 1 second he was standing strong, the next he was flat on his back, looking up and wondering what just happened. 1 second later, caught him off guard and snapped his arms around the guy's elbow, pulling it tight. The move was clean, just like something out of a wrestling video. The other guy couldn't do anything. He was stuck, not even able to wiggle free. Didn't look like someone who'd stand out in a fight. Her strength was pretty average, nothing wild. But when it came to Brazilian, she was on another level. Her moves were sharp, and she always seemed one step ahead. Her reflexes were fast, almost like a cat dodging trouble. Most people wouldn't stand a chance against her, no matter how tough they thought they were. If someone ever got close, it was just because she allowed it, treating the whole thing like a game. She looked down at the gang leader, her lips curling into a sly grin. If he wanted to take things to the ground, she figured he must be ready for a rough fight. Probably didn't mind getting a few bones busted in the process. He panicked and yelled, letting everyone know he was giving up. Kept his voice low and quiet. He knew what he had to do next, and deep down, he was ready to get things moving. Her grip got a little stronger. Bone cracked loud enough for everyone nearby to hear, echoing down the street. His screams cut through the air, sharp and desperate, grabbing the attention of anyone close by. The other 3 thugs saw what just happened and didn't waste a second. They scrambled to their feet and took off, too scared to look back. Their only thought was to get as far away as possible. The leader was stretched out on the pavement, staring up with empty, defeated eyes. He couldn't believe it. His crew had just left him behind, not even looking back. Let out a low laugh. He couldn't believe how Sun Jin could just turn his back like that, showing no loyalty at all. He wasn't really in a position to judge, though. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a strange kind of excitement. She started thinking about messing with him, like it would actually be entertaining to see him turned into some rolling ball of limbs. The leader stood his ground, letting everyone know he could handle a broken arm. But he made it clear, if things went too far and he ended up seriously hurt, he wanted to know if anyone was actually ready to deal with what would happen next. Had no idea what it meant to be responsible. She was all about chasing the rush that came with every hunt, never thinking about anything else. A few seconds later, there were sharp, wet sounds as his arms and legs bent in ways they never should. His whole body twisted on the ground, looking completely messed up, almost like a toy someone broke and left behind. His eyes lit up as he looked over what he'd done. He stood there, taking it all in, almost proud like he'd just finished something important. The whole scene played out in front of him, and he couldn't help but stare, sort of amazed at himself. Out of nowhere, she stepped up and kicked the gang leader right where it hurt most. Back when he was the one picking on people, he never really thought about what might happen if things turned around. Now, hearing her say it, it hit him all at once. He realized he never pictured himself on the other side of things, facing the consequences. The leader started to shake, his mind racing as he guessed she probably knew someone he had hurt before. Let out a low laugh, not the friendly kind. He thought to himself that there was no point in acting clueless. He'd already pulled off something wild, getting out of the north all by himself. Compared to that, this was nothing serious. For him, it was just something to pass the time. She tilted her head, looking at him with a strange, curious look in her eyes. Most guys have probably asked themselves why tough dudes can suddenly break down when they get hit in the groin. It's like, no matter how strong or fearless someone seems, that one spot can turn anyone into a mess. He grabbed his phone and searched it up, finding out that balls are actually kind of like the guy version of ovaries. He was about to find out just how much pain a person could really handle. He's always been the type who likes trying things out for himself, especially when it's something new to learn. The leader's face scrunched up in pain. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and tears started to run too. His grin just got bigger every time he heard him yell. It was like she enjoyed every second of it. After one last tight squeeze, everything went quiet. The place was a total mess, wrecked like something straight out of a nightmare. Nothing about it looked normal. It was the kind of disaster that made you stop and wonder what could have happened there, like the world had just turned upside down for a second. Jean and her two friends were all out of breath by now. They had been running for a while and couldn't keep up the pace any longer. Their steps slowed down, and they started catching their breath, looking around to see if anyone else was as tired as they were. They turned around, confused. The fight had gone completely silent, and it didn't make sense. Everyone expected noise, shouting, maybe stuff getting knocked over, but instead it was just weirdly quiet. The guys glanced at each other, unsure about what was happening. Something about the empty street just felt off. It was wide and quiet with nobody around, no one walking by, nobody even glancing over. If something happened here, there'd be no one to help and no one to see it. Sun Jin froze for a second, his words getting stuck as he tried to speak. Before they got there, the boss made sure to mess around with the place so nobody else could come in and bother them. The short-haired girl rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. She watched him do his thing, probably thinking he was just making things worse for himself. The black-haired guy suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked around, realizing he couldn't see anywhere. Jin snapped her head around, her heart pounding. There were knocked-out thugs all over the ground and was nowhere to be seen. Chills ran up her arms. Her mind raced, telling her to get out of there fast. She knew something was off, and sure enough, before they even took a couple of steps, things started to go wrong. Zipped in from up ahead, riding his hoverboard like he owned the place. He crashed right into Jean. The girl tumbled along the ground, spinning over and over until she finally came to a stop. She grabbed her leg and let out a loud yell. The pain was so bad, she could barely keep it together. Looked at the guy with a casual tilt of her head, like she didn't do anything wrong. She seemed pretty chill about the whole thing, almost like she was teasing him for not paying attention to where he was going. It was clear she wasn't about to take the blame for what just happened. The black-haired girl froze for a second, caught off guard when she saw Itch standing right in front of them. She hadn't seen him move, and now he was suddenly blocking their way. Her eyes widened as she tried to figure out how he'd managed to get there so fast. Grinned, feeling pretty chill about things. He spotted the scooter, and it honestly looked like a good time, so he decided to switch up his route and check it out. Her grin stretched even wider, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked ready for whatever was coming next, like she couldn't wait for things to get interesting. The girl stared at her, frozen in place. She didn't even look like a regular person anymore. She tore down the street on her skateboard, fast and fearless. Guys watched her weave through traffic, barely slowing down as if nothing could stop her. She had this energy, like no one else around her mattered when she rode. All they could think about was getting out of there fast. Let out a deep breath, looking a bit tired. She gave her wrist a quick turn, grabbed the throttle, and took off down the road again. She yanked a girl by the hair and dragged her face against the pavement, pressing down hard as the rough concrete scraped her skin. Both of them stopped dead, their faces pale and eyes wide. Just rolled his eyes and smirked. Whoever thought running would work clearly didn't get it. Wheels always beat legs, no contest. He looked around, daring anyone else to challenge him. The way he stood, fists clenched and a half-cocked grin on his face, made it pretty clear he was ready to take things further. If someone stepped up, they'd be getting a close-up look at the pavement, no doubt about it. All three girls suddenly fell to their knees, frozen by fear. Stared down at them, his eyes icy and unreadable. He didn't look bothered or scared, just serious, like he was waiting for an answer. It was pretty clear he wanted to know what they'd actually planned to do after trying to mess with him before. The whole vibe was tense, and nobody really wanted to be the first to speak up. The three of them just stood there, keeping quiet. No one wanted to be the first to say anything. Didn't mess around. He just stared the other guy down and held out his hand, making it clear he wanted the phone. No room for arguments. Jean couldn't help himself. He just had to know what was up. Even though things felt a little tense, he he went ahead and asked why his phone was needed. Aimed a quick kick at her thigh, not holding back. Doubled over, clutching his side as pain shot through him. His patience had clearly run out, and his tone showed he wasn't messing around anymore. Jin's hands shook as he handed the phone over to her. Walked into the gallery and her whole vibe shifted. Her eyes went icy, and it was like she just flipped a switch inside herself. Just like she figured, there were tons of secret photos and messed up edits on his phone. It was the kind of stuff that made her wonder if he was running some sketchy site or something, with all those pictures of other girls saved up. Stayed quiet, not saying a word, got annoyed and kicked her again, this time harder. He wondered if the proof he had was almost the same as what was on their list. It made him start thinking about what they might already know, and if he was really onto something, or just chasing after things they'd already figured out. He wondered if that was supposed to be his way to gain the upper hand. Jin held his side, pain shooting through him. He struggled to get the words out, barely managing to admit what had happened. Finally let her foot down, the tension easing out of her body. Honestly, never really got what shame was supposed to feel like. After everything she went through during those experiments, it was like she'd stopped caring a while ago. She noticed how much everyone cared about those photos, and that got her thinking. Maybe these pictures could be just as useful as her stepdad's way of handling things. She gave the phone back to Jin, her hand a little shaky as she did. Moved fast, snatching the device away before Jin could even reach for it. She flipped it over in her hand, checking it out like she was searching for something important. Out of nowhere, an idea popped into his head. From that moment on, he decided he wanted to be a photographer. He scrolled through the gallery, checking out all the pictures. Shooting photos like these actually seemed pretty fun. He laid out two choices for the guy in front of him. The first was simple, just admit everything and record it all on camera. The second option was rougher. He'd knock the guy out and then film whatever happened next, including any confessions. No matter which way it went, he made sure he'd be the one calling the shots on what happened with the footage. The black-haired girl looked really desperate, almost panicking as she tried to stop them from recording. She would have done anything to keep those secrets from coming out. Didn't waste any time. He kicked out hard, making it clear which choice he'd made. The other two just stopped in their tracks, eyes wide and not moving a muscle, like they'd just witnessed something that completely threw them off. Had reached her limit. She made it clear things couldn't keep going like this. She looked at the other person, ready to step in if they didn't make a decision soon. It was obvious she wasn't going to wait around anymore. Song Jin clenched her jaw, trying to hold herself together, but everything suddenly went black and she collapsed right there. At the end of the day, Director Lee was the one stuck cleaning up after his mistake. He'd planned to take advantage of how never seemed bothered or embarrassed by anything, figuring he could just let her get picked on for a while. Next, he would set up his own anti-bullying court, gathering everyone together to sort things out. If the judge got paid off ahead of time, Jin would just get stuck with some community service. The place was known as an island where only people with disabilities lived. The truth was that island was really just an abandoned place. No one lived there, and everything looked empty, like nobody had been around for a long time. That's where the siblings finally understood how bad things could really get. After 200 hours of non-stop torture, everything ended with a staged boat accident to wipe out any proof. Messed everything up. The plan was gone just like that. The chief never really trusted. Now, with everything that just happened, he realized he needed to rethink everything he thought he knew. Strolled in, quietly humming, looking pretty chill as he entered the room. The chief couldn't hold back anymore. He was furious. Everyone in the room could feel the pressure as he glared, clearly ticked off about what had just happened. This revenge plan meant a lot to Director Lee, and now, thanks to a mess-up on day one, everything was falling apart. The chief's frustration showed on his face, and it was clear he blamed the team for ruining something so important right from the start. Just gave a small smile, keeping his real thoughts to himself. He already had a better idea in mind. The chief looked like he was about to let loose, but Mr. Lee stepped in and shut it down fast. He told the chief they'd handle things in his office, keeping it private before anything else went down. Nobody really saw it coming when Mr. Lee's bodyguard suddenly knocked to the ground. The moment she walked in, everything changed. Word spread fast about him, messing up on his first day. The guys crowded around her, towering over her like she didn't stand a chance. Honestly, it looked like overkill. She was on her own, not even trying to fight back, while they acted like she was some kind of threat. Anyone watching would probably wonder why they needed to gang up on her like that. He didn't really feel like himself anymore, more like something wild, out of control. His stepdad just looked at him, disappointment clear on his face, like he couldn't even recognize the person standing in front of him. He understood there were reasons behind everything, but honestly, he hadn't chosen any of this either. It wasn't like he wanted to be dragged into the mess. Being caught up in someone else's decisions just made things harder for him. He'd already told him to chill out and not cause trouble, but it looked like the guy just couldn't help himself. It was like he actually wanted to start something, almost daring everyone around him. Mr. Lee pointed the gun straight at his ward, his hands steady and eyes cold. He watched her closely, waiting to see if she'd say anything before he pulled the trigger. The whole room felt tense, like time had slowed down, and even the smallest sound seemed way too loud. loud. Didn't hold back, he just said what everyone was thinking. He thought the chief's plan was pretty much garbage. He remembered how he'd promised to stand up for her, making sure the bullies got what they deserved for messing with his daughter. Nobody really believed the chiefs could make it work with their game plan. It just didn't seem possible. Noticed that Mr. Lee looked confused, but he didn't back down. He kept going with his idea, making sure there was nothing embarrassing in it for anyone. He wondered what kind of stuff his daughter wrote in her diary. The way those people treated her was just plain nasty. Everyone watched as she had to crawl into the boys' bathroom. The embarrassment hit hard. This was the kind of thing would remember for a long time. For her, it felt like paying off a debt with her pride right there in front of everyone. Humiliation really hits harder when there are people watching. That's what makes it the ultimate payback. He thought about sending her to the island, but honestly, that sounded way too easy on her. Honestly, he couldn't help but feel a bit let down. The guy always acted like he'd do anything to get back at someone, but now he was hesitating, worried about getting caught. He wasn't really putting his heart into getting back at them. Somewhere along the way, he'd started to lose track of why he even started all this in the first place. Mr. Lee stayed quiet for a moment, thinking things over. Then he spoke up, wanting to know more. He knew he was dealing with a brain injury, so feeling embarrassed about stuff like this didn't really make sense. It wasn't his fault, and deep down, he understood there was no reason to beat himself up over it. He could tell when someone was embarrassed, even if they tried to play it cool. It was in the way their face got a little red and they avoided eye contact, maybe fidgeted with their hands or looked down at their shoes. Sometimes the whole room seemed to go quiet for a second, like everyone noticed something awkward had just happened. Even without saying anything, it was obvious. They just wanted to disappear. Acted like she couldn't really sense what was going on, but deep down, she enjoyed the moment. Whenever he noticed a young girl's face scrunch up in disgust, something about it actually got his heart racing. He felt sure of himself, thinking he could pull off the perfect payback plan, but he knew it had to go down at school. Mr. Lee paused for a second, thinking it over. He didn't take long before nodding along with his idea. He nodded, thinking that what he just heard made sense for the time being. He knew he couldn't mess around, not with someone like that in front of him. One wrong move, and things could get dangerous real fast. Explained her whole plan, making sure everyone understood what she wanted to do. Mr. Lee and the chief just stood there, not saying a word. It was one of those moments where nobody knew what to do next, so they both stayed quiet, trying to process what just happened. Mr. Lee looked pretty pleased with how things turned out. He gave a nod, showing he was on board with his idea. The next step was to reach out to Song Jin's parents. Right then, he asked if he could talk to by himself. When Mr. Lee stepped up to handle things on his own, his guys started to get nervous. Even though he didn't really want to, he went along because the guy in charge told him to. They slipped out of the room, making sure not to make a sound. Finally got free and took a long, slow stretch. She looked like she was about to crack a joke, her eyes lighting up as she leaned forward, ready to mess around a little. Mr. Lee just looked at him and asked if he understood why he wasn't upset with him anymore. Figured he was just going along with her idea. Honestly, she was the only person in the house who really got what Mr. Lee wanted when it came to revenge, so everyone figured her plan was the one to go with. He ended up letting take charge of the whole revenge plan. From that point, he wasn't allowed to do anything on his own anymore. Every move he made had to be cleared first. It was like he lost all freedom, and nothing happened unless he got the go-ahead. Nodded, thankful for the chance he'd just been given. He showed his appreciation in the way he moved, not wanting to mess things up. She reached out and lifted the flap. She reached into her pocket and pulled out something dry. Mr. Lee had told her to record something earlier, and now she was looking at the audio file he wanted. Mr. Lee was caught off guard, and she managed to pull together the proof faster than he ever thought she could. He thought about the 6th recording. That was the one where the school bully finally snapped, and honestly, it was something to see. Anyone who heard it wouldn't forget that moment anytime soon. Mr. Lee slid the drive into his computer, his hands moving quickly but careful not to mess anything up. The bully's loud cries echoed through the whole room. Never expected Mr. Lee to be like that. He sat quietly, not saying a word, while tears ran down his cheeks. In the hospital room, the bully's mom just couldn't hold it together anymore. She sat by the bed, tears streaming down her face, her shoulders shaking as she cried. All the stress, worry, and guilt seemed to hit her at once, and she looked totally exhausted, barely able to sit upright. Song Jin's real dad was working behind the scenes, doing everything he could to get ready for a lawsuit against. He didn't care how much it would cost or what he had to do. He was determined to take down. After he hung up the phone, he clenched his fists, struggling to keep it together. All that anger and frustration built up inside him, and for a second it felt like he might lose it. Jin kept quiet, holding back what was really going on. He just couldn't bring himself to say it. had something she really didn't want anyone to know about. He hadn't let go of it either. The secret was still with him, and she couldn't forget that, not for a second. Jin wiped at her eyes, trying hard to pull herself together. Even though it was obvious she was upset, she kept saying she was okay, not wanting anyone to worry about her. Right then, her dad's phone started ringing again. The person on the phone said they were legal guardian. After a quick back and forth, the moment passed almost as fast as it started. Jean's parents made their way to the building where they were supposed to be. Everyone thought it was just a meeting to patch things up. The second they walked into the conference room, everyone just stopped in their tracks. It had been a while since Mr. Song had seen Lee, stepdad. That's when the bully's parents finally figured it out. The girl their daughter had messed with was actually the heiress to the country's biggest company. They hadn't seen it coming at all. Even though he was clearly rattled, the man tried to pull himself together. He stood his ground, his nerves showing, but he pushed through and asked if the other person was there because of his daughter's death. Mr. Lee stayed cool and collected, hardly showing any emotion. He acted like everything was normal, brushing off the idea that he was out for payback. After all, he'd already forgiven the bullies in front of everyone at the press conference. It didn't really make sense for him to go after them now, at least not in the way people expected. The guy wasn't convinced at all. If you wanted to clear your name, you'd have to give him something good enough to settle things. If word got out that he was using kids to get back at people, his chances of becoming the head of the family business would disappear. Mr. Lee just stared at him with his cold, unreadable face. He didn't say much, just kept things serious, like he was already thinking ahead about what to do next. Word had gotten around that the company wanted to move into Southeast Asia. The other group seemed ready to support them all the way. The man barely had time to realize what was happening. Mr. Lee looked over at Song Jin's mom. The guy could tell the other person liked luxury brands, so he decided to sweeten the deal. If they went along with the settlement, he'd bump them up to VVIP status, no questions asked. The woman glared, clearly angry. She looked at him like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes narrowed and her jaw clenched. Mr. Lee kept talking about the payment details. He mentioned that people knew about cancer running in the family, and that Song Jin's grandma had just gone through surgery for her colon. Cancer can show up again whenever, but these guys run a really good cancer hospital. They promised that his whole family will always get free medical care, no matter what. There was also the simplest way to make things right. Just pay up. Mr. Lee snapped his fingers. His guys came in, each carrying a couple of suitcases. Their pockets were packed with cash. Money isn't going to make the hurt go away, but right now, there's about $2 billion sitting right in front of him. He also offered a luxury penthouse, the kind that's worth $5 billion. It was his way of making sure the deal felt good enough for now. Out of nowhere, the guy started laughing. He was impressed at how easily someone could figure him out. The dad couldn't help but worry about his son. The kid was already missing one ball, and that always made the dad nervous about what kind of trouble he might get into. With everything going on, he wondered if maybe it would be better to just take out the other one too, just to be safe. The woman moved closer and quietly said something right in his ear. She could tell something was off. This whole thing felt way more complicated than it looked. The man kept his cool, barely showing any emotion. He knew something was wrong, but he didn't let it show. He just wanted the others to trust him and stick with whatever plan he had in mind. He turned to Mr. Lee, looking like he was ready to get things moving. It was clear he wanted to lock things in and make it official right there, not waste any more time. Mr. Lee had a couple of things he wanted before moving forward. First, he wanted to make sure nobody talked about what happened with the bullying. He wanted it completely private. The guy nodded right away, not even thinking twice. Then the second condition came out. When the door swung open, everything became clear. Had to stay in school, there was no way around it. It was clear that his stepdaughter was having a tough time getting used to life in Korea. She really needed someone to have her back and help her out. He thought about how Song Jin would fit that part perfectly. Since he was pretty sure the guy he was talking to knew the principal well, he hoped he'd step in and help out. Before anyone else could react, jumped in first. He apologized for what happened to their kids and said he wanted to make things right. He asked for another shot to fix it. He made up his mind to stick around as friends with Jean, even after they finished school. To him, it almost felt like a truce between their families' businesses, something that could keep things chill between them. He hoped the other person would just say yes, wanting things to work out without any drama. Looked serious, not messing around at all, and the couple noticed right away. Their expressions changed, and you could tell they started thinking about what they could get out of this. It worked. Now they had the freedom to mess with Jin whenever they wanted, but it wasn't over yet. Deep down, Jin promised himself that this wouldn't last forever. One day, he'd find a way to get back at them, even harder than they could imagine. Gave a small smile. Looked like whatever picture she had was still a secret. Now that she had 2 layers of protection, she felt ready to go after payback, not really holding back anymore. The curly-haired girl started to get really excited. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't stop herself from smiling as she watched things unfold. she thought would be down on his knees, hoping her parents would go easy on him. Her brother had already lost everything. If got left behind, she'd be the one smiling at the end. Every night, the vice president of the company snaps awake, haunted by dreams of his daughter getting picked on. He never liked going through his daughter's diary, but every time he did, he saw just how much she'd been through. The words on those pages wouldn't let him forget it. The revenge plan was moving into its second stage. He glanced over at, noticing she was still wide awake, and wondered what was keeping her up. Couldn't sleep that night. Just thinking about messing with Song later had her wide awake, her mind racing with ideas and plans. Mr. Lee kept quiet, barely saying a word. He just made it clear that he wanted to get rid of everything connected to Song. Flashed a quick grin and gave a nod, letting everyone know he'd take care of it. The next day, everyone at school couldn't stop talking. Yesterday, the bully was hurt so badly that people thought she wouldn't show up for a while. But today, she walked into class like nothing had happened. Song Jin was just as confused as everyone else. The day before, her dad told her she had to get along with no excuses. She honestly didn't get why it was such a big deal, and it left her pretty confused. Even when she got mad, she still didn't have the guts to say no. Jumped to his feet. Song Jin's hands trembled, and he could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Every muscle in his body tensed up as he tried to steady himself, but the fear wouldn't let go. Pointed at, making it clear he wanted her to do something. Without hesitating, got her friends together and led them over to the lockers. Everyone could tell she was used to following his lead. Moon Hygiene was just as lost as everyone else. He looked around, trying to figure things out, but nothing made sense. Not long after, all three of them showed up. Jin looked around, unsure of herself, trying to figure out what she was meant to do next. Tried to reassure him, hoping to help him relax. He wanted to show he was friendly and just wanted to get along from here on out. He wanted to show he was chill, so he suggested playing a quick game. Everyone's into it, the dog walking game. Song Jin just stopped in his tracks. He didn't move, barely even breath, like his mind suddenly hit pause. The girl with black hair leaned in closer, her eyes darting around as if she was trying to figure out what was really going on. She seemed unsure, almost like she was hoping things weren't as strange as they looked. Grinned, shaking his head, she let out a quiet sigh. The game worked like this. Everyone had to walk around with leashes looped around their necks. Nobody in the class expected that. Seeing someone pull this off right in school just seemed unreal. The teacher stood at the front of the room, looking over the group. He started passing out different jobs to everyone, deciding who would do what. The guys waited, some looking bored, others curious about what they'd end up with. The guy took one look at him and thought he definitely had that playful, troublemaker vibe, just like a beagle. Meanwhile, E's face was a bit longer, so she reminded him of a Doberman. Got called out as the chihuahua of the group. He didn't really fight it. Everyone kind of saw it that way. It was one of those things where, even if he tried to argue, his friends would just laugh and keep teasing him. He just went along with it, feeling a little embarrassed but not really minding. Jin just stood there, completely stunned by what she heard. It was as if the words didn't make sense, and for a second, her mind just froze. She reacted fast, knocking the collar out of the way without even thinking. Looked annoyed. That collar had cost him a lot, and losing it definitely bugged him. Jin was still pretty confused about what was going on, but she decided she'd just go straight to her dad if things got any weirder. Shrugged and let it go, deciding not to push it any further. He tried to play it cool, but inside he couldn't help feeling let down. He knew he'd have to find something else to take his mind off of it, hoping it'd help him shake off the disappointment. Song Jin looked over, confused and wanting to know what was going on. He knew his friend was always sharing stuff online, posting photos almost every day. Now he was curious and wanted some advice, wondering what would be cool to post next. He started remembering all the photos they took together, scrolling through them in his head like an old feed. Each one brought back memories, some funny, some awkward, all real. He figured that uploading those would probably be okay. Jin, clearly scared, snatched his phone and started saying sorry over and over, trying to fix the mess as fast as he could. His face changed. He looked annoyed, like he was about to lose his patience with whatever was going on. He thought friends were supposed to have each other's backs, not argue about every little thing. It started to hit him that maybe they weren't really friends after all. The threat hung in the air. If he didn't join in, those photos would end up online for everyone to see. He was frozen in place, unable to move or fight back. Jin leaned down and grabbed the collar lying on the floor. They headed out together, ready to take a walk side by side. She had a leash around her neck and moved slowly on her hands and knees across the school grounds. Nobody in the crowd stepped in to break things up. Instead, the students just started clapping and cheering like they were all for it. Everyone at school remembered how she used to be the bully who pushed the vice president's daughter over the edge. For them, it just felt right, like things were finally being set straight. heard everyone around her whispering. She couldn't take it anymore and finally snapped. She made it clear to everyone that when her brother got better, they were going to regret what they'd done. Jumped in before she could get her words out, slammed his foot into her, knocking her off balance and sending her straight to the ground. He thought about how good dogs always wait for a command before making any noise. The idea of putting a muzzle on someone crossed his mind, almost like a warning not to step out of line. Glanced over at one of the girls who usually caused trouble. She looked bored, already losing interest in filming. He figured if she wasn't into it anymore, maybe she should take over as the beagle instead. The girl's eyes went wide and she shook her head fast. Fear was all over her face. Everyone could relax. Nobody was being forced into anything. All the guys had agreed to join in, so there was no reason to stress about it. He kept moving, trying to speed up his crawl down the hallway. Time was running out, and he wanted to make it to the boys' classroom before the bell went off. Sweat slid down Jean's face, cool against his skin. She really wasn't into the idea of going. You could see it all over her face. She just stood there, not moving, kind of hoping someone would change the plan. Even when everyone else started getting ready, she hung back, not saying much, just hoping she could stay out of it. Gave a quick, smug grin, acting like everything was totally normal. He didn't see why anyone was making it into such a big deal. He wasn't the type to pull wild stunts or drag anyone into weird situations, especially not like that time. Someone else got everyone in trouble near the boys' restroom. Stopped in his tracks. He couldn't believe somehow knew about that. Dogs don't talk. The guy didn't wait for an answer. He just grabbed the other person and started pulling them along, making it clear he wasn't taking no for an answer. The two of them walked down the hallway, heading for the boys' classroom. Neither of them said much, but you could tell they were both thinking about what might happen next. Their footsteps echoed a little louder than usual, like the whole school was paying attention. The guys who spotted what was happening just stood there, frozen. They couldn't believe girls were actually recording something like that. One of them leaned over to his friend, pointing out how it was obviously someone getting picked on. Jin dragged herself along the ground, not able to stand up. Tears ran down her face as she kept moving forward. A guy stepped in front of them, stopping them from moving forward. He looked curious, like he wanted to know what was happening. Had a small grin on his face as he strolled down the street with his dog. He looked pretty chill, almost like he was enjoying the attention from people passing by. It was obvious he was out for a walk, his dog trotting along beside him, making the whole thing look effortless. She brought him over and showed him who Jin was. There's this guy. He's actually the first dude the main character became friends with after moving to South Korea. Jean really didn't get why the freshman boss kept showing up with. It just didn't make sense to him, and he found himself watching them from a distance, trying to figure out what was going on. It got even more embarrassing for her when he started laughing at her with. Passed the leash over to him, letting him take control. Now it was his turn to walk the dog. Moon Jean almost snapped. He couldn't believe someone thought they could control him like that. The way they acted really got under his skin, and he could feel his patience slipping away. He noticed the side and realized the dog was actually talking. His voice got tense. He couldn't figure out why he always felt pushed to post something online, like someone was daring him to go for it, even when he wasn't sure he should. The pulled hard on the leash, and Jean couldn't help but let out a sharp cry. He listened to the dog bark, finally hearing the kind of sound he expected. It made him nod, thinking that's exactly how a real dog should sound. Jin wanted to scare him, so she brought up her brother, who's known for hanging out with some rough people. The guy looked totally unfazed. He didn't seem scared, not even a little bit. Instead of backing down, he just stared straight ahead, almost like he was challenging whoever was in front of him. It was clear he wasn't about to hide behind anyone, not even his own brother, no matter how risky things were starting to look. He remembered hearing that someone had told the teacher to keep them in line. Just thinking back to that day still made his hands tense up, like he was ready for a fight all over again. Moonjin opened her mouth, ready to say something, but held up his hand and cut her off. Up ahead, a group of guys waited in line. Every single one of them had gone up against his brother before and lost. He could tell this wasn't going to be easy. He braced himself, knowing he had to be ready for whatever was coming next. Everyone shuffled over and lined up, some looking around while others just waited for what was next. Every time someone tugged on the leash, it set them back $1,001. The profit per pull wasn't huge, but with enough people lining up, the cash stacked up fast. People in the crowd shoved and pushed, barely caring who got in their way. Some lost their balance and fell, and the sound of people getting hurt filled the hallway. When everything wrapped up, was in pretty high spirits. He turned to Jean, curious about whether she'd enjoyed herself too. Jin just sat there, not really reacting to anything. It was like his mind hit pause. He couldn't feel much, almost like everything around him was muted. Out of nowhere, glanced over at Moon Hygiene. He noticed she was still reading, even though class was over, and he seemed pretty impressed by her dedication. Moon Hygiene jerked back, his heart pounding. He could feel his hands start to sweat as he tried to keep himself together. Some guys joked that after 3 years in school, even dogs could start writing poems. They teased that if someone barked near her, maybe they'd end up blurting out all the exam answers without even trying. He hesitated, knowing he had no way out. If he didn't go along with what they wanted, those pictures could be anywhere by tomorrow. He felt trapped, stuck between doing something embarrassing and risking those photos spreading all over the place. Jin started barking like crazy, not stopping for a second. He just wanted someone to notice him, hoping it would make a difference. Moon Hyjin stood there, watching her fall apart in front of everyone. Even as things got awkward, she kept telling herself that she just didn't see it. Over and over in her head, she tried to convince herself it wasn't happening. His dog, Jean, started barking, each bark getting louder than the last. All the classmates just rolled their eyes, clearly not buying it. Moon Hyjin had finally reached her limit. Frustrated, she smacked her pants, tired of putting up with everything. The pin broke clean in two. Could tell she wasn't buying his story. She stared him down, waiting for him to finally be real about what he was after. Smiled as he strolled along with his tiny chihuahua trotting by his side. He looked pretty relaxed, just out for a normal walk. He didn't seem bothered, and his easygoing grin made it clear he wasn't worried about anything. His dog looked harmless, and was the type who'd always keep up with stuff like vaccines anyway. Moon Hyjin didn't say anything back. He just got up and left the classroom, slamming the door behind him as he walked out. Couldn't help but smirk a little, clearly entertained by what he was seeing. Moon Hyjin was pretty certain at this point. Definitely had Mr. Lee on her side. She figured out she was likely next. Her mind started racing, trying to come up with a plan before things got worse. At the same time, the bully started thinking about something weird. He remembered hearing that nicotine is actually more poisonous than cyanide. The cigarette in her hand seemed even more deadly than poison. The girl in front of her looked totally okay. She realized it wasn't right to talk about how dangerous something was without thinking about how much of it someone actually took. So, she got curious and decided to see what would really happen if a person swallowed it. He tried to calm himself down, reminding himself that 2 cigarettes weren't enough to do real damage right away. As long as he got rid of them before it was too late, he'd be okay. She pointed at Jean, signaling him to keep the girl in place. Even though was scared, he kept going. Jean did what he was told, his hands shaking. Suddenly, the cigarette got shoved into her mouth. Set his sights on Moon Hyjin next. She was the second daughter of the hospital director, someone everyone in town knew. She'd always had a mean streak, handling her worst stuff when no one was looking. Most people who knew her thought she was the kind of person you just couldn't trust. People said she really wanted to go to a sports academy, but her dad made her go to medical school instead. That little fact could be useful later. Mr. Lee turned to, wanting to know what she thought about the situation. Just like always, got an idea right away. The boy glanced over at his stepdad, waiting to see if he'd get a nod for what he'd just done. He wanted to know if his way of handling things was okay, hoping his stepdad would back him up on it. From then on, whenever got a break, he found himself watching Moon Hyjin as she moved around. No matter what he was supposed to be doing, his eyes just kind of drifted her way. After trying to hold it together for a while, Moon Hyjin couldn't take it anymore and hit her desk, clearly annoyed. She wanted answers from, not letting him off the hook until he explained himself. Couldn't help but smirk as he glanced around the empty classroom. He knew exactly why he was amused. It was that weird joke about Moon Hyjin again. Only now did it hit him that everyone else had already left, and it was just him and one other person still hanging around. She spun around quickly, surprised to see that the classroom had cleared out. Not a single person was left. Moon Hyjin pointed out that everyone had left, and it was because of him. Just smiled and shrugged, not bothered at all. It was lunchtime, and he figured everyone was just hungry, nothing more to it. Moon Hyjin glared, frustrated and tense, his hands curled into fists. He stared straight at the person in front of him, clearly fed up and wanting answers. His heart pounded, and for a second he wondered why he was even in this situation. Couldn't help but poke fun at the situation. He noticed how the guy, even after everything that happened, still sat there reading like nothing was wrong. Found it kind of wild. Most people would be freaking out, but this dude just kept flipping pages, totally unfazed. Moon Hyjin just stopped in his tracks for a second. He kept his cool and explained that he hadn't hurt anyone. According to him, the girl chose to end her own life. Looked annoyed, not buying any excuses. He seemed pretty sure about who was responsible for pushing her to this point. There was a sharp edge to the way he acted, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He always kept himself looking spotless, trying to act like he was some kind of perfect guy. But anyone paying attention could see he was just pretending to be something he was. Moon Hyjin's face went red, his jaw tight. He spun on his heel, barely keeping it together, and pushed straight out the door. Over the next few days, wouldn't leave her alone. Every chance he got, he found some way to bug her, sliding into her DMs or showing up when she least expected it. No matter where she went, he always seemed to pop up, making it pretty much impossible for her to get a break. The afternoon dragged on and boredom hit hard. He glanced over at Moon Hyjin, hoping to find something, anything, to break up the dullness. Scrolling through his phone didn't help, and nothing on TV caught his eye. All he wanted was someone to hang out with, maybe mess around or just kill some time together. Moon Hygiene tried to block everything out, repeating in her mind that she couldn't hear any of it. She just wanted all the noise to go away. Waited for some kind of response, but nothing happened. Out of nowhere, she grabbed a pen and started doodling all over Hygiene's book. Moon Hygiene couldn't hold it in anymore. Anger boiled up inside him, and he just let it out, yelling for everyone to hear. Frowned and crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. He'd only wanted to help out, but got brushed off instead. That stung a little, and he couldn't help but look away, acting like he didn't care, even though he kind of did. Moon Hygiene didn't say a word as he walked away, keeping his head down. Didn't let him go alone and followed, sticking close behind. The classmates started to realize that something was different about Moon Hygiene. She wasn't acting like her usual self, and it caught their attention because they'd never seen her like this before. Moon Hygiene stood by the trash can, totally losing it as he thought about his parents. His anger was obvious. He couldn't hold it back, just letting his frustration out right there. She slammed her foot into the bin, and it crumpled under the force, all dented and crooked. After she managed to catch her breath, she glanced back over her shoulder, checking to see if anyone had noticed what just happened. Didn't show up, which was a relief. She just couldn't understand how managed to break into her locker and wreck her 80,001 reference book. The idea that things were just getting started made her skin crawl. She pictured herself stuck, kind of like an animal with nowhere to run. Right now, nothing mattered more than making sure didn't spill her secret. Nobody really knew if anyone could take on a monster like that. It was huge and scary, and just looking at it made people freeze up. Most guys would probably back off, doubting if anyone stood a chance against something so tough. Out of nowhere, things just didn't seem right. He wondered if he'd just been out of shape for way too long. Didn't exactly look like someone who could handle a whole group of grown men. Most people would probably scroll past her in a crowd without a second look, never guessing she'd even try to take on something like this. Most guys around here didn't really buy into the rumor. They figured the tough guys from last night were probably just some dudes Mr. Lee paid to act tough. The whole thing seemed like a setup, probably just to scare everyone a bit. There wasn't really anything to be scared of. He just had to dig up all the stuff she was hiding. He figured he could set things up so she'd work right next to Mr. Lee, keeping an eye on everything for him. Just thinking about it made Moon Hygiene chill out a lot. Honestly, not many people could handle being her at an all-girls high school. 2 years ago, took first place at the Junior Taekwondo World Championship. Back then, he was way ahead of everyone else, making it look easy as he swept through the competition. If her dad hadn't pushed her into med school, she would have been out there playing for the national team by now. Moon Hygiene was set on getting back at them. He walked up and shoved the classroom door open, not slowing down for anyone. She realized her classmates were staring at her in a weird way. She barely had time to figure out what was happening when a student by the door glanced over. With that intimidating look on her face, everyone just assumed she was trouble. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, letting him know that Moon Hygiene was right behind him. He clammed up fast, caught off guard. Moon Hygiene took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and put on a calm smile. She stepped into the room, acting cool and collected, ready to see what everyone was talking about. She snapped, locking eyes with him, demanding answers he didn't have. The room went tense as she threw out an insult at everyone there, frustration boiling over. She let out a curse under her breath, then got right to work trying to figure out who started the rumor. Came to mind first, maybe he was behind it. Had just transferred to the school, so there was no way she could get everyone on her side right away. Honestly, this was just the start. Moon Hygiene glanced over at Song right away. Jin kept her head down, not looking up at anyone. Moon checked things over and made sure she had the right person in her sights. In the next moment, she pushed Jin down and he hit the floor. She pressed her foot down on the girl's neck. He'd already told them to cut it out before, but it looked like the warning didn't land. The other person just kept going, not getting the hint at all. The next thing that happened was rough. He got hit over and over, each punch landing harder than the last. By the end, he was left hurting all over, barely able to move, just trying to catch his breath. He knew he had to be ready for whatever was coming next. Once he finished things with, there wouldn't be any turning back. The guy glared, his eyes cold and mean. Without saying another word, he made it clear who was next in line for trouble. The tension in the room got heavier, and everyone could feel that things were about to get even worse. Honestly, none of this would have gone down if it weren't for. She knew there would be consequences. Punishment was coming, and it wasn't going to be light. The next day, Moon Hygiene started working on her plan. Wondered where they were headed, his curiosity getting the better of him. Moon Hygiene let everyone know it was their group's time to handle lab duty. Scratched his head, pretty confused. He was sure the teacher hadn't said anything about this before. Moon Hygiene finally lost his patience. He didn't bother explaining anything and just motioned for everyone to follow him, making it clear he wasn't in the mood for more questions. Gave a short, cold laugh, like he was expecting something interesting to happen next. As soon as they walked into the lab, took a good look around, checking out every corner. Moon Hygiene eased the door shut and slid the lock into place, making sure nobody could just walk in. Looked around, not really sure why they'd ended up in this spot. He watched his friends, trying to figure out if anyone else knew what was going on. Everyone seemed a bit confused, like they were all waiting for someone to explain the plan. Just stood there, hoping someone would say something soon so he could stop guessing. Hygiene just pointed out that the frame needed to be moved from the floor to the table. He didn't make a big deal out of it, just said it like it was no biggie. Turned his back, not noticing that Hygiene had started staring at a bottle nearby. There was a bottle of hydrochloric acid sitting in the cabinet. Started to ask where he should put something, but he stopped talking before he finished. Hygiene snatched the bottle and threw the acid at her. Moved quick, slipping out of the way without breaking a sweat. In the next moment, Hygiene launched a strong kick. Reacted fast, barely giving the attack a chance to get close. His reflexes kicked in just in time, and he managed to block it before anything could go wrong. Hygiene's eyes went wide. She honestly didn't see that quick move coming. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, running down in a thin line. Hygiene grinned, satisfied. Going up against someone tough always made things more interesting for him. Wiped the blood off her face, grinning like she couldn't wait for what was coming next. For the first time, someone actually wanted to hang out with him. He couldn't help but smile, glad that his patience finally paid off. Just thinking about having some company made his day a whole lot better. Stood there, not moving an inch. It was clear he wasn't backing down, and anyone watching could tell he was ready for whatever came next. Hygiene figured out that she was actually serious. She could really handle herself in a fight. He wasn't as tough as her, but he could still cause some serious trouble. Stayed frozen in place, not making a move. That's when Hygiene rushed at him, not waiting around any longer. She moved in fast and launched a strong kick. Moved right by it without any trouble. Most people thought Hygiene was some kind of monster. She could blast out 130 powerful kicks in a single minute, and that freaked everyone out. Every hit landed hard and fast, packing enough force to easily mess someone up. But then Hygiene picked up on something strange. Seemed tense, almost like she was getting ready to protect herself. But the way she stayed cool and showed up at just the right moment said something else. Every hit she'd tried didn't do anything. If things kept going like this, she'd get tired out before she even made a dent. Let out a laugh. It was weird. Who backs someone into a corner and then just stops going after them? It didn't make sense to him at all. He could see it in the other guy's eyes. The usual confidence was starting to fade. After all those flashy moves, his kicks just weren't landing like they used to. It was starting to sink in. This wasn't going to be an easy win. Hygiene froze for a second when he heard the word. It hit him hard, leaving him stuck in place and unsure what to do next. Swung his fist, but it barely grazed the other guy. The speed was insane. So fast it looked like he just disappeared and reappeared somewhere else. Now it was his turn. He grinned, already thinking about the Hygiene topic coming up next. The others probably didn't know what to expect but looked ready, almost like he was about to drop a challenge on everyone. Hygiene took another punch and started to stumble back, barely keeping his balance. The air shook from the force of his hit, almost like everything around him just vibrated for a second. Panic hit him all at once. Hygiene froze for a second, then his feet slipped, and he stumbled backwards trying to catch his balance. His voice suddenly caught her attention from nearby. She spun around. The person she thought was standing right in front of her had already disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a fading blur. Before she had a chance to do anything, the reel showed up and knocked her back several meters. Hygiene could really take a hit. Even after getting knocked, her face stayed the same, not a single bruise showing. Noticed the quick move and let out a small laugh, clearly impressed. Hygiene just stood frozen, trying to process what he'd just seen. The way she moved, the force she showed, it didn't seem possible for a regular person. He couldn't help but wonder if she was really human. She tried her best to keep her eyes on, but he moved way too fast for her to keep up. It was like he was always one step ahead, slipping out of sight before she even realized it. No matter how hard she concentrated, she just couldn't see where he was going next. Glared at Hygiene, a sly grin on his face. He knew it was finally Hygiene's turn to feel the pressure. After being pushed around for so long, was ready to turn the tables. Hygiene could sense the shift. Things weren't looking good for him anymore. He looked around the cramped space, wondering how anyone could pull off those taekwondo moves here. There wasn't much room to even stretch out, let alone try any fancy kicks or spins. The walls felt way too close, making it seem impossible to show off anything he'd learned in class. Hygiene's heart pounded, but she kept her cool. Even though she was scared, she knew she had to focus and look for a way out. Had no choice but to go straight ahead since there were barriers blocking both sides. Hygiene kept her eyes open, waiting for the right moment to make her move. She noticed right away when's hand moved just a little. She spotted a quick opening and went for it, landing a kick that threw him off and messed up his flow. Kept his cool, not showing any reaction at all. Hygiene stopped in his tracks for a second. He started to smirk, looking more sure of himself again. Glanced down at her opponent's leg. The thing kept moving, like it couldn't wait to attack again. Just stood there not doing anything. He didn't even try to go after his opponent. Hygiene charged ahead, landing another strong kick. Made a small sound with her tongue, kind of like she was annoyed or thinking hard. She probably got tired of waiting around while being ignored. If she even thought about climbing onto the table to get closer, Hygiene would have her on the floor in no time. Hygiene thought he had things under control, but always seemed to do something out of nowhere. Didn't waste a second. He threw a punch with everything he had, landing it right in the middle of the other guy's chest. Hygiene slammed into the lab equipment, making a loud metal clatter as everything shook around him. Flashed a quick grin, his eyes full of energy. He looked over, clearly amused, like he was enjoying the moment. There was a hint of challenge in his face, like he was ready to see what would happen next. He knew that last punch showed what he was really capable of. He knew that if he hadn't stopped the attack in time, things would have ended really badly for him. Hygiene could tell was serious. She wasn't just showing off, she really meant what she said. Her confidence was gone, and now she just wanted to get away. Escaping was the only thing on her mind. Reached out and yanked her hair, catching her off guard. He grabbed her and threw her back easily, like she weighed nothing at all. The guy had talked big about wanting a real fight, but now he was backing off. It was like he'd changed his mind the second things got serious, leaving everyone wondering why he started running instead of standing his ground. He had something planned, something he wanted everyone to see. Grabbed the door lock and pulled hard, snapping it right off. Hygiene just froze. Whatever he was looking at, it definitely wasn't something you'd ever call normal. Couldn't help but grin. He was ready to jump right in and have some fun with this challenge. He knew things were about to get interesting, so he took a deep breath and got himself pumped up. Glared down, her expression cold and sharp. She didn't look like she was about to back off anytime soon, and it was pretty clear she still had more in store for Jean. Hygiene saw the wild grin spreading across his face, and his thoughts started spinning out of control. She glanced around the lab, her gaze finally landing on a conical flask sitting just behind her. She grabbed it right away. He grabbed it and threw it right at. The attack didn't land, but she kept going. She began grabbing anything nearby and hurling it, just like a kid trying not to get out in dodgeball. Nothing worked, and frustration started to boil up inside her. She grabbed her uniform and tore it open with her own hands, not caring about anything else in that moment. She grabbed the ripped piece of cloth and quickly wrapped it around her fist. She pulled herself together, pushing through even though she was tired. He swung his fist and smashed right through the glass cabinet behind her, frowned, confused about what she was up to. In the next moment, Hygiene stuck his hand into the broken glass and threw a bunch of sharp pieces right at her. There were shards everywhere, and a bunch of them had cut into his arms and shoulders. She managed to move just in time, avoiding the acid that splattered where she'd been standing a second ago. His patience finally snapped right then. You could see it in his eyes. He was done holding back. Hygiene, acting like he didn't care at all, reached out and grabbed a few more bottles of acid. She went down the line, opening every bottle one by one. He squeezed with all his strength, and 2 sharp streams of acid shot out in front of him. Rushed forward, pushing himself to go faster, but he just couldn't beat the clock. A few drops landed on her arm. As the next wave rolled in, she quickly grabbed a chair that was close by. He stood in the way, stopping most of the acid rain from hitting anyone else. Even so, water landed on her thigh. When the bottles finally ran out, everything went quiet for a second. The group just looked around, kind of unsure what to do next, like the fun had paused. Shoved the chair across the floor, his lips curled up in a smug grin. He looked like he was done playing around and was ready to take control. With no way out, Hygiene lifted her hands and acted like she was giving up. Mercy just wasn't style. She narrowed her eyes and rushed ahead, focused and determined. Hygiene started freaking out and kicked the chair one more time, but moved out of the way without any trouble. Glanced upward, his eyes searching for whatever caught his attention. Hygiene had the chair lifted high, ready to bring it down from above. Once again it missed, not even close. But then, somehow, she actually took advantage of the falling chair's movement. Hygiene threw herself forward, putting everything she had into a flying kick. All her weight went behind the move as she aimed straight ahead. His arm and ribs were hurting. His collarbone snapped from the hit. Hygiene could actually hear bones snapping. Her confidence shot up. She was sure couldn't get back up after that hit. She stepped closer, ready to wrap things up. Swung his fist, not even trying that hard, and sent center flying across the room. Hygiene couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even with broken bones, there wasn't any hint that the guy was slowing down or giving up. What she didn't realize was that didn't feel pain, no matter what happened to him. He remembered how his bones had snapped, the pain still fresh in his mind. Now he was set on getting even, ready to make sure the other guy faced the consequences. Hygiene couldn't believe what he was seeing. His voice gave him away, shaky and unsure, as he watched the guy with broken bones still moving around like nothing was wrong. It just didn't make sense to him. How could someone keep going after taking a hit like that? The whole scene had his mind racing, trying to figure out if there was some trick he was missing. Right when was getting ready to go in for another hit, someone knocked on the door, the sound carrying through the room. Hygiene stopped in his tracks. He remembered the teacher was supposed to be in a meeting at this time. Everything was lining up just right. For once, it looked like she might actually get away from this demon. Just smiled to himself. He knew he only had enough time to pull off one move. Hygiene started rambling, hoping to buy himself some time. She brought her arms up, ready for whatever came next. Right now, her only goal was to hang on until help showed up. Wasn't really into boxing. It just wasn't his thing. As he watched MY, he thought about how MY always stood out with those crazy good kicks. Knew that was where MY's real talent was. His eyes went wide when he saw the jeans. Moved fast, catching her off guard. His foot slammed into her arm before she even saw it coming. Weirdly enough, he didn't feel any pain at all. Right when she started to feel more confident, jumped up, his sneakers barely touching the ground as he pushed off. Hygiene barely had time to react before her left hand grabbed onto his head, holding him in place. He took a hard elbow to the head, and everything went black just like that. Hygiene's body got thrown through the air and landed hard a few meters away. Gave a small smile. He'd let the other guy grab his leg on purpose just to see what would happen. Now he was ready to pull the same move right back at him. The knocking outside kept getting louder, echoing through the room and making everyone tense up. It seemed like no one was about to walk in any time soon. He figured he might as well enjoy himself for now, since there was still time before things got serious. Hygiene slowly opened her eyes. She started freaking out inside, and then everything just went dark. She looked around the room trying to spot, but then she noticed was already leaning over her. Hygiene tried to shift his position, testing if he could move. Her wrists didn't budge. He couldn't move, stuck flat against the ground with someone's weight holding him in place. His arms felt trapped, and every breath came hard and slow. It was one of those moments where time seemed to freeze, his mind racing to figure out how to break free. Hygiene wouldn't stop screaming, and it was really starting to get on his nerves. Was seriously annoyed. He grabbed her by the back and pulled her up, not even trying to hide how irritated he was. Hygiene's cheeks turned bright red as she sucked in a sharp breath, clearly caught off guard. Crouched down and started picking up the pieces of broken glass from the floor, acting like it was no big deal. He scattered it over Hygiene's empty bathtub. He sprinkled salt everywhere, but it was nothing like those cool cooking videos online. It looked weird, almost like he was trying too hard, and everyone around noticed. She reached for her shirt and tugged it down, smoothing out the wrinkles. She pushed her knee down with all her strength. The money was so good that his jaw nearly dropped, and his eyes kind of glazed over. Her scream blasted through the lab, cutting through the noise and making everyone freeze. Pressed his knee harder into her back, not letting up for a second. With every rough step, the broken glass cracked louder under his feet. Hygiene's face was wet with tears. He looked crushed, totally worn down by everything. She glared at him, her eyes cold and sharp, then spat at his feet. The look she gave was enough to make anyone back off. Couldn't help but smirk. Even after everything, the other guy was still giving him attitude. It was almost funny. Like, seriously, the dude just didn't know when to quit. Could tell he wasn't finished yet, and honestly, he was kind of looking forward to what would happen next. She pushed down even more, holding Hygiene flat against the floor so he couldn't move. He remembered what he'd said before. If someone really wanted him to go easy, they probably should just ask. But now it was too late for that. She acted all high and mighty, like she was too good to listen. It was almost like she'd forgotten what it takes to actually get by when things get tough. Someone started pounding hard on the door, making the whole place jump with the noise. Hygiene couldn't stop thinking about when those doors would finally open. His mind kept jumping from one idea to the next, wondering what was taking so long. Every second felt like forever as he stared ahead, waiting. Heard a noise and shot a quick look in that direction. He didn't look bothered at all, just sort of annoyed, like he knew whoever was making that noise would show up sooner or later. When they walk in and spot the mess, there's no way that flawless student image is sticking around. She looked at him, not even trying to hide how annoyed she was. Then, she reminded him that he could at least tidy up before anything else. He watched as the guy got shoved down, forced to clean the floor with his whole body. It was rough, and anyone could tell it wasn't just about cleaning. This was all about putting him in his place, making sure he knew who was really in charge. The room felt tense, and everyone else kept quiet, not wanting to get dragged into it themselves. Smile looked straight up creepy. Hygiene just stood there, completely still, like he couldn't move at all. She didn't have the strength to fight back. All she could do was let out a quiet, helpless sound, hoping someone might notice or help. Didn't listen to her at all. He pushed her head down against the floor, not caring how desperate she seemed. Right then, the lab door finally swung open. Nobody moved when they saw what was right in front of them. The room was a total mess, like something wild had just gone down. Clothes and stuff were scattered everywhere, and nothing seemed to be in the right place. Anyone walking in would probably just freeze for a second, wondering what on earth happened here. A teacher hurried into the room and quickly stepped between them, guiding away. Let out a quick, annoyed sound and shook her head. She couldn't believe how close she'd come, only to miss her chance right at the end. Hygiene dropped down to the floor and let out a long breath, finally starting to relax. The lab was a mess. Broken glass covered the floor, with acid stains marking the counters and streaks of blood here and there. The academic director burst into the room, clearly upset. He looked at the mess around them, his face getting redder by the second. Both guys could tell they were in trouble. The director didn't hold back, making it obvious that whatever happened, they were responsible for wrecking school property. It was clear punishment was coming, and neither of them was getting out of it. But as soon as he heard the name Hygiene Moon, he froze for a second. The name hit him like a surprise notification, catching him off guard and making him wonder what was coming next. He just stopped in his tracks. That girl standing there, she was the one who scored highest on the mock exams this month. He figured right away that she was probably the one who got hurt. He turned around, hoping to find out what's name was. He kept staring at her, trying to figure out why her face looked so familiar. It bugged him, like when you see someone online and can't remember where you know them from. Gave a polite smile, remembering how the director probably didn't recognize him. They had just seen each other a few days back in the director's office, but it seemed like the meeting had already slipped from the director's mind. The man blinked, his eyes adjusting as he tried to make sense of what just happened. Suddenly, his attitude changed. He suddenly asked how things were going with his stepdad lately. Hygiene's eyes got big as he tried to figure out what was going on. Confused and caught off guard, he just stood there, not sure what to do next. One of the teachers stepped up and let everyone know this wasn't the right moment for talking. Right now, getting her to a hospital was way more important. The director cut him off right away, not even letting him finish. His face said he wasn't in the mood for any. He motioned for the others to head out of the room. He turned around with a grin, looking at. It was clear he wanted to know what was going on, but kept things light, just waiting for it to spill. Handled the situation calmly, not making a big deal out of it. He just wanted to clear things up and hope the other person wouldn't spread it around. The director noticed the mess right away. It looked like someone was about to get in trouble, but because of their past good behavior, the director decided to let it slide this time. He kept his eyes locked on the guy, making it clear he wasn't messing around. There was a warning in his stare. If anyone ever tried anything with again, things wouldn't go down so easy next time. Hygiene couldn't stop nodding, his fear obvious as he kept agreeing again and again. The director smiled as he walked out of the lab, leaving the teachers behind to handle the cleanup. The teacher slammed his hand down on the desk, making everyone in the room jump. He glanced around, clearly annoyed, as if he couldn't believe someone would just leave him to handle the mess by himself. The whole class could feel how frustrated he was, and no one wanted to make eye contact. It was one of those moments where everyone just wanted to disappear. Hygiene just stopped where she was, not moving at all. Her head felt empty, like she couldn't think of a single thing. Caught her looking at him, she just pointed at Hygiene, almost like it was no big deal. She ran her thumb slowly along her neck, like she was trying to get rid of a weird feeling that wouldn't go away. Hygiene stood there completely still, fear running through her. That's when it really sunk in, could do whatever he wanted with her now. She almost couldn't handle it when it hit her, looked over at her and smiled. He had an idea. After class, he wanted to throw a small celebration. Hygiene's heart thudded in his chest. Even Jin, the girl sitting behind her, couldn't stop shaking. She tried to hide it, but her hands kept trembling. They both stood there, heads down, quietly hoping things would turn out okay. Both of them waited, not wanting to be the one picked. Suddenly smacked her hand down on the desk. She made up her mind about who would be invited to the celebration. Pointed to the ones he was picking out. They're basically the guys who always hang around, doing whatever she says. Both girls stopped in their tracks. The claws, which had just been going after something else, were now coming straight for them. They were so scared it felt like their legs might give out. Moon Jean couldn't help himself. His thoughts spilled out before he could stop them. He suddenly wondered what would happen next, his mind racing with questions he wasn't sure he wanted answered. He wondered if he was supposed to go as well. Uncertainty crept in, making him pause for a second. Cracked a small smile. He glanced over, looking like he knew exactly what was going on. It was pretty clear from his face that he noticed someone seemed bothered, maybe because they hadn't been invited. Didn't seem too bothered himself, just kind of amused by the whole thing. Jin finally let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His shoulders relaxed as he spun around and made his way out of the classroom, moving a little faster than usual. Scrunched up her face, not really getting it. She couldn't figure out why didn't pick her or Jean. Neither of them really made sense as targets for revenge. He figured it didn't matter much, as long as she wasn't coming after him. It seemed like the perfect time to bounce, so he decided to slip away before anything got weird. Stood there not saying a word as Hygiene walked off. He just watched him go, quiet and still. Her eyes landed on the two girls, both shaking where they stood. She couldn't help but wonder if they just zapped each other with static or something. He didn't waste any time. He got straight to the point, making it clear he expected things to get done. While the other guy started picking up the mess, it was obvious there were more things he wanted to know. The room felt tense, like everyone knew this wasn't going to be just a regular cleanup. Both girls standing next to the trash bin couldn't stop trembling. The questions on the screen looked pretty easy. All he had to do was tell the truth, and if things went well, he'd get to head home in one piece. She flashed a quick grin, noticing how nervous he looked. Then, almost out of nowhere, she brought up something from the past. Turns out, he and actually went to the same middle school. They both nodded right away, not wasting a second. Everyone in the room seemed to know about Chairman Lee's daughter. It was like her name just hung in the air, and everyone expected him to recognize it too. They nodded again, this time a lot quicker, like they really wanted to show they understood. He nodded, knowing there was no point in lying anymore. The question cut straight to the point, asking if her death had anything to do with them. He could feel the pressure, knowing that whatever he said next could change everything. The girls quickly shook their heads, looking nervous and trying to act innocent. His face changed as he stared at the other person. He could tell right away they weren't telling the truth, and it bothered him more than he wanted to admit. He didn't say anything, but it was obvious he knew exactly what was going on. Looked over, not hiding how annoyed he was. He pointed out that it wasn't just Jin who'd been close since the early school days. There was also another kid from back then, who had a reputation for messing with others. The girl looked like she was about to cry. Back in the day, they were pretty tight, but later on, he decided to end things and go his own way. He'd only seen that girl one time. He always thought Hygiene was pretty intimidating, but she was on another level. He made sure to keep his distance and never got close to her. Realized she was telling the truth and let out a sigh, clearly let down by what he just found out. 2 more toys disappeared just like that. It kind of sucked to see them go. He decided to trust her, but he wasn't about to let her off easy. Instead, he told her she had to do a favor for him now. From that point, the focus shifted to staying clean. With everyone paying attention to Hygiene, nobody was around to watch over Jean anymore. He decided to hand that job over to him as well. The girls stood there completely still. Fear held them in place, and none of them dared to say a word. Got a little closer, reminding the other guy about the photos he had saved up. He knew he had to step up his game this semester. If he did everything right, the photos would be gone for good by the end. That was the deal. Both of them nodded fast, making it obvious they understood. Nobody was supposed to know what happened. Everything that was just talked about had to stay between them, no matter what. None of the girls could remember what they talked about. One of them jumped in right away, saying they had no clue what had happened. This was just another part of the mission that Chairman Lee had given him. Back when she was younger, his daughter was always surrounded by friends. Ever since the bullying began, her friends slowly drifted away. One after another, they stopped hanging out with her, and she started finding herself alone more and more. She put up with everything by herself, just so her dad wouldn't get hurt and the company he started wouldn't fall apart. She felt like everything was just too much. Every problem, every responsibility, it all piled up until it was almost impossible for her to keep going. Lee stared ahead, his mind set. He was ready to give a gift, but not the kind anyone would want. He remembered the pain and loneliness his own daughter went through, and now he was determined to make feel that same emptiness. That day, the 2 girls started their new job. Jin noticed they weren't paying her any attention, so she gave small talk a shot. One of the guys pushed her hand aside, clearly not buying what she was doing. He wasn't fooled at all. Yesterday, they all got in trouble, and everyone knew who was to blame. While the rest of the group was left dealing with the fallout, he just took off without looking back. Now, the others had made up their minds. They weren't going to stick around him anymore, not after he bilated on them like that. Lost his cool in that moment. Yesterday, if things had been different, he probably would have been the one running away, just like anyone else. He couldn't believe his friend was actually ending things over something so small. It just didn't feel right, and he couldn't help but wonder how someone could be so cold. The whole thing left him confused and kind of hurt, like he didn't even recognize the person he used to call his friend. Still had those photos and everyone knew who took them. That was it, the end of the line. She left the classroom with tears streaming down her face, not even looking back as she pushed through the door. Everyone in the classroom was restless. Something big had just happened, and it had everyone's attention. Hygiene kept watching, barely moving, while cold sweat slid down her neck. She really wanted to walk away from school at that moment, but she knew if she did, her family's business would fall apart. She understood her dad pretty well. If it meant keeping the company safe, he wouldn't even think twice about sending her straight to Chairman Lee. She realized she was on her own now. With nobody else around to help, she had to figure things out by herself. Broke her arm just yesterday. Everyone figured she'd probably stay home and rest for at least a day. He started thinking about Hygiene and realized he should probably do something about it. Today seemed like a good time to sort things out and maybe come up with a plan. Before she had time to react, the classroom door suddenly swung open. A familiar voice cut through the silence, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Everyone in the room just stopped moving. Hygiene's face lost all its color, went right up to her desk, her smile looking so sharp it could slice through anything. Jean noticed someone new settling into the seat beside him. From that moment, it was clear they'd be neighbors in class. The new guy seemed pretty straightforward about it, just taking the spot and giving Jean a nod that said, "Let's try not to make this weird." Jean wasn't sure what to expect, but he figured he'd find out soon enough. Hygiene's stomach sank. Not even class could get her out of this one. walked into the room, and set her backpack down on the hygiene teacher's desk like it was no big deal. Inside the box, there was a small gift she'd left for him, something she'd picked out herself. Hygiene looked uncomfortable, his face tightening as something bothered him. The bag moved a little, leaned in, his voice low, giving the signal to open the box. He looked pretty excited, like he already knew what was inside and couldn't wait to see the reaction. The whole moment felt hyped up, like when someone tags you in a post and you have no clue what it is, but everyone else is already watching. Whatever was inside was sure it would be worth it. His eyes had this weird spark in them, the kind that made Hygiene's skin crawl. It was like something wasn't right, and just seeing that look sent a shiver down his spine. There was something inside the backpack. He could see something shifting. Just by looking at its face, Hygiene could tell something was off. It definitely didn't seem like good news. She lost it, backing away fast, her eyes wide and her whole body tense. Whatever that thing was, she wanted nothing to do with it. Stayed still, her expression completely unreadable. She decided to open it herself and hand it over to him, wanting to make sure he got it straight from her. She took her time and put her hand into the bag. He heard a quiet splash nearby, reached into the cooler and grabbed a live snow crab, holding it up with a grin like this was just another normal day for him. Everyone in the class stopped what they were doing. No one moved or made a sound, and even the usual whispers faded out. It was like time just paused for a second. Hygiene just stood there, not really sure what he was looking at. Someone actually brought a live crab to school. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Who does that? It was one of those moments where you just have to pause and wonder what's going on in people's heads. Always thought pets were the easiest way to make things better. Whenever things got tense, he'd just show up with a puppy or a kitten, and suddenly everyone was smiling again. It was like nobody could stay mad when there was something small and fluffy around. Never said much about it, but he knew that a pet could fix almost any problem. Hygiene just lost it. He couldn't believe anyone would call that thing a pet. He stared at the creature in front of him, realizing it was just a marine animal. As he watched, it hit him that what he was doing probably wasn't right. The guilt started to set in, knowing he was treating the animal badly. Tilted her head, kind of surprised by how little the other person knew. She thought about how important it was to stay clean, then remembered that crabs actually have no problem living on land. Listened, not impressed, as the conversation turned to animal cruelty. He couldn't help but scoff quietly to himself, thinking how strange it was to hear that coming from them. Hygiene just ignored it and moved on, leaned in, holding the crab's claw up for a better look. The creature listened to her and bit down, its grip getting really strong. Hygiene doubled over, clutching his side as pain shot through him. The claw squeezed down harder. For a couple of seconds, she just froze. Then she snapped out of it and quickly tossed the crab away. His friend just stared at him, looking like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tilted her head, thinking about how in English the word cancer actually means crab. The thought kind of caught her off guard, making her pause for a second. Back in ancient Greece, people noticed that some tumors looked a bit like crabs with the way they spread out. That's actually where the name came from. People sometimes say cancer pain feels kind of like getting pinched by a crab. Her voice suddenly got cold and serious. She brought up this weird idea, hinting that maybe a crab was actually behind why that girl jumped. It was the kind of thing that makes you stop and think, even if it sounded a bit out there. Hygiene stopped in his tracks. He wondered just how much she had figured out. Leaned in close, dropping a hint about the next game. He didn't have to say much. Everyone could tell from his grin that things were about to get interesting. The guys traded looks, already guessing what was coming. The teacher brought out a tiny crab and set it on the desk. He explained that it was going to test everyone's focus. If anyone lost concentration during class, the crab would give their thigh a quick pinch. Everyone shifted in their seats, suddenly a lot more alert, not wanting to be the first one caught off guard. The whole point of the experiment was to find out if someone could keep their cool while dealing with pain. Hygiene just looked at her, not really sure what to think. She seemed totally out there. He decided it was best to let the teacher know right away. Honestly, that crab didn't look like it was going to make it through even the first class. He watched, curious about what would happen next, waiting to see what kind of trouble was coming his way. Soon enough, it was time for class to start. Watched Hygiene closely, not missing a single thing he did. She pulled the crab closer, making sure it was clean. The little crab snapped its claw, making Hygiene jump back. He nearly lost it right there, trying hard not to let out a sound. She took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and got back on her feet. She went to the teacher and told on for messing with her, had grabbed a crab and used it to pinch her. The teacher frowned and looked right at her, his eyes wide and clear, not hiding anything. The teacher let out a long sigh and told everyone to drop the jokes about Hygiene. He wanted the class to settle down and take their seats, making it clear that nobody was laughing. Hygiene just stood there completely still. He was always the guy with perfect grades, but now it seemed like she didn't trust him at all. She got really mad and slammed her foot into his desk, sending it scraping across the floor. The kid pointed out her hands to the teacher. He stared at the weird thing scuttling across the sand, trying to figure out what he was actually looking at. It definitely wasn't a crab, even though it moved kind of like one. He leaned in a bit closer, curiosity taking over as he tried to guess what this strange creature could be. The teacher just stood there completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. For a second, it looked like he forgot where he was, just staring wide-eyed at the front of the classroom. The teacher took a deep breath, trying not to let his frustration show. He just told to handle things after class, outside the room, like it wasn't a big deal. After that, she called someone from hygiene to move the desk back to where it belonged. Once everything was in place again, she picked up the lesson and kept teaching like nothing happened. Hygiene just stood there, totally confused by what was happening. Nothing made sense, and he couldn't figure out what was going on around him. Glanced over at her, a sly grin spreading across his face. Before class even started, the academic director had already brought up situation in a meeting. Because Chairman Lee had given a big donation to the school, the teachers always went easy on his daughter if she ever got into trouble. Hygiene figured out that Lee had probably stepped in to help. That explained why the teachers were suddenly being so chill about everything. Moved the crab closer, holding it out so everyone could see. This time, Hygiene didn't even pause. He just stepped back right away. The guy backed up fast, raising his voice as he warned everyone to stay away. He looked tense, gripping the crab tightly, making it clear he wasn't messing around. Just gave a small smile. He looked like he was challenging the other guy, almost like he was saying, if you can bust that thing open with one hit, I'll leave you alone. It was clear he wasn't expecting much, but he was curious to see what would happen next. Hygiene didn't waste any time. She pulled back her fist, aiming straight at the crab, looking like she was about to bring it down hard. Just leaned back a little and let the punch swoosh right past him, like it was nothing. She hooked her legs around Hygiene, hanging on tight. He grabbed her and held her down, not letting her move. Hygiene could barely breathe as the pressure tightened around her chest, making it seem like her ribs might actually give out. Watched as his plan worked. The other guy could barely move, just like expected. Now, with a grin, got ready to mess with him a little more, thinking this was his chance to get back at him. She held out the crab, making sure its claws were facing up. There was no way for Hygiene to get out of the situation. Industrial crab claws pack a punch, squeezing with up to 10 kilograms of force. That might not sound like a lot at first, but the real deal is how much pressure they put on whatever they grab, all depending on how small the contact point is. Hygiene's pain back then was way worse than what you get from a regular clothespin, like at least 20 times more intense. The teacher heard the screams, but didn't turn around right away. Earlier that morning, the academic director laid out the rules. If caused any trouble in class, the worst that would happen was both students would get sent outside to kneel as punishment. The teacher, clearly irritated, told both of them to head outside and kneel with their hands up. Hygiene just stared, not really sure how things ended up like this. He was the one who got hurt, but somehow, he was the one getting in trouble too. It didn't make sense and he felt pretty frustrated. She watched Li Ming do his thing and just couldn't believe it. The guy seriously acted like he didn't care what everyone else thought, even with the whole internet ready to roast him. Jean glanced over at, waiting for him to put his hand up. Just sat there, not moving or doing anything, and Jean couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Couldn't help but smile. He watched the class rep, kind of confused about what she was saying, but he didn't let it bother him. He was actually taking care of it for real. Anyone looking at him could tell he wasn't joking around. He noticed the guy still had his hand up, even though nobody else was paying attention. It was kind of funny how he kept following the rules, even when there was no one around to check. Hygiene slowly let her arm drop back down. She barely had time to breathe before the crab grabbed her thigh again. He kept an eye out for any tricky questions while working through the problems. Staying clean and looking after himself was always on his mind, too. Both Little Crab and the narrator kept an eye on him, making sure he didn't get up to anything he shouldn't. He stepped forward, ready to handle things for the teacher. Everyone could tell he wasn't messing around. He'd take care of whatever needed to be done. Hygiene stopped in his tracks, suddenly overwhelmed. Tears started running down his face. A loud scream rang out and bounced off the walls, filling the whole hallway. Hygiene slammed the door behind him and walked out, leaving everyone else in the room staring after him. Smirked, his mind already racing with another sneaky plan. When Hygiene returned, things started to change. The guys noticed the difference right away. No more weird smells, and stuff just felt cleaner. It was easier to hang out without worrying about anything gross. Everyone seemed a little more relaxed, and nobody complained about the mess anymore. It was like a fresh start, and even though no one said anything out loud, you could tell everyone appreciated it. All around her, the other students started making faces and quickly covered their noses, clearly trying not to breathe in whatever awful smell had hit the room. Her school bag was packed with tiny crabs, the little guys crawling around inside like they owned the place. But the thing that really hit her the hardest was seeing her boyfriend's birthday wallet ruined, along with everything else. Hygiene's hands clenched tight and his whole body shook. Anger burned in his eyes, and it was obvious he was struggling to keep it together. Looked at everyone, her voice steady but cold. She made it clear that they were standing at Little Crab's funeral, and nobody could miss how serious the moment was. He spent a while trying to figure out the best way to hide it. In the end, he figured the best spot for for the ashes was the old backpack. It was the same one that always got tossed around and dragged everywhere, practically part of the crew during all those adventures. Now, it felt right that it would hold something important one last time. There is no script text provided to rewrite, only the sentence, "What do you think?" and an empty JSON. Since the original sentence is "What do you think?" and the instructions are to rewrite it as third-person narrative for a young, male audience, here's the rewritten narration. He wondered what everyone else would say about this. Hygiene's whole body trembled. She was so mad words wouldn't even come out. His lips pulled into a small smirk. For him, this was just getting started. Next up was the real challenge, his stepdad's idea of dinner, which always felt more like a test than a meal. Paused for a second, checking out the work she'd just finished. Hygiene didn't even hesitate. She just grabbed the crab and smashed it right into her own face. People always said crab guts were packed with stuff that was supposed to be good for your skin. He remembered that as he looked down at the messy pile in front of him. Since he was the one who actually liked the taste, everyone seemed happy to let him have all of it. Before she could finish what she was saying, moved fast and grabbed Hygiene's arm. Without warning, she grabbed her and slammed her right into the blackboard. He raised his fist up high. Hygiene watched with wide eyes, frozen in fear. Swung his fist and hit the board right behind her. Thin cracks started showing up all over, stretching out in every direction like lines on a broken phone screen. Lost his patience. He shot a sharp look, clearly annoyed, making it obvious he thought someone needed to chill out and get their act together. He couldn't figure out why this guy kept acting like he wanted to get knocked out. It was almost like he was asking for trouble, always stepping up and making things tense. The whole situation was getting on his nerves, and he just wished the other guy would stop pushing his buttons. Hygiene let out a rough laugh, the kind that showed he'd already given up on trying to please anyone. No matter what he did, it seemed like someone always had a problem with him. It was almost like people were just waiting for him to slip up. So this time, he figured he might as well give them something real to talk about. His expression turned serious. He looked like he was getting ready for whatever was about to happen next. He stared ahead, quietly promising himself that one day, he'd get his payback. No matter how long it took, he wanted them to see just how much they'd hurt him. She shot a quick, icy look at everyone else in the room. Whenever the teacher brought up the mess on the blackboard, everyone just pointed to Hygiene. It was like an inside joke in class. Hygiene always got blamed, and nobody really questioned it. She spun around and left the room, her steps quick and loud as the door clicked shut behind her. Hygiene just stopped in his tracks, not moving at all for a moment. He suddenly started laughing really loud, and it sounded weird, almost like a pig snorting. She's nervous now. Guess Chairman Lee already told her not to mess around with anything illegal, so she keeps thinking about that warning. She keeps messing around at school, and it's starting to catch up with her. Every time she acts out, she just makes things harder for herself. People notice, and it's not really helping her situation at all. He figured if the guy wanted to handle things right here, that was fine by him. Honestly, it probably meant he was safer now than before. This was his last shot. If he wanted to turn things around, it had to be now. In the end, it was all about who would come out on top, outsmarting the others and proving themselves. When the bell finally rang, Hygiene noticed a wave of relief wash over her, something she hadn't felt in ages. She just needed to catch being a jerk on camera and show everyone she knew Chairman Lee. If she pulled that off, both of them would be done for. Bae's grandmother actually ran a big media company. Once the press jumped in, everyone watched to see how Lee would handle the chaos. But right when she started to enjoy her small win, things took a turn. She noticed someone she recognized. She glanced around, double-checking to see if what she saw was really there. Out of nowhere, she took off and sprinted right at the guy. Her boyfriend had just shown up. She noticed him standing there and tried to play it cool, acting like it was no big deal he showed up. Inside, though, she was kind of thrown off by seeing him in that spot. He noticed the bruise on her face right away. She brushed it off, saying it was no big deal and blamed it on tripping, then quickly tried to talk about something else. His face turned serious. He wanted to know what was really going on, wondering if the guy in front of him was actually trouble. Hygiene just stopped in his tracks. It hit him. Someone out there was spreading these rumors. His friend's little sister happened to go to the same school as the guy standing in front of him. The boyfriend stood there, looking pretty serious as he said it, not really showing any emotion. Word was going around about a group of girls who were always stirring up trouble. Rumors started spreading, and somehow his name got mixed up in it. People began to whisper, saying he was part of that wild group, even though he wasn't sure how it happened. He just stared, waiting to see what the other guy would do next. The room felt tense, and it was pretty clear everyone was expecting an answer. Hygiene just sat there quietly, not thinking about anything. Her mind was totally empty. He started getting louder, his frustration clear. He couldn't stand troublemakers, and now people were talking about his girlfriend making someone eat a cigarette at school. The rumors were messing with his head, and he couldn't help but get upset. He stared at the other person, waiting for some kind of answer. His mind raced, hoping to hear anything that would prove things weren't as bad as they seemed. He just wanted reassurance, something to grab onto that would make everything feel okay again. But the silence hung in the air, heavier with each second. Hygiene tightened her fists, trying to stay calm. She tried to keep it together, but her voice shook as she started acting like everything was fine. Deep down, she knew none of it was true, just stuff people made up. As she pulled off her jacket, everyone could see the bruises covering her arms. She wanted them to believe that getting picked on was the only thing going on. His face changed right away. He wrapped his arms around her, holding on tight while his words came out soft and quick, saying sorry again and again. Right now, she'd pulled it off. He hadn't caught on yet. Deep down, she was angry. The rumors were getting around way quicker than she thought they would. She knew she had to figure something out, and soon. Guys like him, good-looking and actually paying attention, aren't exactly everywhere. She started thinking that if things actually ended between them, she wouldn't let just walk away. In her head, she figured she'd deal with him first, then herself. Was up in a tree, quietly checking out everything that was happening below. The whole time, he stayed hidden, making sure no one noticed him as he watched the scene unfold. Hygiene grabbed her boyfriend and led him straight to a KTV. He didn't really know what to expect, but she seemed excited, so he just followed along. After spending some close time together, he finally decided to say something. Now that he knew what was really going on, he wasn't about to just stand around and let the bullying keep happening. Hygiene looked uneasy. He knew those bullies had some serious people supporting them. He hoped his friends would just stay out of it. The last thing he wanted was for them to get caught up in his mess. He already had a plan in mind, but before he could make any moves, he needed them to trust him completely. No matter what people might say or what rumors started flying around, he wanted them to stick by him. He nodded right away. Somewhere else, Chairman Lee sat quietly, remembering his wife and daughter who had passed away. The memories played in his mind, and for a while he just let himself think about the times they'd spent together. He remembered all the small moments he had shared with his kid. Every laugh, every game, and those quiet times just hanging out. Everything played back in his mind like short videos he couldn't forget. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his eyes lost their usual spark. He decided he wasn't just going to let this slide. After everything that happened, he wanted to make sure the ones responsible got what was coming to them. No way he'd just sit back and let them off easy, not after all the pain they caused. He was determined to show everyone that hell wasn't just some story. He wanted them to see for themselves that it actually existed. Right then, showed up with the department head. They had some new info to share. Turns out, Hygiene's boyfriend was the older guy from the tennis team. He was basically the guy everyone noticed at school. Good grades, always at the top, and crazy athletic. He could never make up his mind. Whenever someone gave their opinion, he'd end up second-guessing himself and just go along with what they said. He'd been going out with Hygiene for about 2.5 years. They first met at a game a couple years back. Since Hygiene couldn't go to the sports school like she wanted, she started leaning on him more. He became the person she counted on whenever things got tough. Chairman Lee looked confused, trying to figure out why he was being brought up in the whole revenge plan. He really didn't see how any of this was connected to him, and the whole situation just left him wondering what was going on. His grin got bigger. He knew he was the one who could mess with Hygiene's comfort and throw things off. The mission has a name, NTR. Lee got curious, so he decided to try and take her boyfriend for himself. Had caught wind of something unusual. He'd heard rumors about a new dish being made, one that was so intense it could actually kill one of the 2 people who tried it. The idea stuck in his mind, weird and kind of dark, making him wonder what kind of person would even come up with something like that. He wasn't about to just sit around and do nothing while he waited. He decided to kick things off with a wild NTR drama, planning every detail to make sure it would grab everyone's attention. He wanted it to be something people couldn't stop watching, a real show that would get everyone talking. Lee didn't waste any time. He nodded and told to kick off the NTR plan right away. The next day, Hygiene and her boyfriend headed out together for some shopping. Both of them looked pretty happy as they walked through the stores, checking out stuff and enjoying each other's company. It was just a chill day, and you could tell they were having a good time wandering around and picking out things they liked. Right as they were about to go their separate ways, he circled back to the whole bullying thing. It was clear he was still worried about it, especially about whether his dad had been told. The question just hung there, making things feel a bit tense before they left. She hesitated, not wanting her dad to get concerned. He seemed to have everything going for him, but the way he always tried to protect everyone started to get in the way. If things kept going like this, people were bound to find out what was really happening. But way more important than any of that, she knew she had to keep this from her dad. He never really liked being around people, and if he found out, things would get way more complicated. Hygiene didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he switched topics fast. He remembered he had to go for a tutoring session. The next time they crossed paths, he planned to help him chill out for real. His cheeks turned red. After she walked away, he sat there there feeling guilty. He couldn't believe he'd ever questioned his girlfriend, especially since she'd always been so caring. She knew she couldn't just stand by and watch the bullying happen. Letting it slide wasn't an option, not for her. Someone called his name from behind. He snapped to attention, ready to react. The man looked over and just froze. Something about what he saw caught him off guard, leaving him standing there, not sure what to do next. It was almost like something unreal had happened, the way she showed up. The whole room just seemed to change, and for a second everyone just watched her, kind of frozen. It was one of those moments that sticks with you, even after it's over. He snapped out of it and pushed the weird idea away, not letting himself get distracted. Walked up with a grin, looking pretty relaxed. He introduced himself as someone from hygiene's class, and mentioned that he'd already heard some things about the person in front of him. Stared ahead, clearly confused. Couldn't help but smirk. She knew most people would probably wonder about hygiene's past. That thought alone gave her the perfect excuse to go ahead and kick off her NTR plan for real. Shin's mood flipped as soon as he realized who was. It hit him that was the guy who had messed with hygiene, and anger just took over. All that frustration he'd been holding back boiled up, and anyone watching could see he was ready to do something about it. Acted like he was hurt, but in reality, he wasn't the one who had been picked on. She just pointed at the marks on her face like it was no big deal. Shun remembered all the warnings about this guy, so he wasn't fooled for a second. He just watched, thinking it was pretty bold for someone like that to show up and try to cause trouble. He stepped up, not backing down for a second. As her boyfriend, he figured it was his job to make things right. He looked determined, ready to stand his ground and make sure the other guy knew there would be consequences. He turned around and headed off, not looking back. Froze for a second. The department head had basically just called him out for not making up his mind. If Billionaire now, everything they'd worked on would fall apart. She acted fast, not really thinking it through. She just admitted it. Yeah, she had been one of the bullies. The boyfriend froze when he heard what she said. He was the one behind those tiny doodles on hygiene's legs. Shun lost his temper and shoved hard, pinning her against the wall. He stared at the other person, his eyes narrowing. Tension hung in the air as he tried to figure out what the guy wanted from him. It was clear he wasn't in the mood for games. Shrugged it off, not making a big deal out of it. He just wanted to talk. He figured that even if someone left right now, he'd still keep drawing on hygiene's legs. For him, making art didn't stop just because people weren't around to see it. She knew she couldn't really argue, so she just nodded and went along with it. Getting a warning was one thing, but it was clear that next time, she wouldn't get off so easy. Couldn't help himself. He grinned, the kind of smile that shows he was definitely up to something. After trying some dessert, she said sorry, explaining that she only said those things earlier to push him into opening up. Shin wasn't convinced at all and kept pushing. He wanted to know what it would really take for someone to stop messing with hygiene. His face changed, and he got real serious. Hearing that someone's boyfriend of 2 years might be a troublemaker would throw anyone off, and knew he'd probably feel the same way in that situation. She didn't wait for him to answer. Even though he clearly wasn't interested, she just started talking, determined to get her story out. Back when he escaped from the north, everything felt uncertain. He didn't have anyone or anywhere to go, but his stepdad stepped up, bringing him into the family and showing him care he hadn't really known before. Every night he lies awake, missing his daughter more than anything. The sadness hits hardest when the world goes quiet, and no matter what he does to distract himself, he can't shake that empty spot where she should be. The reason he lost everything was because of hygiene, the girl he cared about most. Shun couldn't take it anymore. Something inside him just broke and he lost his cool. People sitting in the cafe glanced up, curious about what was going on. Gave him a look that made it clear he wasn't impressed with how he was acting. He knew he had to watch his step. If he messed up now, he'd be out the door before he even got a chance to finish his milkshake. Shun stared at them, his face serious and kind of distant. He wanted to know if they had any evidence, not letting any emotion slip through. His lips curved up just a little, almost like he was trying not to let anyone notice he was happy. She slipped her hand into her pocket. She gave him a small piece of paper. His stepdad had gone through a lot to get the real court verdict. It hadn't been easy or cheap, but now he had the official paper in his hands. The page clearly showed all the defendants' info, easy to read. Anyone checking it out could see everything they needed without any trouble. One of the people behind it is actually his girlfriend. He looked at the paper and his face went red. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He looked at the paper and realized he could probably make something like that on his own. It didn't seem that hard, and the more he thought about it, the more he figured nobody would really notice if he did. Stayed calm, not moving an inch. She already knew he'd react that way. She grabbed her tablet and went straight to the court's website. Hygiene's name stood out on the list, easy to spot for anyone paying attention. Shin spotted the Photoshop job right away. Stayed cool and pointed out that this was the court's real website. He let the others know they could just pull out their phones and see for themselves if they had any doubts. Shun stood there, barely holding it together. His thoughts raced as he tried to convince himself that it was just someone else with the same name. Deep down, though, doubt lingered, and he struggled to believe what was happening. He freaked out and nearly grabbed his phone to call hygiene. At that moment, everything just stopped for him. stepped in fast and blocked him. He could tell the guy wasn't really thinking things through. He knew that if he called her now, he'd just end up getting pulled in even more. He realized he'd have to rely on force this time. She turned her hands slightly, just enough to make things happen. She snapped his phone right down the middle, breaking it into 2 pieces. She lost her balance and ended up taking a step back, nearly tripping. Suddenly, everyone in the cafe stopped talking. It got so quiet, you could hear someone drop their phone. Shin looked down at his broken phone, not saying a word. He just stood there, trying to process what happened. The screen was cracked, and it felt like everything had stopped for a second. He picked up his phone and yelled at it, not really caring who heard him. Shouted after them, worried about his chocolate milkshake. Just like they expected, the owner lost it and yelled at the 2 of them to leave. They both stopped right at the doorway, not moving an inch. Looked over and shrugged, almost like buying new phones was no big deal for him. But then he got real for a second, kind of hinting that maybe the bigger issue was if someone had started to question their own hygiene. It wasn't really about the phones anymore. It was more about wondering if something else was up. He didn't say anything. His voice got serious. He told the other guy to meet him behind the high school at 4 p.m. tomorrow. He wanted to be trusted just this one time. Deep down, he knew that if someone gave him a chance, they'd finally see what hygiene was really about. It wasn't all talk or rumors. There was something hidden beneath the surface, something most people never noticed. All he needed was that one shot to reveal the truth. Hygiene just sat there, confused about why her boyfriend of 2 years was acting so distant. She kept replaying everything in her head, trying to figure out what changed. It didn't make sense to her, and the more she thought about it, the more it bugged her. He noticed that after all this time, she still hadn't messaged him back, not even once today. He had no idea what he was doing. This was all new territory for him, and he just tried to figure things out as he went. Barely said a word all day, which was weird for him. Usually he'd crack jokes or at least have something to say, but today he just kept to himself. Everything lined up almost too well, and she couldn't help but wonder if it was all just random luck, or if she was making it a bigger deal in her head than it really was. The next second, snapped her head around. Hygiene froze in place, completely caught off guard. She tried to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. At least with chilling out for once, she could actually focus on her studying without any distractions. His lips curled up again, that sly smile showing up just like before. At lunch, Songjin sat by himself, quietly eating his food. Out of nowhere, some rice smacked her right in the face. Right after that, someone tossed the leftovers too. The 3 girls who did it just stood there, their faces totally blank, like nothing had happened at all. Jin stopped in her tracks, her eyes going dull as hopelessness settled in. One of the delinquents looked at him with a smirk, almost amused. He pointed out that it was just his first day after the breakup, and at least he still had something decent to eat. She told Jin to go to the garbage dump because was waiting to meet him there. His whole body shook, but she did what she was told. Tears ran down her face as she walked away. She walked in and glanced up, spotting Alone up on the rooftop. She looked up, trying to figure out how she even ended up all the way up there. It didn't really make sense, and she just stood there for a second, eyebrows scrunched, searching her memory for anything that could explain it. The whole thing felt kind of random, and she found herself biting her lip, still stuck on how it happened. Noticed her and saw that she leaned in a bit, like she was getting ready to say something or wanted to make sure he was paying attention. He touched down smoothly, almost like he'd practiced that move 100 times. It looked straight out of an action clip, but he made it seem easy, barely making a sound as he hit the ground. Froze, her breath catching as her hands shook a little. Looked at the guy in front of him, almost amused. He hadn't even done anything serious yet, but the other guy was already freaking out. Just stood there, calm and a little smug, like he was in total control. He had something up his sleeve that he thought might actually help the guy out, and he was ready to share it if the guy was willing to listen. Jin stepped back, fear creeping in as he started to wonder if finding peace meant something as serious as dying. Let out a long sigh, clearly annoyed. He wanted things done his way, making it obvious he expected others to listen if they wanted him off their backs. Jin stopped dead in his tracks. He couldn't move at all, like his body just locked up out of nowhere. She stood there, hands shaking a little but clearly pumped up, trying to pull herself together as she promised she'd get the job done. But just as she started to feel good, it all changed in an instant. Stayed chill and told him to go mess with hygiene, pretty much knowing he'd end up getting wrecked. Jin's face went pale. She couldn't believe what she'd just heard, so she checked again, hoping she'd gotten it wrong. Stuck with his answer, not budging at all. Barely got the words out before Jin shook her head and shut him down. To her, what he was suggesting sounded just as hopeless as giving up completely. When she finally snaps, it's like something switches off in her head. Suddenly, she's not the same person anymore. Her eyes go wild, and she stops caring about anything or anyone around her. It's almost scary to watch, like she's in her own world and nothing else matters. His voice dropped cold and sharp. He stared hard, trying to figure out if someone really thought she was actually worse than him. The tension in the room grew stronger, and it was clear he wasn't just joking around. Jin looked like he was about to lose it. You could tell everything was just getting too much for him, and it showed on his face. Reached out and lightly ran his hand along her neck. The man stood over the dog, making it clear who was in control. He believed dogs were meant to listen, no questions asked. If this dog messed up again, he'd make sure it understood what it really meant to be on its own. The deal was done, and now it was just about following orders. Jin nodded at last, let go of her hand. Jin suddenly dropped to the ground, hitting the floor hard. Couldn't help but grin to himself. Dogs were supposed to be loyal, but this one wasn't acting like it. He leaned back, ready to see what would happen next, pretty curious about how things would play out. Once walked away, Moon Jin's scream cut through the quiet night, loud enough that anyone nearby would heard it. When it was time, Min walked up to the back gate of the school. He wasn't late or early, just there when he was supposed to be. He still couldn't shake off the guilt about not keeping things clean. He knew he had to get to the bottom of things. If it turned out she really needed help, he was ready to step up and figure out how to get her out. While he was deep in his own thoughts, walked up behind him. Honestly, he hadn't expected to see him there. He led the way, already knowing the best place to catch everything. Without hesitating, he motioned for the others to follow, confident they'd have the best view there. He knew he couldn't avoid it any longer. The truth was right there, waiting for him, and deep down, he understood it was time to deal with whatever came next. Shin's whole body went stiff. The school bell echoed through the halls, signaling the end of class. Students rushed out of their classrooms, filling the hallways with noise and energy. Some were laughing, others just eager to get to their next class or catch up with friends. The place suddenly felt way more alive, everyone moving at once like the day had really started. From the rooftop, the two guys leaned over the edge and checked out everything going on below. The city looked smaller from up there, with cars and people moving around like pieces on a game board. The wind was stronger, making their hair flap around, but it was kind of cool seeing the world from that high up. Couldn't help but grin. He knew something was about to go down, and honestly, he looked like he was ready for it. The energy in the room started to shift, almost like he was waiting for the main event to kick off. Shen's face scrunched up as he spotted something strange in the other person's hand. He stared at it, trying to figure out what it was, his curiosity kicking in right away. He had his camcorder ready, the good one he picked out just for moments like this. He could tell right away that it was a camera. It wasn't hard to spot, and he wasn't clueless about stuff like this. He didn't really get why he had to be there in person when everything was already on video. Watching the recording would made way more sense to him, and he couldn't help but wonder why they didn't just send it to his phone. Cut him off with a quick motion, pointing down before he could get another word out. Hygiene showed up, just like everyone expected. Shin was just going about his day, completely unaware that everything was about to change. Jean stood there, eyebrows pulled together, not really sure why Jean had asked him to come out. He glanced around, waiting for an explanation, a little confused about what was going on. After finishing things with, he planned to turn his attention to the next person in line. The anticipation was obvious, almost like he was enjoying the wait, ready for whatever came next. Suddenly Jin spun around. She clenched her fist, ready to stand her ground. He glared at her, clearly annoyed and ready for a fight. He wasn't backing down, practically daring her to face him alone if she really thought she was tough. The tension in the air was obvious. He wanted to settle things right then and there. Stopped in his tracks. He couldn't move, just standing there as everything around him seemed to blur out. It was like his brain hit pause for a second, and he didn't know what to do next. Tried to hold it in, but he almost started laughing right there. Hygiene just stood there, not really sure what to think. Everything around her seemed to stop for a second, and she couldn't quite process what was happening. Her forehead veins stood out as anger took over. But as she kept thinking about it, something just didn't seem right. Jin's actions today weren't random. He thought it all out ahead of time. She whipped her head around and stared up at the rooftop. He looked, but there was nothing there. Moved quickly. She was already tucked out of sight, not making a sound. But Hygiene couldn't shake the sense that something was off. She knew right away she had to move, just bolt out of there as quick as possible. Every part of her was telling her not to stick around, so she didn't waste any time thinking about it. She spun around and walked away. Jin was surprised when Hygiene actually pushed forward instead of hesitating. For a moment she relaxed, thinking she'd just avoided a close call. She glanced up at the rooftop, scanning the edge like she was searching for something or someone. Stared down at her, his eyes burning with anger. It was the kind of look that made her freeze, like he'd lost all patience and was about to snap. Jin's heart pounded as she searched for any way out, even if it was dangerous. She knew she needed to push Hygiene past its limits, no matter what it took. She pushed herself to think, even though her mind felt slow and heavy, like it hadn't been used in a while. Out of nowhere, something wild clicked in her mind. She clenched her jaw, glaring at him with pure anger. Her whole body tensed up, and it was clear she blamed him for everything that had happened. Hygiene stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes getting sharper as he tried to figure out what was going on. Chairman Lee's daughter didn't take her own life. He pulled her up to the rooftop, not letting her go. In the end, he made her jump. That's how he became the one responsible for what happened. Right then, Hygiene froze, and honestly, he wasn't the only one. Couldn't help but feel confused. He started to wonder if death really was what everyone thought, or if something else was going on. Hygiene lost his cool. He couldn't believe what he just heard, and it got under his skin. again. Jin could tell she'd gotten under his skin. Not letting up, she pushed him even harder, making it clear he should just go turn himself in to the cops. In the blink of an eye, Hygiene's kick knocked her off her feet and sent her flying a few meters back. Hygiene didn't let up. She charged ahead and drove her foot hard into Jin's stomach, not giving him a second to catch his breath. Nearly passed out right then and there. Up on the rooftop, Shin just stood there, not moving at all. It was like his whole body forgot how to work. Now, Hygiene wasn't some harmless thing in his eyes. It seemed more like trouble that kept coming back. Hygiene stood there, not even trying to hide what she'd done. She just owned up to it like it was no big deal. She looked straight at them, almost daring anyone to challenge her, and made it clear she wasn't bothered about being called a murderer. The whole room got tense, like everyone was holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Moon Jin really wanted everyone to know it wasn't her fault. She wished she could just say that made her do it. Right as she was about to say something, Hygiene suddenly pushed a curling iron right into her mouth. He stared at the other guy, annoyed by how much trouble his words always caused. He just wanted things to quiet down, to finally get some peace. If only he could stop him from running his mouth, then maybe things would settle and life would be way less stressful. He threw a punch, putting all his anger behind it. Everyone could finally see what Hygiene really looked like. Shin just stood there completely still. It was like his whole body stopped working for a second. He stared at the woman in front of him and realized she didn't look anything like his girlfriend. Her face was twisted and strange, almost scary, like something out of a nightmare. A sharp crack rang out, and it felt like his chest caved in. 2 years together, and now he couldn't help but wonder if any of it had ever meant anything. Hygiene grabbed Jean by the arm, making it clear things were serious. Jean was out, no second chances, just expelled, plain and simple. He stared with a cold glare that said he meant business. The threat hung heavy in the air, making it clear he wasn't messing around. Anyone watching could tell he was dead serious, and there was no way he'd let things slide if they crossed paths again. She let go. Before Jin could even land, Jin swung in with another hard kick while Jin was still in the air. Jin's body suddenly gave out, and he dropped to the floor without moving. He watched as Hygiene turned and walked off, leaving him standing there. Shen stared, totally thrown off. He saw someone he thought he knew, but she looked nothing like the girl he used to care about. His mind raced, trying to process if this could really be her. Couldn't stop smiling. Jean had really come through, grabbing some wild footage that was about to blow up their feed. She looked pretty entertained, licking her lips just a little. In her mind, this video was going to be the big moment everyone remembered from their last meal together. Shun dropped to the ground, totally wiped out. He heard the words and couldn't believe what he was hearing. The idea of someone being a murderer or even jumping off the rooftop hit him hard. It was tough to process, and he stood there trying to make sense of it all. He started to wonder if he'd really been dating a demon this whole time. All those 2 years together suddenly felt fake, like everything he thought he knew was just a lie. Was caught off guard by how easily the guy seemed to break down. Maybe this is just how anyone would react after finding out the truth. He wondered if his plan had actually worked or just flopped. After all, he hadn't even gotten close to winning the guy over. If this ended up as a failure, the department head would definitely be cracking up, probably telling everyone about it later. He looked at the guy in front of him and knew he couldn't just walk away. The thought of leaving things like this bugged him, so he decided he had to figure out some way to fix it before the day was over. She looked at Shun, noticing how beat up he was, found himself getting uneasy. He wondered how anyone was supposed to win over a guy who just had his whole world fall apart. Cheap tricks just never worked on someone that genuine. If anyone tried, it usually ended up making them look bad instead. Stood there thinking about what to do next. While she was lost in thought, Shun broke the silence and asked if this was what she wanted. He wondered if watching him struggle actually made the other person happy. Just stood there not saying anything. He didn't know what to do or how to react, so he kept quiet, trying to process everything. She slipped off her jacket and gently placed it over his shoulders, hoping he'd feel a little warmer. His eyes started to water again, even though he tried to hide it. He wiped his face with his sleeve, hoping no one would notice, but it was obvious. Even with everyone around, he felt stuck, not sure what to do with all the emotions piling up inside. He glanced over at her, noticing she didn't show any emotion on her face. Dropped down next to him, settling in quietly. His sister had taken her own life on that very rooftop. He never really saw himself as family, but he just couldn't leave someone looking that down and alone. Watching someone sit by themselves like that hit him in a way he couldn't ignore. He felt bad for getting his friend involved in his own problems. This whole thing had started because he wanted payback, but now someone else was caught up in it. He couldn't help thinking about how things might have been easier if he'd handled it all himself. He realized that no matter what he did, things wouldn't have turned out differently. If he just kept his distance, the other guy would still ended up getting hurt. He wished the other person could understand he never wanted anything bad to happen. If there was a way to show it, he would. He hoped his actions would prove he never meant to hurt anyone. He realized he was the reason for her pain, so he knew he had to step up and make things right. He wanted to share a story, hoping it might help take some of the weight off your chest. Thought back to when he was a kid. Life was good then, and he remembered being pretty happy. Back then his dad was calm and caring. He remembered someone who looked out for him, just like his stepdad does these days. He had no idea the guy was actually a military scientist from North Korea. One day at the lab, they were short on people to test a new drug. When he noticed his own daughter fit exactly what they needed, he didn't think twice. He set her up for the experiment himself. He wanted his bosses to notice him so badly that he was ready to throw me under the bus if that's what it took. He was just 10 years old. They stuck needles in his arm and pumped in weird new drugs, stuff he'd never even heard of before. Those 3 years were rough. Every day felt endless and heavy, like he was just dragging himself through. At some point, he stopped noticing the pain and just kept going, not really caring about anything except making it to the next day. Even now, whenever he squeezes his fist and holds it for about 10 seconds, the memory comes back. Black scars looking like veins started showing up on the backs of his hands. Shin just stood there, frozen. Thinking back on everything she'd been through, he realized his own struggles seemed tiny in comparison. Gave a small smile. Not long ago, it seemed like the guy couldn't stand him, but now he just looked at with this odd, almost sympathetic expression. Could tell the guy meant well, even if things had been rough between them. His cheeks turned bright red. He'd been through that kind of betrayal before, too, so he understood what it was like. He always looked up to his dad, thinking he was the kind of guy everyone should respect. But the day he found out his father wasn't who he thought he was, it hit him hard. It was like everything he believed just fell apart, and he didn't know what to trust anymore. He really believed everything was ruined for him. He managed to get out and made his way to South Korea. He remembered the day he met his stepdad, the guy who ended up taking him in. He finally felt okay grabbing a chocolate milkshake, not stressing about it like before. Shen noticed her smile, and right away, his heartbeat picked up, even when it seems like everything around him is breaking down. Sometimes pushing ahead takes guts, but it's worth it. When a guy keeps going, no matter how tough things get, he ends up discovering stuff he never expected. New places, new chances. They start to show up, almost like the world's been waiting for him to catch up. Her words landed hard, almost knocking the air out of him. Deep down, he could sense something shifting, like the start of something new he couldn't quite explain. She smiled, almost like she was in on some inside joke. Using someone else to get over an ex just seemed way too typical to her. At first, she had wanted to mess things up for hygiene by stealing her boyfriend, just to see her reaction. But after looking at how genuine and clueless he was, she realized she couldn't go through with it. He honestly just wanted things to go well for her. Deep down, he wished she'd find someone way better than hygiene, someone who'd treat her right and make her happy for real. Was heading for the door, ready to head out, when Shun called her name from behind. Had planned everything from the start. He knew that if he wanted to get to a guy who always tried to do the right thing, pulling the whole sad story move was the way to go. Glanced back, checking to see if there was anything else he could help with. Shin looked at him with a straight face, reminding him that he still hadn't paid him back for the phone. He pointed out how a school jacket wasn't going to magically fix that. He remembered the promise to get a new phone, so heading to the mall was the plan. The place was packed with all kinds of date spots, which made things a bit awkward but also kind of interesting. He remembered the idea that girls sometimes hang out with someone new to get over someone else. He decided he'd help her move on from her heartbreak, and in return, she'd help him see their plan through to the finish. Both of them needed something from each other, so teaming up just made sense. Stopped for a second. A small smile started to show on her face. She looked ready, almost excited, like she couldn't wait any longer to head out for their date. When handed him the latest phone, Shun could barely believe it. His chest felt warm, and he tried not to smile too much, but it was obvious he was really happy. Moments like this didn't happen often, so he wanted to remember it. Looked over, trying to figure out if his friend was actually as happy as he seemed. He wondered if there was something real behind that big smile, or if it was just for show. Now that he finally had his new phone, it felt like the real start of their day together. Shin looked around the busy mall, wondering where they'd kick things off. He was ready to get started, waiting for some kind of sign or idea from his friend about which store to hit up first. Had already figured out where they'd end up, but he wanted to let his friend decide where they should start. There was a plan in his head, but he was cool with letting the other guy pick the first stop. Shin couldn't hide his excitement. He motioned for the others to follow, ready to show them a good time. He wanted everyone to just go for it and promised that today was going to be one they'd actually like. Sat in a cozy restaurant, grinning as he checked out the dishes in front of him. They were plated really nicely, and he couldn't help but feel a little impressed. What really made her day was seeing Shun taking photos for her, paying close attention to get the best shots. After they finished eating, the group made their way to a karaoke booth. Everyone seemed pretty hyped, looking forward to some fun and maybe a bit of friendly competition. The energy was chill but upbeat, with a few guys already scrolling through song lists on their phones, ready to show off their voices or just have a laugh. really got into the song, putting his heart into every word as he sang. Shin's expression said it all. He actually looked kind of impressed. It was pretty clear her singing sounded way better than anyone expected. Even the scoring system backed him up. He had nailed a perfect score, and it was right there for everyone to see. Shin's hands smacked together, his eyes lighting up as he got caught up in the moment. Next, they headed over to the photo booth, one of those places everyone goes to at least once. It was that spot you always see on people's feeds, kind of a must-do for anyone hanging out with someone special. The group started messing around, trying out different goofy poses for the camera. Each time he fired, the shots landed nearer, closing the gap bit by bit. They headed over to the amusement park, ready for a good time. The place was packed, lights everywhere, and the sound of people laughing filled the air. Just walking through the entrance felt exciting, with all the rides and food stands waiting for them. He held on tight as the disco spinner whipped him around, the lights flashing and music pounding in his ears. His stomach flipped a little with every turn, but he stayed focused, determined not to let go even when the ride spun faster. All around him, other riders were laughing and shouting, but he kept his eyes ahead, just waiting for the wild ride to slow down. The staff, always up to something, started messing around behind the scenes. They couldn't help but poke fun at each other, making jokes and causing a bit of chaos wherever they went. It was just another day for them, finding ways to keep things interesting and never missing a chance to get a laugh out of their friends. He pushed the controls all the way up, not holding back at all. Shot up into the air and just hung there above for what felt like forever, about 2.5 seconds. She jumped and landed straight into his arms. He almost couldn't hold back the way he reacted. Looked over at him, catching his attention. He looked up at them with a face so sweet anyone would have a hard time saying no. Shin just couldn't help it. His heart started racing every time he saw her. It wasn't something he planned or even noticed at first, but now it was obvious. Every little thing she did caught his attention, and suddenly everything reminded him of her. As the day started winding down, shot a quick grin, the kind that meant he was ready for whatever came next. He glanced at the time, almost out. Without wasting a second, he signaled that it was time to move on, ready to see where the day would end. Shin's face brightened as excitement took over. Just gave a small, quiet smile. He knew things were about to get interesting. At the same time, inside a crammed school classroom, the teacher stood at the front of the classroom, really getting into the lesson about equations. He moved his hands a lot and looked excited, trying to make everyone understand how it all worked. Most of the students watched him, some trying to keep up, others just hoping class would end soon. Hygiene just couldn't concentrate. Shin still hadn't answered her messages, and she kept wondering if something was wrong. Right then, the teacher called out her name, catching her off guard. Last time, Hygiene was on top, taking first place without breaking a sweat. But now, it looked like he was starting to fall behind, not putting in the same effort as before. People noticed, and some started to wonder what was going on with him. She wanted to push back, but deep down, she realized he had a point. Right now, she needed to pull herself together and clean up the mess had made. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Her heart sped up. She wondered if the message was from. When she opened it up, she just stopped. The message was from. He checked his phone and saw a message telling him to look outside. She quickly turned her head, caught off guard. Was waiting outside. He waved with a big smile, acting like everything was totally normal. He blinked a couple of times, trying to figure out if his mind was just playing tricks on him because of all the stress. Shun showed up next to before she even realized what was happening. Hygiene's eyes went wide and she jumped out of her seat. She couldn't stop shaking. Her hands, her legs, even her voice. It was like her nerves just wouldn't chill. The teacher stared, eyebrows raised, while the rest of the class glanced around, not sure what was going on. When they looked where she was staring, they spotted and Shun, both standing super close, eyes locked on each other. It was one of those moments that made everyone else fade into the background, like something big was about to go down between the two of them. He leaned in and their lips met. For a moment the world just faded out. It was just the two of them, caught up in this one simple electric thing. Most of the guys in class just stared, not really getting what was happening, but a few of them started grinning and nudging each other, thinking they just witnessed something straight out of a teen drama. Hygiene was starting to slip. Things got even more awkward when someone behind her started whispering about how those two looked like they belonged together, like something straight out of a TV show. His face turned a bit red. She didn't see this quiet guy stepping up like that. She noticed her smile, which made him feel a bit more confident. It was his chance to push forward and see what would happen next. Shun stayed on the ground, not moving yet. He glanced up and noticed he was way closer to the edge of the platform than he meant to be. He suddenly felt lightheaded, like the room was spinning around him. Tried to calm him down, wanting him to relax. He brought up something called the suspension bridge effect, hoping it would help ease his nerves. Being up high wasn't what made his heart pound. It was looking down and realizing someone was watching him from below. Leaned in and kissed him. Everything about that moment felt unreal, almost like he was in a dream. There was something special in the air, the kind of feeling that makes your heart race and your mind go a little quiet. It was the sort of thing you only see in movies or late-night reels, but somehow it was happening to him right then. Hygiene couldn't stop herself from crying anymore. The guys in class glanced at each other, not really sure what was going on. Right then, her phone started buzzing in her pocket. The call came from Shun. She picked up, barely holding onto any hope at all. He picked up his phone, hoping for a normal call, but instead, he heard those unmistakable kissing sounds coming from the other side. Realized kissing was actually awesome, like he'd just found out about something great for the first time. The guy claimed him, almost like calling dibs, and everyone around could tell. He made sure the other dude kept up with good hygiene too, looking out for him in those small but real ways that actually matter. He saw everything getting messier, with hygiene going downhill fast, grinned and signaled that it was time to head out. He glanced back, knowing they didn't have to worry about being caught. No way anyone could keep up with them. She reached out and grabbed Shen's hand. They picked up the pace, not wanting to waste any time. Shen's cheeks turned bright red. By the time the cleaning crew showed up, the place was already a mess. There was nobody left on the rooftop. She clenched her jaw, barely holding back her anger. She glared at them, her anger boiling over. It was clear she wasn't going to let this slide. Every muscle in her body was tense, and she looked ready to do whatever it took to get back at them. Both of them stood quietly below, watching as Hygiene completely lost it. Shin froze for a second. Whatever that noise was, it definitely didn't sound human. It reminded him of something wild, like a dinosaur or some ancient monster you'd see in a movie. He made up his mind, quietly promising himself that he wouldn't let her win. Looked around, lowering his voice as he glanced at his friend. The whole situation felt sneaky, almost like they were running off together and hoping nobody would notice. It was kind of weird, but also a little exciting, like they were in on some secret plan. Shin's face turned red again. He kept telling himself that was only doing all this because she wanted payback for her sister. Even though he tried to play it cool, his heart wouldn't settle down. He tried to push down his nerves and finally asked what kind of guys she was into. Just stood there, confused. He couldn't figure out why that question came up so out of the blue. Jim answered in a calm, straightforward way. He was genuinely curious and wanted to learn more about the person in front of him. Noticed how serious the other guy was. He stopped for a second, thinking things over. She thought about it for a second, then quietly admitted that she might go for someone strong if she had to pick. Chairman Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead as he wrapped up his daily workout. He caught his breath, taking a moment to stretch out his arms. The gym was quiet, just the usual hum from the ceiling fans and the soft thud of his shoes on the mat. Even after all these years, he kept up with his routine, pushing himself to stay sharp. He went to the department head and wanted to know if he understood why he always found time to train, even on his busiest days. The director stared for a moment, clearly confused by what was happening. Lee didn't get worked up. He just answered, keeping his cool, and explained that all the training he does really helps him stay alert. When someone gets moving and works their muscles, their brain starts releasing stuff that helps it work better. It helps them think clearer, gets their blood flowing, and makes it easier to stay focused on what they're doing. He works out so he can keep his head straight and focus on why he doesn't like those girls. Staying sharp helps him remember exactly what bothers him about them. The director didn't say anything, just sat there quietly. It was almost like watching someone in those old stories, staying strong through tough times, holding on to their anger for later. Lee checked in on how the NTR plan was going. He wanted to know if things were moving forward or if there had been any problems along the way. The director seemed pretty pleased with how things were going. That rooftop scene with and Shun really messed with everyone's heads, especially Hygiene. After about 15 minutes of freaking out, Hygiene finally got stopped by security, just like the surveillance team expected. Lee couldn't help but let a small, satisfied smile slip across his face. The director decided the surveillance team had to check in every 15 minutes from now on. Chairman Lee gave a small nod, clearly pleased, but there was still a hint of regret in his expression. Back then, he really wished he'd picked someone else to look out for his daughter. The thought kept nagging at him, like an old regret he couldn't shake. The director looked down, not saying anything. He looked at what happened and thought that nobody would been able to help her, no matter what. Lee waited for a second, then checked in on. He wanted to know how was doing. The director answered, explaining that she'd just come back from Shun's place. Apparently, she had something important she wanted to tell him face to face. Lee gave the signal, and everyone started moving out. When they showed up, lifted her arm, the one wrapped in bandages, and gave a wave. The director lost his cool, clearly frustrated. He pointed out that R needed to get his arm in a cast right away. Even though R healed faster than most people, ignoring the injury would just make things worse. Didn't pay any attention to him at all. Lee's attitude suddenly changed. His voice lost all warmth. He was done messing around and just wanted everyone to listen. Finally nodded, doing what he was told. The director looked like he was about to pass out. Dealing with this girl was seriously testing his patience. Lee's voice got quieter. He was ready to listen, waiting to hear what the other person had to say. His mood suddenly changed. Earlier that day, he had caught part of a conversation between Jean and Jean. From what he heard, it sounded like death wasn't actually a suicide. The director just stood there, not really sure what to think. He didn't know if he should trust her or not, and for a second, he kind of just blanked out, trying to figure out what was really going on. Wasn't sure about all the details yet, but he had managed to record their conversation. When Lee heard the news, everything went fuzzy for a second. His head started to spin, and he couldn't quite believe what was happening. Moved fast and grabbed him just in time, keeping him from hitting the ground. Chairman Lee took a deep breath and tried to pull himself together. He remembered that he knew, strong, stubborn, always pushing back against anything that tried to hold her down. The idea of her giving up just didn't make sense to him. Even now, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Kept his voice low, hoping to make things a little easier. He wanted to help out, so he asked if he could use the kitchen that night. Lee stopped for a second and gave a quick nod. He knew it was finally time to go after the people who owed him. He remembered how his daughter used to owe Hygiene a bunch of meals when she was around. Now, he just wanted to make sure Hygiene could eat as much as she wanted tomorrow. Gave a small smile and headed over to gather the ingredients, getting ready to start. The scene changed, was stuck in a tight spot, looking beaten up and shaking. The guys around her started laughing, not even trying to hide it. Hygiene reached over and grabbed a pair of chopsticks. She checked how many cigarettes she had left in her pack. She looked over at him with a crooked smile, counting each one and realizing none were missing. Turns out, nicotine actually made people throw up, just like she heard. Couldn't hold it in anymore. He lost his cool, yelling at the others. He couldn't understand why someone would mess with people like that. It didn't make sense to him. What did anyone get out of treating people this way? He wondered if picking on others actually made life any better. Did pushing people around really help, or did it just leave him feeling empty afterward? As he thought about it, the whole thing seemed pointless, like chasing after something that would never really make him happy. He knew deep down he wasn't brave enough to stand up to the people who actually deserved it. That thought always nagged at him, making him feel small and frustrated. No matter how much he tried to act tough, he couldn't shake the idea that he was just running away from the real fight. He looked down at the bruises on his arms, but honestly, he didn't care. Standing up to guys who picked on others always felt right to him, no matter how much it hurt afterward. He never wished he'd just stayed quiet or walked away. It was worth it every time. He stared at the guy across from him, thinking about what was just said. The idea of fighting his own dad wasn't something he'd ever really considered. It felt weird, heavy, like a challenge that wasn't just about strength, but something way more personal. He wondered if anyone would actually try it, or if this was just a way to mess with him. The thought lingered in his mind, making him question what being strong really meant. Hygiene feels a shiver run down his spine. A nasty kick was coming straight for his head. Hygiene jerked awake, heart pounding like he just heard his phone buzz in the middle of the night. She paused for a while, trying to pull herself together. She thought about it and realized she'd taken out her dad's pressure on plenty of times. He just wanted everyone to know that he wasn't the one who did it. No matter what people thought or how things looked, the truth was on his side. Deep down, he hoped someone would actually believe him. He gets mad pretty fast, but he's always managed to keep it under control. No matter what, he never lets it go so far that someone would get seriously hurt. While he tried to cool off, the other guy just stood there, acting like he was better than everyone else. He really wished things could have turned out so that everyone walked away happy. Showed up and messed up everything. That day on the rooftop, she had everyone trapped. Nobody there could even try to go against her. He realized he wasn't the reason for what happened. Deep down, he just wanted her sister to back off and stop causing trouble for him. The sun was barely up when Hygiene woke. He got ready and was about to head downstairs, thinking about school and what the day might bring. He woke up to someone yelling from downstairs, realizing he'd overslept again. Hygiene lowered his head, barely able to look at his dad. Guilt weighed on him, and he wished he could say something more, but all he managed was a quiet apology his dad could hardly hear. His mom tried to settle him down, reminding him about how well he did on the hygiene test. Her dad didn't look impressed. He just stared at her, reminding her that if she wanted to get into medical school, coming first in a practice test wasn't really a big deal. Some girls got into college because their families had a lot of money. For them, that's something to brag about. He decided to bring up hygiene next. Back when the kid used to mess with other students at school, he seriously thought about kicking him out, but his mom stepped in and convinced him not to go through with it. He remembered all those times he taught him taekwondo, thinking about how his kid used to talk about wanting to go pro one day. He'd been using his taekwondo skills to push his classmates around. When he did it again, someone nearby didn't take him seriously and just rolled their eyes. He remembered what happened at cram school the day before. The whole thing was still fresh in his mind, and he knew he had messed up in front of everyone. The warning was clear. If he screwed up again, things were going to get a lot tougher for him. Hygiene was so scared, she almost lost control and hurried downstairs, saying she had to use the bathroom. As soon as she got inside, she couldn't hold it in anymore and started throwing up nonstop. Before anyone realized, class had already started. The classroom just felt off. Something weird hung in the air, and everyone could sense it, even if no one said anything. Hyejin sat off to the side, shaking and quietly crying. Jean didn't show up to class that day, and everyone noticed. Some of the guys in class started talking about putting flowers on an empty seat. It was their way of dealing with things, even if it felt kind of weird. Everyone noticed, and the room got a little quieter, like everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody wanted to say it out loud. Was just gone, not around at all. No one could figure out where he went or what was going on. Hyejin slumped over and just stared at her phone's lock screen, completely drained. He felt like everything had just crashed down. The one place he could always count on was gone, leaving him stuck with nowhere to turn. He figured things were already messed up beyond fixing, so he decided he'd take out and then end things for himself. Right then showed up, and this time her arm was in a cast. The whole class fell silent. Hyejin raised his voice at her, clearly annoyed. Kept his cool as he walked over to her. She gave a quick smile, looking kind of proud of herself. She picked up a new South Korean phrase that day, and she couldn't wait to show it off. She was thinking about how cool her boyfriend was, almost like she wanted everyone to know just how awesome he was. Hyejin looked like she was about to lose her cool, but she stopped herself and just let it go. She looked straight at its arm, now stuck in a cast. There was this look on her face, kind of annoyed and ready for a challenge. She clearly wanted to settle things with just the two of them, and she didn't bother hiding how little she thought of him. Couldn't help but let a small smile slip. Things were going his way, and he was ready to hit the gym. Walked into the gym, looking as confident as ever. He turned to the guy across from him, almost like he was sizing him up, thinking about all the stuff that happened between them before. Even after everything had pulled, he wondered why this dude still had the guts to step up and face him again. Even with just one arm, he stayed confident. He didn't let anyone think he was weak, and it was clear he still had something up his sleeve. No one around him could match his skill, no matter what they thought. Hyejin finally snapped. She shoved herself off the floor, not even bothering to kick off her slippers, and charged straight at him. But right after that, she suddenly lost all her strength and slumped over, barely able to move. She let out quiet sounds, clearly hurting. Managed to hit a deep squat with 250 kilograms, his max for one rep. She learned how to fight by training in Thai. Shot Gina a look, not even trying to hide his attitude. He'd never really thought of himself as a boxer, and he figured Jean should know that by now. Back in the lab, he'd already made it clear. Kicking was his thing. Boxing just wasn't on his list. That day, he held back during the fight. The other guy really believed they were evenly matched, not realizing he was only seeing half of what his opponent could actually do. He had something else with him that day, something he'd made just for this moment. It was a special dish, set aside with care, meant only for the person in front of him. Couldn't help it. Thinking about what was about to happen made the corner of his mouth twitch up. He watched as the food was set down in front of the other guy, looking half curious, half ready to laugh. The challenge was simple. Eat it and see if you could actually walk out of the gym afterward. The taste test was on, and everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. Froze when she saw the dark lump in front of her. Her heart sped up, and for a second she couldn't look away. She just kept thinking about what it could be, her mind running in circles as she tried to figure it out. Right now, she just wanted to get out of there. She was already down, barely able to move after knocked her off her feet. Trying to stand, she managed only a couple shaky steps before her legs gave out, and she dropped, too tired to keep going. Stared him down with a cold look. He made it clear that fighting back wasn't worth it. When went after someone, they usually didn't stand a chance for long. He didn't want to take any chances, so he wrapped the guy's arm tight with a cast and layers of bandages. That way, there was no way he could get into trouble. He figured the director might end up yelling at him again, but he didn't really care. He knew he was doing the right thing, and sooner or later the director would get it. A scream echoed through the gym. Hyejin was totally locked down now. Tied the knots so neatly, it was almost weird how good he was at it. Yanked her by the hair and pulled her over to where the backpack was. She dug through the bag one more time. Bottles and containers lay all over the floor, like someone had just dropped everything and left it there. Kept moving his hands, not letting up for a second. Finally, she grabbed something from her bag. It was something they'd definitely need to eat. Hyejin couldn't believe what just happened. He blurted out a curse under his breath, totally thrown off by the situation. Couldn't help but crack a sly grin. He looked confident, like he already knew how things would turn out. He figured there was no point in trying to impress anyone, since some people just wouldn't appreciate it anyway. Instead of dragging things out, he decided to make it quick and easy, skipping all the extra effort. He tried not to freak out, and told himself it was just like getting his stomach checked at the doctor's office. Hyejin kept her mouth shut, lips pressed together. She figured that if she stayed quiet, there wasn't much anyone could do about it. Didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and drove his foot into her stomach, fast and hard. Smooth caught Hyejin off guard, and before she even realized it, her mouth was open. Grabbed the tube and pushed it in, his hands moving quickly. He tried not to think too much about what could go wrong, just focused on getting it done. She kept moving closer, not backing down, and the way she acted made it clear she was serious. serious. 2.5 minutes later, the tube finally reached the bottom. Hygiene's body jerked as the sharp pains hit him, making it hard for him to stay still. At the same time, realized everything was ready to go. She got to her feet, bracing herself as it was almost time to eat. Hygiene's mom always reminded him about eating properly. She didn't want him skipping meals or grabbing junk food just because it was easier. Even when he tried to rush out the door in the morning, she'd stop him and make sure he took something healthy with him. Sometimes it felt like a hassle, but deep down, he knew she was just looking out for him. The tiny grains slipped down through the funnel, one after another piling up below. Hygiene sank into a kind of sadness she hadn't experienced before. It was heavy, and it weighed her down in a way that made everything seem harder than usual. For the first time, she realized just how tough things could get, and it left her feeling lost and unsure of what to do next. In the end, all the sand slipped down to the bottom. It felt totally weird. Food just slipped right down into her stomach without even chewing it. She couldn't figure out what that dark stuff was either. After a while, she noticed her stomach starting to puff up, and it really hurt. That was just the first bottle. Went to grab the second one, but Hygiene let out a low groan, clearly not happy about it. He noticed the hunger wasn't gone yet. No big deal. He still had 5 more ready to go. He grabbed a water bottle, just in case he got thirsty later. He reached for the second bottle, not really sure if he should keep going, but he did it anyway. The sound of scared kids filled the gym, everyone on edge and trying to figure out what was going on. 2.5 minutes later, had finished pouring out every single bottle. Hygiene couldn't shake off the embarrassment. Sure, she used to mess with before, but nothing ever got this out of hand. Things got even more intense when someone made her drink almost 3 liters of water, way more than anyone should have to handle. Her body was so tense, it seemed like she might just explode right there. Grabbed on tight and pulled with all his strength. He carefully slid the tube out of her body, trying not to hurt her. He watched Hygiene take a bite, curious about his reaction. Hygiene's hands shook as he finally found the nerve to say something. His mind raced, trying to figure out what he'd just eaten. Gave a small smile. He remembered how dried kelp could get way bigger once it touched water, like it could puff up to 14 times its original size. If someone just grabs it and eats it dry, like it's some kind of snack. Most of the time, they land themselves in the emergency room. In North Korea, there was a homeless guy who hadn't eaten in days. With his stomach growling, he ended up finding some dried kelp and ate it, hoping it would help him get by. He exploded right there, not even getting a chance to react. He stared at the other guy, hoping he finally understood what was going on. By now, he figured the guy should realize what he'd just eaten. He'd stayed up all night putting together these dried kelp pellets, hoping they'd turn out just right. He set them down, pretty proud that he'd made them himself, and wondered if anyone else would get how much effort went into them. There was enough food piled up to feed about 200 people. You could probably guess what everyone did after seeing that. Hygiene suddenly lost it, throwing up kelp over and over, like he just couldn't stop. But things were just getting started. Her stomach twisted as everything inside started to churn. She suddenly felt really sick, like her stomach was turning over. Suddenly, more kelp burst out of her all at once. He could see how much pain she was in. Excitement showed all over her face. It only took 2.5 minutes for Hygiene to go off 56 times. Kept his cool and just dropped a random fact about his diary to Jean. Turns out, had written about throwing up 101 times in her diary. He was already running out of steam, barely hanging on, even though he was only halfway through. Exhausted and struggling, he knew he was in deep trouble. The debt hanging over him wasn't just going away. He'd have to pay it back, every bit of it, with nothing left out. He knew he couldn't slow down now. If he didn't keep up, things could get out of control fast, and by then, it'd be too late to fix anything. Hygiene froze when she saw the heap of kelp scattered across the floor. For a second, her brain just stopped working. She couldn't figure out what to do. The mess was all she could focus on, and she felt completely stuck. Whenever she thought it was finally done, her stomach would start to swell up again, like it just wouldn't stop no matter what. It felt relentless. She realized she had to move faster. She suddenly felt something rough in her throat. A tough piece of kelp had gotten lodged there. It scratched at her as she tried to swallow, making her cough and tense up. Her eyes watered a bit as she tried to clear it, hoping it would go down soon. She gasped for air, chest tightening as panic set in. She could barely breathe, and panic rushed over her. Every second felt longer, like the air was getting thinner, making her chest tighten up even more. Her vision started to blur, but she could still make out, using long strands of kelp to choke her. He spotted standing there, and his heart started racing. For a second, he wondered if she was there to take him away. Like, was this it for him? He really didn't want things to end yet. He wanted more time. Her eyes drift upward until only the whites show, like she's about to faint or lose control. She lost all strength and dropped to the ground, completely out cold. wasn't going to let her drop to the ground that fast. She rushed over and wrapped her arms around Hyejine's waist, pushing hard to help him breathe again. Hyejin gasped, her chest rising as she sucked in air. She was awake back from the edge. Hyejin could tell he wasn't going anywhere just yet. Someone was looking out for him, making sure he stayed safe, even if things were rough right now. It was like having a friend who never gave up, no matter how bad things got. Hyejin wasn't sure what would happen next, but he knew he wasn't alone. Hyejin was totally wrecked, lying on the ground and desperate for someone to help him. He watched the other guy freeze up, suddenly backing off. Not long ago, this same dude was the one acting tough, bragging about how he'd take him out and then end it all himself. Now, it looked like his confidence had vanished. He always figured he'd made up his mind this time. But looking back, even he couldn't deny he'd been fooling himself all along. Hyejin's hands shook as he looked at, hoping he'd grab his phone and call for help. Just gave a cold smirk, like he already knew how things would go. He didn't seem to believe the ER would handle it any better. All the doctors can do is make sure you're still breathing. Everything else, getting through the pain, pushing through the rough moments, that's something you've got to handle yourself. Handled the situation with a skill that seemed almost too practiced. Hyejin leaned over, and suddenly more kelp came pouring out of his mouth. After waiting for what felt like forever, 35 long minutes, he started to get restless. Every minute dragged by, and he couldn't help but check his phone over and over, hoping for something to happen. With leading the way, Hyejin managed to get expelled a whopping 382 times, smashing any normal record out there. If anyone official had been watching, they probably would just handed her a medal right then and there. Jean stood there, finally free from what had been hanging over him for so long. He managed to pay everything back, not just what he owed, but all the extra on top. For the first time in a while, he could breathe easy, knowing he was done with this chapter. Hyejin stood there, barely able to keep himself steady. His hands shook as he tried to catch his breath. He looked up, hoping that settling his debt would finally mean he could move on. Gave a small, tired smile. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. It was almost funny to think anyone would see him as the only problem, like he was the main reason for all the trouble. Today was just about paying back the vomit debt. But there's more waiting, like the stomach cancer debt and the rooftop debt. He knows he won't forget any of them. Hyejin's eyes narrowed, surprised that Jur somehow already knew about the rooftop. That freezing wind from that day rushed back into her memory. Was probably up there somewhere, keeping an eye on everything. Wrapped up his day, ready to call it quits. He finished his last task and let everyone know he was done. As always, he kept things clean and left with his usual style. He told himself not to stress about what was left. He'd figure out a way to pay it all back, even if it took a while. No matter what, he wasn't planning to give up. The teacher pointed at him before leaving, making it clear he was the one stuck with cleaning up the gym. Everyone else grabbed their stuff and headed out, not looking back. He stayed behind, already thinking about how long it would take to finish, wishing he could just be anywhere else. Turned and started walking off. The others just watched him go, not really sure what to say or do. It was one of those moments where everything felt kind of weird, like something important just happened, but nobody was ready to talk about it yet. Hyejin couldn't hold it in anymore. Her cries filled the empty gym, bouncing off the walls in the silence. Was on the phone talking to Chairman Lee, who was out of the country. Chairman Lee was seriously impressed with what had cooked up with kelp. He couldn't help but show how much he liked it, making it clear to everyone around that dish was something special. Kept it low-key, not making a big deal out of the praise. He figured his stepdad's cooking was still the real deal, especially when it came to those legendary meals he made for special occasions. Thought nothing he made could really compete with that. Lee kept his calm, not letting anything show on his face. He knew this was it, the moment when all the stuff that happened in high school would finally end. First, people started spreading rumors about Jin and her brother. Whispers and gossip popped up everywhere, both online and at school. Some kids stared at them in the halls, while others just scrolled past mean comments about them on their feeds. It was like everyone suddenly had an opinion, and most of them weren't good. It was time for the last dinner, and Hyejin was served a meal that someone had really put their heart into. He thought about the people who took away. He knew he couldn't let it go. He was determined to be the one who decided how their story ended. Just then, someone showed up wanting to meet Chairman Lee. Jin's dad showed up, listened as his teammate's voice faded from the call. Now it was just him, alone and ready to start what they'd been planning. The moment felt real now, like everything was up to him. Lee looked at the dad in front of him, noticing how eager the guy seemed to please. Lee took his time, not rushing into things. He had some news he knew wasn't great. The group had given their word that they'd help set up some trade connections, but now, that support was off the table. After checking out the company's finances from top to bottom, it was clear that things weren't lined up well enough for an investment. So plans to put money into building those trade routes just got put on hold, with no clue when, or even if, they'll be picked up again. The man tensed up, clearly annoyed and on the edge of losing his cool. Lee stayed chill, trying to help him keep it together. He paused for a second, thinking things through, then decided he had a different idea that might work out better. Once the guy started to relax, Lee kept going. The company has a branch over in Thailand, and right now, they're trying to find some reliable local suppliers to work with. He already knew how much money was on the line. This was his chance to actually make something big happen. He thought about how tough it was, barely making anything from selling other people's products. The idea of opening his own factory started to make sense, especially if it meant he could supply their own company directly. It sounded risky, but the chance to control things and maybe earn more was tempting. He wondered if this was the kind of move that could actually change things for him. The guy's eyes suddenly brightened, and you could tell he was really into whatever was happening. But then it sunk in. Setting up even one production line would cost a ton of money. Chairman Lee could tell he was hesitating. Calm and confident, the chairman let him know it wasn't something to stress over. They'd already done the math. Putting up a full-sized factory would set them back about 20 billion won. He decided to put up $10 billion of his own money, asking the other person to just match that amount. With both sides putting in 10 billion each, the project could finally get off the ground. Honestly, it might seem like a lot at first, but once things get rolling, there's a real chance to make way more than what you're making now, maybe even 10 times more. He went quiet, lost in his own thoughts. Lately, things hadn't been going so well for Lee Group, but their branch in Thailand was one of the rare parts still holding strong. He knew landing this deal would set him up for life. No more stressing about bills or counting every dollar. Reality hit hard. He just didn't have the money. Lee could tell there wasn't enough cash, even with big loans, to reach the $5 billion mark. But he wasn't bothered. He remembered the apartment he'd given before and figured that could help. Lee also had some connections. He knew a trustworthy private lender he could introduce, so things didn't seem as tough as they looked at first. He figured that if he put up his apartment and the rest of his properties as collateral, snagging another $50 billion would be easy. Chairman Lee barely gave him a moment to process everything. He explained that even though they had looked at other companies, they were offering this chance to him first as a way to make up for pulling out of their last investment. He wanted to make sure his friend knew he had his back, no matter what happened. If things ever got tough down the road, he'd be there, helping out however he could, whether it was with money or just being someone to lean on. The guy started to relax, not looking as tense as before. He tried to convince himself that Lee wasn't actually that bad. After all, the apartment was a gift, something he hadn't expected at all. Getting this offer felt like winning big out of nowhere. He didn't even think twice before saying yes, totally missing the setup. But as he looked through the contract, something in the fine print caught his eye and made him uneasy. If the money set aside for the deal gets spent on anything not agreed to, even if it's just a little bit, the person who broke the rule has to pay back twice what they originally got. He couldn't help but wonder why this penalty seemed way tougher than what everyone else usually got. Lee started talking, keeping his cool and sounding pretty confident. He reminded everyone how their group got hit hard last year because of a big corruption scandal. It turned out that not just the people working behind the scenes were involved. Even guys way up the ladder at other companies and partner groups got pulled into the mess. The vice chairman got called in for a national audit. Ever since that happened, he made sure every contract had tougher penalties, just so nothing like that could go wrong again. He didn't really have a problem with trusting people, but when it came to business, he knew he always had to be careful. That's just how things worked if you wanted to keep your place and not get burned. The guy tried to smile, but it was clear he was uneasy. He realized he'd been thinking way too much about everything. Lee kept his voice calm and steady. He let the guy know that if everything looked good, it was time to sign. He held the pen, but his hand wouldn't stay still. Something about the moment made him uneasy, and it quietly showed in the way his fingers shook. Lee didn't let him stop to figure things out. He kept pushing forward, trying to stay calm by reminding himself that everything would be okay as long as he followed the rules. As soon as he finished signing, Lee's lips pulled into a sly smile that crept across his face. Chairman Lee grabbed the contract and stayed chill about it. He could tell the guy in front of him had put in a lot of effort, so he let him know it was time to call it a day and head home. The room felt lighter after that, like the pressure was finally off. He paused for a second, looking like he had something on his mind, but wasn't sure if he should speak up. There was this quiet moment, just a couple of seconds where nothing happened. Then he broke the silence. He could tell the other guy still held a grudge about his daughter, but even with all that, he was still being given another shot. He made up his mind to give it everything he had. No matter what got thrown his way, he was ready to listen and do exactly what was asked of him. Lee didn't really say much back. He just mumbled something and told the other guy to get some rest. After the man walked out, the chief just shook his head and scoffed. He thought the guy was pretty full of himself, like he actually believed he'd earned someone's trust for payback. Lee didn't show any emotion. That's just what he wanted the other guy to think. Honestly, certain jobs are just better handled by someone like him. Jin stayed in her room, keeping the door closed and not talking to anyone. She didn't want to deal with anyone or anything outside. Out of nowhere, the doorbell rang and she flinched, her heart pounding. She noticed her eyebrows pulling together. No one was supposed to come over today, so this was weird. Downstairs, someone yelled about a delivery. She felt excited, guessing it was the bug spray she'd ordered. When she pushed the door open, stood there, showed up with that trademark sly grin of his, looking like he knew something nobody else did. Stopped dead in her tracks, and this weird rush ran up her head. Her skin prickled all over as fear took hold. He spotted the demon and froze, completely thrown off. Demons weren't supposed to show up in places like this, so seeing one just standing there didn't make any sense to him. His mind raced, trying to figure out what was going on. Jin showed up, even though she was pretty nervous. She tried to play it cool and be polite, but her hands shook a little as she handed over a glass of orange juice. The thing slipped right out of his hands and made a mess all over the floor. Looked down at the floor, his face totally blank. He just stood there, not showing any reaction, almost like he was waiting for someone to say what he should do next. Gene, scared out of his mind, rushed to pour another one, scrunched up his face and pushed the cup away. If it wasn't chocolate milk, he wasn't interested. She pointed to a chair, letting him know he should take a seat. Jin noticed right away and got a little uneasy, wondering why she was dressed up like someone delivering packages. He just didn't want the door getting ignored. When it opened so quickly, it was pretty clear someone inside was hoping for some kind of special delivery. Gene hesitated, clearly nervous, and tried to explain himself. It turned out he was only holding bug spray. As soon as she said it, regret hit her. Seriously, who even thinks about bug spray in a place where wild animals are hardly a thing? Gave a small smile, her eyes sharp even though her voice stayed calm. She looked like she knew exactly what was going on and wasn't about to let her guard down. Started waving her hands wildly trying to brush it off like it was just a dumb joke. She looked kind of embarrassed, hoping he wouldn't take it seriously. Right after that, the doorbell went off once more. This time, the actual delivery guy was at the door. Just stopped in his tracks, not saying anything. He was too scared to even open his mouth. Leaned in and pressed the intercom button for her, not missing a beat. She looked at the box, wondering what was inside. The courier pointed to the label, showing it clearly said bug spray. Slowly turned her head and looked at Gene. Just one look was enough to make Gene freeze up. His muscles went stiff, and he could feel his heart beating faster. It was like his body reacted before he even had time to think about it. Told the courier to just drop the package at the door. Then, she turned her attention back to the girl, who was shaking and looked like she could barely stand. Gene froze, his mind raced, convinced he was in serious danger. Just lifted his hand. Her voice changed, turning gentle. She wanted her dad to know it was all right. She understood he only bought those things because he got scared. He stepped forward, making it clear he wasn't a threat. His body language was relaxed, and he kept his hands where everyone could see them. Even though the air was tense, he wanted them to know he meant no harm. He skipped school that day, probably because he was worried hygiene might come after him. Nodded without really thinking about it. He told them to chill out, letting them know he'd already handled things with her. He didn't care about the little stuff anymore. He just knew that with someone looking out for him, nobody at school was going to mess with him again. He wanted to see his friend back in class, hoping things could go back to normal. Tightened her jaw and stood her ground. She wasn't about to let herself get tricked again. After being lied to so many times, she just wasn't having it. Turning away, she made it clear she wasn't going anywhere. Let out a quiet sigh. He hoped they'd finally trust him. There was a reason their dad had gone all the way to Thailand and knew it was time to bring it up. He's at the table with my stepdad, signing some papers for a business deal. Now both of our families are officially connected. He knew his stepdad wouldn't let it slide if he messed up. Just the thought of getting on his bad side was enough to make him think twice before doing anything that might hurt someone. Moon Jean hesitated. For a moment his confidence slipped and he wasn't so sure of himself anymore. The longer she sat with it, the weirder it seemed. She actually went into his house just to say that. She knew he'd be by himself for a couple of days, so this would have been her chance to mess with him. But surprisingly, she didn't do anything. So what this really meant was that she wasn't staying away from hurting him out of kindness. She just wasn't able to hurt him at all. He figured it probably had something to do with a deal his dad made with Chairman Lee. Her heart rate finally eased up once she talked herself into believing it. He wondered if he'd see his friend at school the next day. Gave a small, easy smile and nodded, letting Dot know he understood. He turned and started heading out, already thinking about seeing everyone at school. His name lingered in his mind as he walked away. Jin felt a boost of confidence. He remembered facing off against So before and coming out on top. Compared to that, dealing with someone like didn't bother him at all. He was done letting people walk all over him. With her power on his side now, he was ready to get back at the ones who used to talk down to him. He also couldn't stand how gross everything had gotten around here, and he planned to fix that too. She gave a quick, confident grin, like she knew she'd nailed it. Right as got to the door, she turned around and flashed a friendly smile at Dodo. She mentioned she was actually pretty interested in that bug spray. He hesitated for a second, looking at the other guy with a hint of guilt. He wanted to try something out just one last time. Deep down, he hoped this would be the end of it, the the last time he'd ever mess with him. Jin's eyes started to water. She realized now that she hadn't really known how scary could get. On her way back, let Chairman Lee know that she'd managed to talk Jin into staying in school. Lee wanted to know if she had used force and hesitated for a moment before answering. He messed with her a bit before heading out, pulling a harmless prank. She didn't get mad or anything, just kept her cool like always. He figured she'd probably turn up the next day anyway. Chairman Lee Min lost his cool. His patience was gone and frustration took over. He kept thinking about how important it was for the payback to go down at the school, not anywhere else. It really bugged him that things weren't happening on his terms, and he wished people could just hold off for a bit longer. The timing mattered, and now he was stuck dealing with a mess. Everyone at school knew things had gotten weird ever since Jin and her brother started sneaking into the gym after hours. People talked about what they did there, and the rumors weren't pretty. Most guys felt uneasy just thinking about it. No one really knew how to act around Jin anymore, and it felt like things at school would never be the same. Even the local troublemakers had to pay to get in. 5 kids among them ended up being put on display like they were part of some weird show. They threatened the girls with private photos, making sure they stayed quiet. The fear of those pictures getting out kept everyone on edge, and no one felt safe enough to speak up. He had tracked down 218 people who bought that messed up stuff. He planned to pay off some guys who would rather take cash than end up in jail. For the rest, he was ready to handle things his own way, no matter what it took. Now the CEO had to do something serious. He was heading to the spot where had gone through a lot, planning to put an official end to that person's role, almost like erasing who they used to be. Gene zoned out for a bit, lost in his thoughts. He looked over at a good-looking guy. One second the spot was empty. The next just showed up like he'd always been there. Jin was scared out of her mind. She stood in the middle of the street yelling for her mom, hoping someone would hear her. She wondered if her friend actually liked the gray-haired guy. It was the kind of question that made her curious, maybe even a little nosy, but she couldn't help it. The idea had been on her mind ever since she noticed the way her friend looked at him. Now, she just wanted to know the truth, hoping it would clear up everything that had been bugging her lately. Spotted surprised look and could tell right away what was going on. He already knew the answer. Those 2 kids had let the secret slip. Clenched her jaw, frustration building inside her. Rumor had it that she'd liked him ever since the first day of school. People thought it was kind of sweet, almost like something out of those old-school romance movies. Jin just brushed him off, so paused and thought about what to do next. She took her time and sat down next to her. He wondered if someone was trying to play matchmaker for him. Even though he always looked serious, he'd never actually tried matching people up when he lived in North Korea. So technically, he couldn't say he'd failed. He just never gave it a shot. Gave his chest a quick tap like he was hyping himself up. He looked sure of himself, almost like he was about to take on a challenge. He acted like he had things under control, ready to step in and play matchmaker as if nothing could trip him up. Jin hoped deep down that she wouldn't accidentally hit anyone with an arrow. Yesterday, she figured out that this woman couldn't be trusted at all. She wasn't planning to go to school that day, but then sent her a text, basically threatening to mess with her stuff if she skipped again. That was enough to get her moving. She had no clue what that was, but it definitely didn't sound good. Stayed quiet and patience wore thin. He promised to help her get closer to the guy she liked, but now all he wanted was some sort of reaction from her. It bugged him that she wouldn't even look up like she didn't care at all. Jin's eyes started to water, and her face tightened up like she was trying hard not to let the tears fall. Anyone could tell she was right on the edge, barely holding it together. It was break time, and Lee Si hung out with his classmates, looking pretty cheerful as they joked around together. Out of nowhere, showed up in the classroom. Most guys at school had heard stories about the strange girl in class 16, but when they finally saw her in person, she didn't seem as odd as everyone said. In fact, some of them thought she had a pretty cool vibe. The guys looked at her and couldn't figure out what she was doing in their class. She didn't seem like someone who'd usually hang out with them, so they were kind of confused. Some of them tried to guess if she was lost or maybe just in the wrong room, but nobody really knew for sure. Walked right up to Lee Hai, not wasting any time. He was from class 16, a senior, and he looked determined, like he had something important on his mind. Lee Si blinked, waiting to see what she'd say next. He looked a little unsure, trying to figure out what was on her mind. Right then, he got pulled aside by someone who told him his friend was waiting inside the gym. Apparently, she wanted to tell him something important, and the guy was just there to pass on the message. The classroom exploded with noise. Guys started laughing, some people looked around, and a few just stared like they couldn't believe what just happened. Even the quiet kids were whispering to each other, trying to figure out what was going on. Lee felt his cheeks heat up as he leaned in closer, trying to keep his voice low while he asked about the new person. He didn't really want anyone else to hear, hoping to play it cool even though he was clearly caught off guard. He figured there was no point in spoiling the surprise. If you already knew what was waiting for you, it just wouldn't hit the same when you showed up. He hoped his senior would show up, since she'd put in a lot of effort and had been getting ready for this day for quite a while. Lee Si could feel his heart pounding faster. Everyone in the class glanced his way, wishing they were in his shoes. Even though he tried to keep a straight face, he couldn't help but be excited deep down. It only took 2.5 minutes for everyone in the second year to hear about it. The whole group headed after Lee, making their way to the gym. The moment they pushed open the gym doors, everyone just stopped what they were doing. It was like time paused for a second. Nobody moved or said a thing. Over at the hospital, a woman doctor moved through her rounds, checking on each patient like she did every day. She looked over at Wu and brought up the fact that his removal surgery was scheduled for today, like it was just another thing on the to-do list. He started freaking out. Was he supposed to wait until his parents came back? The doctor stayed chill and let him know that today was the day everything was planned for. After that, it was time to snap a few pictures before getting started. He didn't even get the chance to say no. The nurses were already in action, moving quickly before he could react. When he lifted his leg, a sharp pain shot through him, and he couldn't help but let out a groan. In his head, he was sure that as soon as he left the hospital, he would take out for good. The doctor got her gear ready. She set up the tripod, making sure it stood steady for the photos. As soon as he saw it, all the color drained from his face. He could tell something was wrong, and suddenly everything felt tense. The doctor didn't seem quite normal. He glanced at the camera, raising an eyebrow, almost like he thought the request was too much. Even though the patient was an adult, the doctor seemed a bit annoyed by how much he was fussing. She got fed up with his constant complaining and walked out of the room. He turned on the TV for him, hoping it would keep his mind off things while he waited for surgery. He was about to let out another complaint about her when something on the TV pulled him in. He stared at the screen, realizing the video playing was of his own sister. He stopped for a second, caught off guard. He couldn't help but crack up. The guy was actually down on all fours, acting like a dog. The laughter stopped right away. He finally figured out the reason. The hospital TV was playing that particular show. His hair stuck straight up. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. On stage, Jin wore a dog costume and moved around on all fours. Everyone in the crowd just froze, staring at what had happened. Nobody said a word. Some guys just looked at each other, eyes wide, not sure what to do next. The boys just stood there, not really sure what to do or say next. Some girls in the crowd had their phones out, already recording what was happening. Just a few days ago, everyone saw Jean as the cocky bully no one wanted to mess with. Now, after spending some time with, she looked completely different, like she'd lost all that attitude. It was weird seeing her like this, almost like she was a totally different person. Sat off to the side and flipped open her laptop, making sure no one noticed. She hit play on her phone. The big screen behind lit up and started playing a confession video. Everyone in the room lifts up their phones, trying to snap a pic or record what's going down. Nobody wants to miss the crazy scene playing out right in front of them. Inside, she was falling apart, pressed her lips together and bit down, trying to keep herself steady. The next thing that happened caught everyone off guard. She just started barking like a dog. The video even had subtitles showing what her barks meant. People started calling her Amin Jean the Chihuahua. He had been keeping an eye on him for a while now, always from a distance. No one really noticed, and he made sure to stay out of sight, just quietly watching the one person who caught his attention. He looked up, trying to figure out a way to let his feelings be known. He'd always looked up to this person, and keeping it all inside just didn't feel right anymore. He left his mark on the wall outside their house, just to show he'd been there. Out in the crowd, Lee stared at the screen, eyes going wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and his hand shot up, pointing right at it. Most of the other students couldn't hold back their laughter. Seeing someone from a totally different species open up like that was honestly kind of sweet. Being pet is tough, but when she barks it sounds so real, almost like she's been doing it her whole life. She looked up at him, hoping he'd find her confession cute. The way she waited for his reaction made it clear she really wanted his approval. He just wanted to stick by her side always. No matter what happened, he hoped she'd let him stay close, like a loyal puppy that never leaves its owner's side. The girl looked right at him, her eyes serious, almost desperate. She wanted him to take charge, to show her the way. Everything about her, from the way she stood to the look on her face, made it clear. She was asking for his help, hoping he'd step up and lead. Lee Si just stood there, not moving at all. He couldn't believe what just happened, and for a second it was like his brain stopped working. Stood back and checked out what she'd made, pride written all over her face. She couldn't help but smile as she took it all in, thinking it turned out even better than she'd hoped. Yesterday, handed Jin his master plan, totally sure that things would work out if she just wore the costume. He acted like he had everything figured out and didn't seem nervous at all about the whole confession thing. Couldn't hold it in anymore. All the stress and frustration finally got to her, and she started to cry. She remembered when he said he wouldn't mess with her again, but now it felt like those words meant nothing. Even after everything that happened with hygiene, he noticed the photos were still there. He couldn't trust anything that was being said, not even the smallest detail. Doubt just kept building up each time the conversation came back around. His temper started to show. He couldn't remember a time he'd ever lied, and the thought bugged him. He remembered how the guy had turned down his offer to erase the photos, even after everything that happened. At school, things were safe for him. No one was going to bother him there. But at home, it was a different story. He could always count on getting teased or messed with by his brother as soon as he walked through the door. Honestly, he didn't see this as bullying at all. To him, it was just a funny outfit for confessing to someone he liked. Dot hesitated, not sure if he should go along with this, but something about the way his friend looked at him made it hard to say no. He knew this moment could be important, something they'd both remember for a long time. Even though he felt a little nervous, he decided to go with it, hoping they'd end up with a story worth talking about later. He figured that if he just went along with things today, all those embarrassing photos of him would finally be gone for good. Made up her mind, she wasn't going to trust again after this. If he messed up one more time, she'd go straight to her dad about it. Her cheeks turned red as she glanced up, hoping her crush might notice. She wondered if he'd think she looked cute right now. She couldn't really tell what Lisi was thinking just by looking at him. Maybe her mind was already starting to slip because of how acted. Most people probably would lost their cool already. Her eyes started to fill with tears. At the same time, her brother sat in a hospital room, eyes glued to the live stream on his phone. He stared at the screen, completely thrown off by what was happening. This show was nothing like he expected, and he couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. The whole thing just felt weird and out of place, leaving him confused and wondering what he'd just gotten himself into. He stared, trying to make sense of what was in front of him, but his brain just wasn't catching up. Couldn't help but let a small smile slip onto his face. Most of the other guys in the gym started getting weird vibes and decided it was time to head out. One by one, they slipped away, not wanting to stick around any longer. Some of the students hung back, wanting to find out what would happen to Jean. This was probably the moment Chairman Lee had talked about earlier. Tapped on the next video and let it play. Huge letters suddenly lit up the screen, hitting the students with a burst of brightness that made them squint. The video made it obvious what Jean and her brother had done. Every second showed exactly how things went down, leaving no room for excuses. All of a sudden, everyone in the class started getting nervous. Some guys shifted in their seats, others looked around, trying not to make eye contact. It was one of those moments where you could feel the tension in the air, and nobody really knew what to do next. Jin just stood there, frozen. He couldn't move or say anything, like his mind went totally blank. From that moment, the siblings' labor protection group got started. Everyone knew this was about standing up for themselves and making sure their voices actually mattered. Song Jinwoo stared at the words flashing on the TV, his mind racing as he tried to figure out what was going on. He soon spotted the doctor's phone, still propped up right in front of him. He got so scared that he just screamed out loud. Right then, his hand was already up, just about to press play. The live stream kicked off right away. Moon Jean's photos popped up on the big screen right alongside her brother's live stream, both showing at the same time. His face lost all its color in an instant. Song Jinwoo couldn't hold it in anymore. All the pressure and anger just burst out of him, echoing through the room. Everyone always joked that the first-year boss was missing a screw, and watching him crack up now, it seemed like that rumor was actually true. With his arms and legs stuck, Song Jinwoo just looked kind of pathetic. The girls just laughed even more. Turns out, all that bragging about being super tall and having perfect looks wasn't true after all. Being short was actually what everyone thought was cute. Jinwoo sat in front of the TV, the crowd's laughter and taunts blaring through the speakers. He tried to ignore it, but every word just made his hands clench. Something inside him snapped. He glared at the screen, anger boiling up, the kind that makes your heart pound and your mind race. At that moment, nothing else mattered, just the need to shut them up for good. Looked over and told him to keep it down, wondering why he was making so much noise. He made it pretty clear he was about to take something out. No doubt, something was about to meet its end. He knew Dot was really into media art, so he decided to put his own spin on things. He used mass media to get his point across about karma, hoping it would catch Dot's attention. Now, he was curious what Dot, as someone who actually knew art, would think of his work. Song Jinwoo just lost it. Everything hit him at once, way too hard for him to handle. He couldn't keep it together, his mind went blank, and it felt like nothing made sense anymore. The pressure, the confusion, all of it crashed down, leaving him totally wiped out and empty. Moon Jean rushed right up to the screen, putting herself in the way so no one could record anything else. She was determined to stop them, doing whatever she could to hide what was happening behind her. She looked over at, clearly upset. Things weren't going the way she thought they would, and it was obvious she remembered what he had said before. Glanced over her shoulder, her face serious. She didn't want to deal with this. Everything about the situation just felt wrong, so she walked off without looking back. At the same moment, started backing away fast. She knew she had to get out of there before any teachers showed up. The TV suddenly went all fuzzy, filling the screen with that white static stuff. Song Jinwoo bit down so hard his jaw hurt. He yelled for the doctor to come back. Right then, footsteps started rushing down the hallway, almost like someone had heard him. A moment later, nurses came hurrying into the room. While everyone else was distracted, the doctor, who had been keeping out of sight, slipped out from behind the group. He had this wild look on his face as he pulled out a syringe, clearly up to something. The tranquilizer hit him in less than half a second, quickly sinking into his body. Just then, Jin's parents walked through the door. He walked in and saw his daughter in the middle of hurting herself, her wrists bleeding. Her dad freaked out and quickly knocked the utility knife from her hand. But before he even had the chance to say anything to her, couldn't keep it together. Her hands were shaking as she held up her phone, barely able to steady it. She put it all out there, letting everyone know what had done to her. He was down on the floor, moving slowly with a collar around his neck. He was getting hit. He had to put up with the sting of pepper spray, and just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he ended up getting embarrassed in front of everyone. Everyone watching could almost feel the pain with every move. It was tough to watch, and each moment seemed to hit harder than the last. You could see people shifting uncomfortably, not sure where to look, wishing it would just stop. Her mom just stood there, trying to process what she'd just heard. Her dad's veins stood out on his forehead as he got angry. At the same time, Chairman Lee was having a serious talk with the doctor. The woman stood there, totally calm, letting everyone know it was time for the surgery. Meanwhile, the school thug, who usually acted all tough, was actually pretty chill now, just waiting for whatever was coming next. She tried to keep it together, but her voice almost cracked as she looked at Chairman Lee. Deep down, she was honestly grateful that he was giving her this opportunity. His mother looked tired, the kind of tired that goes way deeper than just needing sleep. Next to her, someone else understood exactly what she was going through. They both carried the same heavy sadness, like a weight that wouldn't let up. Neither of them was alone in what they'd lost, and somehow, knowing that made things a little less harsh. Deep down, they both wanted to get back at whoever caused this, and the thought of not facing it alone made that need for payback feel even stronger. He stepped forward, ready to take care of whatever needed to be done after the surgery. For now, he wanted Doctor's mom to focus on the operation, hoping she could find a little comfort in doing what she was good at. He was ready to make the guy pay, not in a rush but step by step, doing it all himself. His mom nodded, understanding what needed to be done. She took charge without saying much, ready to handle whatever came next. Everyone around could tell she was reliable, so they didn't worry about leaving things in her hands. She was the mom of one of the 5 kids who got bullied, and T.O. had made sure she'd be ready for today. Chairman Lee had already set things up so she could move to a hospital that his company managed. She'd been working as a surgeon for 15 years and had seen just about everything in the operating room. The school thug couldn't figure out why he was still awake. Normally, after a hit like that, he'd be out cold, but this time he was still there, eyebrows furrowed, trying to make sense of it. The doctor lifted the syringe, her smile icy and strange. What she pushed into his arm wasn't meant to knock him out. It was to make his muscles go weak. He braced himself as the pain started, sharp and relentless. Every moment dragged on, making it impossible to ignore what was happening to him. Time seemed to slow down, and he realized there was no way to escape or block out what he was going through. Dottie didn't really need to stress about anything. His older sister and aunt were already on it, getting the respirator ready for her. They'd handle everything themselves, making sure Dottie could breathe just fine. The doctor stayed close, keeping an eye on everything. He watched the monitors and made sure nothing seemed off, ready to step in if anything changed. He wasn't planning to end things quickly. With every move, he made sure the pain kept coming, never letting his opponent slip away too easily. It was like he wanted to keep him stuck right at the point where he couldn't give up, but couldn't fight back either. The doctor got ready to start the castration surgery without giving any anesthesia. Somewhere else, Jin's dad saw her crying her eyes out, looking completely crushed. Seeing his daughter like that made him furious. He grabbed his phone right away and called up the press, ready to let everyone know what had done. He tried to call, but his phone just wouldn't connect. He didn't see any other options, so he got in his car and headed straight for the media building on his own. He told 2 guys to jump in the car and get to the hospital as fast as they could. He couldn't help but worry that his son might actually lose his balls today. He waited, thinking about Lee Min-jun and promising himself that payback was coming. At the same time, Chairman Lee found out that the couple had left their house. The GPS in their car pointed out that Jean was on her way to the hospital. At the same time, Song stepped on the gas and sped onto the bridge. He slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. He pulled out his phone and searched for the number of an HBS reporter, hoping someone would pick up. No matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. He just couldn't reach them. Now, instead of having to search 5 different places, he only had to check one. That made things way easier. While the couple was asleep, someone managed to slip a Trojan onto their phones. Looking back, that risky move actually paid off. Song Jinzi kept trying to call, but nothing worked. Even though his phone said he had signal, none of his calls ever went through. He checked his apps, but all the social ones were blocked, so he couldn't message anyone either. The only call that actually connected was Chairman Lee's private line. He glanced at his phone and noticed the name lighting up on the screen. Chairman Lee stayed cool and told his chief to go ahead to the spot they'd planned on. He picked up his phone and put it to his ear. He barely had time to grab his phone before something happened. Song Jinzi couldn't hold back his frustration. Inside, he was already tearing into to Lee, annoyed and ticked off, thinking of him as a real jerk. Lee Min realized something was off. The person on the other end clearly thought he was someone else, a total mix-up. As he put the pieces together, it hit him. Whoever was calling had the wrong guy. He wasn't about to let anyone confuse him with someone else. He knew exactly who he was, Lee Min, not the person they were looking for. Song Jinzi's face went pale as everything hit him at once. He could barely breathe when he heard about his daughter. She had actually hurt herself, cutting her own wrists. All the noise around him faded, leaving just the heavy weight of what happened. His mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next, but mostly he just felt frozen, stuck in the moment, not sure how to handle it. The man just found out that his daughter had jumped off a building. The news hit him hard, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. He tried to process what he just heard, but his mind kept circling back to his daughter and what led her to such a desperate move. The guy glared, clearly ticked off. The mask his opponent wore had slipped away, showing who he really was. He wasn't impressed by the so-called investment contract either, not for a second. Nothing about the situation seemed to scare him. If anything, he looked ready to take on whatever came next. He looked at the contract and decided it wasn't worth his time. He figured he'd just get rid of it since he hadn't actually taken anything he shouldn't have. If someone wanted to make a big deal out of it, he wasn't bothered. They could try, but he wasn't scared. President Song stared back, not looking happy at all. The way he eyed the contract made it obvious he took this stuff seriously, and he wasn't about to brush it off. He wondered if anyone really understood what he was about to do, or where he was going next. He was heading over to the HBS headquarters building. When headlines about his scandals started popping up everywhere online, it felt like the ground was slipping out from under him. He could see his name trending for all the wrong reasons, and every time he checked his phone, the situation seemed to get worse. It was like he was standing at the edge, knowing he was about to drop into something he couldn't climb out of. He had all the proof he needed. Making HBS look like the bad guy would be easy. He couldn't help but wonder why he was being singled out, but it clicked that the other person realized their own kids weren't any better. There was a hint of self-awareness there, like they finally saw their own mess. Song Jin clenched his jaw, clearly angry. It was obvious he thought things had already gone too far. After what happened to his son and daughter, he couldn't see why anyone would think they hadn't paid enough. He knew the parents were blaming everyone else for their daughter's problems, but deep down, everyone could see the truth. The way she turned out was really because of how they raised her. That was on them, not anyone else. Yet, instead of looking at themselves, they kept getting angry at the people around them, like it was somehow everyone else's fault. Song Jin-Z stood there, looking pretty confident. He didn't bother hiding who he was either. Everyone could see he was with trading company. It was like he was warning anyone nearby not to mess around, almost daring them to try something. Most people would probably think twice before crossing him. He barely got the words out when this huge truck suddenly showed up right next to him, looking totally out of place, like it came straight from another world. The crash hit hard, sending his car spinning out of control. His body twisted like paper, spinning around and around until he finally slowed down and stopped. Stranger still to crash had happened barely a few hours ago, but the memory was still fresh in his mind. He kept replaying it, trying to figure out what went wrong. His phone kept buzzing with messages, but he ignored them, not ready to talk about it yet. The whole thing felt unreal, like it hadn't really happened, but the ache in his chest reminded him it was all too real. The ambulance pulled up just in time. When the door swung open, the chief aide stepped out. She looked over at the wreck and kept her cool. Everyone was staring at Song Jin-Z, wondering if he was even alive. His boss made it clear, bringing the guy back alive was the only option. The guy standing next to her tried to calm her down. He let her know that they actually did this kind of thing for a living. They worked for a company that focused on crash testing. Everything about the crash was set up ahead of time. The kind of car, the way it would get hit, how fast it would be going, where the impact would land, and even if he'd have his on, nothing was left to chance. The truck driver used to race cars for a living. He knew all the tricks and how to get out of trouble. This time, though, it looked like someone else would end up getting blamed for what happened, while he stayed in the clear. Most racers have way faster reflexes than regular people. He was no different. He handled the live traffic feed like it was second nature, making quick moves that seemed almost impossible. Right now, Song Jin was probably lying there, barely hanging on. It wouldn't take much to haul him back. Just then, a car door swung open and Song slowly pulled herself out. She looked rough, barely able to stand, like she'd just been through something tough. The chief aide grinned, clearly pleased with how things were going. He was ready to bring the guy straight to his boss, confident that everything was under control. Nobody really knows what's coming next. Even he couldn't guess what would happen. Jin-Z, looking half out of it and barely hanging on, got pulled in front of Chairman Lee. Lee looked at him, noticing how rough he was doing. Even with all the cuts and bruises, the guy still managed to show up. Lee could tell he'd been through some tough stuff just to get there. He didn't make a big deal out of it, but it was clear he respected the effort. Since they were closer now, and he was 2 years older, he figured it'd be fine to talk more casually with him. It just felt more natural at this point. Dee stood there thinking he could do whatever he wanted just because of his family name. But things weren't the same anymore. It was the 21st century, and people were watching. Trying to act like he was untouchable wasn't going to fly. Even if he thought he could get away with it, everyone knew things had changed. He couldn't help but find it funny. There were two things about what was just said that stood out to him. First, he couldn't help but think about a certain father and daughter he knew pretty well. They'd done things way worse than anything he'd ever been accused of, but somehow they were still out there, living their lives like nothing happened. They walked around in broad daylight, no one chasing them, no one calling them out. It just didn't seem fair. He wondered why anyone would even ask if he could actually pull this off. It seemed obvious to him that doubting it was kind of clueless. Honestly, after losing his daughter, no one really expected her dad to just go on like nothing happened. It was clear he wouldn't spend the rest of his life in silence or just fade into the background. Song Jin stood there, completely lost for words. He tried to say something, but nothing came out. It was like his mind just stopped, and he couldn't even finish a sentence. Chairman Lee gave his aide a quick signal, and the guy handed him a phone. He held up the screen so Song could see it. Right there was the company's account balance, clear as day. Song, he gave it a quick look. His eyes opened wide in fear when he saw the account balance. It was at 0. His heart started racing as he looked over at Chairman Lee, trying to figure out what just happened. He couldn't believe it and needed answers, fast. Confused and on edge, he waited for an explanation, hoping things weren't as bad as they looked. At 1:49 in the afternoon, he spent all the money he had to buy cryptocurrency. Song heard something that totally threw him off. He'd never even touched crypto before, so the idea of him buying any was just wild. The whole situation left him confused, and he started wondering if someone had messed with his account or if there was some kind of mistake. He realized that once everyone found out, all the proof would point straight at him. Song just stood there, not really getting what was going on. Chairman Lee gave a quick nod to his aide, letting him know it was time to fill everyone in. At 2:11 in the morning, Thai time, she told him that she and her team had snuck into his hotel room, along with his wife's. They managed to put some sneaky software on both of their phones without anyone noticing. It didn't take much after that. He got into the company's accounts and started moving the money out. Since he'd already done the paperwork to bump his company's single transfer limit up to $10 billion, the whole amount went through without a hitch. That crypto exchange was a scam from the start. As soon as it got the money, it disappeared without a trace. Song's hands shook as he tried to figure out who was pulling the strings behind that exchange. His mind raced with questions, and a knot formed in his stomach, making him uneasy. He glanced around, hoping for any clue, but nothing stood out. The uncertainty made everything around him feel heavier. He was right on the money. The cash didn't just show up out of nowhere. It went through a bunch of steps, bouncing around until it finally ended up in his account, all clean and untraceable. The craziest part? Everyone would actually think he was just some guy who blew investor cash trying to get rich off crypto. The contract was pretty clear. If someone messed around with the money and used it for something they weren't supposed to, they'd have to pay back double what they got. Even after paying back the $10 billion, there was still $20 billion left to deal with. Song Jinzi's head started tingling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was straight-up fraud. He knew the other guy had a point. In this world, proof was everything. Without it, nothing you said really mattered. The chief's mind was already racing as one of the team got to work, determined to wipe out every bit of the Trojan that had been hidden on their phones that day. Tonight, the big news would be all over social media. The company president was gone, killed in a car crash late at night after secretly moving billions into shady crypto deals. President Song had managed to leave his kids an inheritance worth over $100 billion. The catch? Most of it was actually debt, not some massive fortune. So, if debts really counted as an inheritance, his kids were in for a wild surprise. Song Jin's face suddenly lost all its color. In the blink of an eye, he reached out and clung to Chairman Lee's pant leg, desperate for another chance. He started shaking. The thought crossed his mind that if something happened to him now, his wife would definitely start wondering what was going on. Lee kept his distance, barely looking up. He made it clear he didn't want anyone fussing over him. He found out his wife had already passed away and gone to hell before him. The loan sharks were still out there, waiting for their money. It was hard to imagine how his kids, who hadn't been through stuff like this before, could handle all that stress. No matter how reckless some of them were, taking on that debt would ruin their future for good. That's when Song finally understood what was really happening. He knew deep down that this was it. He wasn't going to make it out alive. Chairman Lee didn't hold back at all. He called out, confused about why they were all focused on him. Councilman and Director Han were right there, but for some reason, he was the one getting all the heat. It didn't really make sense, and he couldn't help but wonder what he'd done to get singled out like this. Lee's tone suddenly dropped, sounding cold and distant. He just heard someone call his daughter a terrible name, and that hit him hard. He knew what was going on. The guy's son had messed up, gotten into trouble, but still showed up at school like nothing happened. He had worked things out quietly, even getting councilmen involved to lean on the judges. That's how his son ended up with just a suspended sentence. His daughter's name was in the court records, labeled as a prostitute. People People threw that in his face, using it as an insult even though his daughter was gone. Now they were accusing him of being cruel, which just made things feel even heavier. As things started to settle down, a guy stepped forward and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He was ready to share some tips on how someone could make a murder look like just another car accident. If someone gets hurt in places that don't make sense for a crash, like if they have bruises or injuries from something like a hammer, people who look into accidents are going to notice. Forensic examiners are trained to spot when injuries don't line up with the story, so anything unusual is going to get their attention right away. The man stomped down on Song Jin's leg, showing everyone what he meant. Song doubled over, clutching his side as pain shot through him. He went straight for the spots that were already hurting, targeting the bones that had been messed up before. Lee grabbed a hammer and started humming under his breath. He glanced over, remembering how back in Thailand, someone promised they'd do whatever he asked. From that moment, he decided it was time to actually visit, like he probably should have done a while ago. Blood, or maybe even ketchup, was splattered all over the place. Goosebumps ran up the chief aide's arms. Lee stopped in his tracks, like everything he'd practiced before was leading up to this exact second. He let out a quiet sigh, not really expecting it himself. Turns out, this whole thing was even more exciting than he thought it would be. His skin tingled with unease. Lee kept going. Even though this was all about getting back at someone, he hadn't really been in the action much lately. Now, letting off some steam and getting back into it actually felt pretty good, almost like he'd missed it. The one-eyed man didn't seem stressed at all. He just gave a nod, letting everyone know they could relax. He and his crew would handle the mess. Chairman Lee told his chief aide to stick around and help him out. The aide stood frozen, eyes locked on the creepy handprints smeared across the wall. His breathing grew fast and uneven, no matter how hard he tried to calm down. The one-eyed man let out a low laugh. He couldn't remember the last time someone this interesting had walked through his door. The guy stood there, looking straight at the dude in charge. Everyone around could tell he was talking to the main guy, the one everyone listened to when stuff went down. The two of them realized they'd probably be running into each other pretty often now. Meeting like this felt a bit awkward, but also kind of interesting. The aide tried to smile, but it was pretty obvious he felt uncomfortable. He jumped a little when someone spoke up behind him. A bodyguard noticed he looked tired and suggested he take a break. The aide thought back to the way Chairman Lee looked earlier. Something had definitely changed. He wasn't the same person the aide used to know. Before the young lady passed away, he used to be calm and respectful. He always kept his cool and treated others well, never causing any trouble. He wasn't like his little brother, who only cared about money and control. He always kept his feet on the ground and worked hard. Out of everyone, he looked like the one who'd take over the company someday. Even though he spent more than 70 hours a week at work, he always made sure to set aside his weekends for his daughter. No matter how tired he was, he'd take her out, trying to fill in the gaps left by her mom. It was his way of showing her she mattered, even if things at home weren't perfect. He knew how to run a business, but he always made time for his kids. Even after a long day at work, he never forgot to check in on them, making sure they were okay. He balanced his job and his family, proving he wasn't just focused on work. He really cared about being there for his children. Back when life felt like he was barely scraping by, that guy showed up and changed everything. For someone who used to feel stuck at the bottom, it was like finally seeing a way out. But now, seeing the chairman drop like that, everything just stopped for a second. The room went quiet, and everyone just stared, not really sure what to do next. Some guys shifted awkwardly, while others just kept their eyes glued to the chairman, trying to figure out what had just happened. It was the kind of moment that made your heart sink, even if you didn't know him that well. He just stood there, unsure what to do next. Everything felt confusing, and for a moment he just froze, waiting for something to make sense. He pushed the thought aside for now. This was the big moment. Chairman Lee was finally about to finish his first act of payback. For now, things seemed okay. He decided he'd be the one to deal with the tough stuff, taking on whatever needed to be done so his friend wouldn't have to. At the same time, the story takes place at a funeral hall. Song Jin's friends let him know they were sorry for what happened. Most of the guys just felt grossed out. The rumor about him running off with billions was already all over the internet. Jin looked the most crushed out of everyone, even though he'd only gotten a few scratches. She had seen her mom go down in the crash. For someone as young as her, it was just too much to handle. A few people noticed something strange about how Song died. He and his girlfriend weren't even riding together, but somehow both of them crashed around the same time. It just didn't add up for some folks. Most guys would probably guess that if anyone was behind all this, it had to be Lee. Another guy wasn't buying it. He shook his head, thinking that if money was the real reason, he'd just take everything he could before even thinking about going that far. Right now, if he goes through with it, all he gets is a bit of satisfaction. In the end, he just throws away everything he's put in. Everyone in the crowd nodded along, thinking it sounded right. There was a chance that someone else was actually responsible for President Song's death. Everyone in the room started looking around, and all eyes eventually landed on Councilman. Even without anyone saying it out loud, it was pretty clear that most people thought he was the one most likely involved. Last year, Councilman Shah went after the opposition party, clearly wanting to make things hard for them. The chairman he focused on ended up leaving the big company, with Shah not letting up for a second. When the scandal hit, the president's family from the Lee group tried to cover things up by paying off some of their rivals, but Councilman didn't let it slide. It was like he'd been waiting for this, and he moved fast, making his comeback right away. While things were getting out of hand, there were rumors going around that President Song had been doing favors for Councilman Shah behind the scenes, getting paid off pretty well for it. The guys quickly realized what was up. Councilman had always had issues with Chairman Lee, and this clueless dude had just tried to make a deal with a one person couldn't stand. It was no surprise things blew up after that. Then someone else jumped in with a different reason. People were saying that President Song's own son and daughter were actually the ones who bullied Lee Mint's daughter at school. Everyone kept talking about the missing billions, like that was the only thing that mattered. But there was something bigger going on. If this was actually murder, it wasn't just about the money. It looked more like a dad trying to get back at the world after losing his kid. Right at that moment, someone behind him spoke up, asking if they could get by. Everyone just stopped where they were, their faces losing all color. Everyone went quiet and tense as Chairman Lee walked right by, not even glancing at anyone else. He was heading straight for Jin, and you could tell it made everyone nervous. Some people even started fidgeting, unsure what was about to go down. Jin froze, his heart pounding like it was about to burst out of his chest. He couldn't move, fear gripping him so hard it felt impossible to think straight. It looked like something huge was about to flatten something tiny. At the same time, couldn't hide how mad he was. Her stepdad went to the funeral and didn't even take her. She had spent days stressing out about what to wear to her first funeral in South Korea. The nerves kept her up at night, making it hard for her to get any real sleep. Her stepfather just ignored everything and left with Chief by his side. He started to think maybe it was for the best. If she had come along, he probably would lost focus on what he needed to do. Getting even was the only thing on his mind now. For him, the funeral wasn't just about saying goodbye. It was the moment when his plans finally wrapped up, the end of everything he'd set in motion to get back at those who wronged him. She felt a little down, but tried to push through. She wanted her stepdad to finish what he started and hold his head up high. Chairman Lee showed up at the funeral hall, looking like someone you definitely didn't want to mess with. He stood there, cold and intense, and everyone in the room could feel it. Jin's hands shook and he couldn't stop it, no matter how hard he tried. She could barely hold it in. All she wanted was to shout out the truth, that he was the one responsible for her parents' death. The anger and frustration built up inside her, but she kept it bottled up for now. She glanced around and noticed the room was packed with tall guys. Their faces looked serious, and none of them seemed friendly. The air felt so thick around her that every breath was a struggle. Talking wasn't even an option. Chairman Lee rested his hand on her shoulder, his touch careful. He could tell she was hurting. Losing both parents before you're even old enough to call yourself an adult hits hard. It's the kind of thing that just flips your whole world upside down, making everything feel off. He remembered losing his wife and daughter, and that kind of pain was something he knew better than anyone else. But there's no time to get lost in sadness, since things are just starting to get tough. His dad blew through $200 billion, including all the money he had, and even borrowed a bunch just to throw it into some virtual currency. He hadn't known the guy for that long, but somehow he already trusted him. He was even thinking about using Project Profits to help sort out the trouble his friend had gotten into. He left before anyone could do anything, not even giving a chance to help. Suddenly, those huge hospital bills for his brother were all on him. From now on, he'd have to work just to get by, and there was a real chance he might have to quit school. No matter how tough things got, he knew he couldn't just quit. The thought of another girl's age making a mistake she couldn't take back stuck with him. He really didn't want anyone else to go through what she did. Uncle Lee kept an eye on him, always looking out to make sure he didn't lose hope. To the people watching, his voice came off as calm and kind, almost like a dad talking to his kids. Some of them started to wonder if those things he was accused of were really true. He gently turned her so she was facing the framed portrait on the wall. She stared at it for a moment, her eyes searching the picture. Something about it made her pause, and a bunch of thoughts ran through her mind. Just looking at it, anyone would feel their chest tighten a bit. Shows a real smile in one picture, just like he does now. He finally got it. Losing his family wasn't just something he could brush off. The pain hit deep, settling in his chest and making everything feel heavier. It wasn't something you could just move past or forget about. It changed you, leaving this empty spot inside that didn't really go away. Jin stared at the photo again, his chest sinking. Her mom's smile stopped, and her eyes opened wide like she was caught off guard. The face in the frame started to change. Guys started turning into. Jin froze as fear shot through him, his heart pounding so loud it seemed to echo in his ears. His whole body tensed up, and he couldn't help but let out a yell, the kind that just bursts out before you even realize what's happening. She rushed out of the hall, her hands shaking as panic took over. The old woman next to them turned to Chairman Lee, wanting to know what he'd just said to her granddaughter. Chairman Lee stayed cool and just shrugged it off, acting like it was no big deal. He figured she just hadn't come to terms with how things really were yet. Jean was walking along, not really paying attention, when his foot caught on something and he stumbled. She tripped and hit the ground, landing right on her face. A random guy walking by spotted what happened and hurried over, checking to see if everything was all right. But when she looked up and saw his face smiling at her. She grabbed her head, totally freaked out, and let out a loud scream. He kept repeating to himself that he was wrong, saying it over and over in his head. Everyone watching just stopped in their tracks, totally confused by what was going on. That was the end for Offender A. With her guardians gone and everything around her falling apart, the pressure got to her. She started seeing things that weren't really there, her mind struggling to keep up with everything crashing down at once. Over at the hospital, Song slowly woke up, blinking against the bright lights. The doctor looked pretty upset as he explained what happened. There'd been some confusion between the people doing the surgery, and because of that, they weren't able to save either of her testicles. Song couldn't hold back his anger. He knew what just happened was no accident. The whole thing went down without any anesthesia, and it was clear to him that this wasn't just a mistake. He had been left on for hours, the screen still glowing in the dark. It was almost like they'd forgotten about him, just letting him sit there while everything else moved on. He felt drained, like he was being used for nothing, and all he could do was wait for someone to finally notice. The doctor stayed pretty chill as he explained what was going on. He said it was post-op delirium from the meds, which doesn't usually happen to guys this age, but since the surgery was in a tricky spot, it made sense. As the effects of the meds started to fade, his mind began to clear up. The weird thoughts and constant suspicion that had been messing with him all day slowly started to die down. Things around him began to make more sense, and he could finally breathe a little easier. Song Jin was about to lose it. He looked around the hospital, furious, thinking about how his dad had powerful friends, and could easily mess things up for everyone here if he wanted. All he could think about was getting back at the staff for what happened. The doctor finally smiled, almost daring him to take things further. He knew the guy probably didn't even have enough cash for a lawyer, so he wasn't worried at all. He couldn't help but think about who was actually covering all his hospital expenses. The thought kept nagging at him, even more than the pain itself. It was like another weight on his shoulders, and he knew he couldn't just ignore it forever. His parents were gone, leaving behind a mountain of debt that seemed impossible to handle. It was final. There was no turning back. With the funeral set for tomorrow, he figured it was time to reach out to his sister. She could swing by and pick him up. Right now, he had no money, no family to lean on, and there was no promise that he'd even get better. The doctor turned and left. Song Jin completely lost it. His arms couldn't hold him up anymore. He dropped to the floor, his legs giving out under him. He sat there, tuning out everything the doctor was saying. The words just blurred together, and it all sounded like background noise. He tried to understand what was really going on. The words about his parents being gone, crushed by debt, kept replaying in his mind. Right then, nothing else really mattered. All he wanted was for someone to notice him and give him a hand. He yelled out, frustrated and powerless. Just like that, Song Jin's second shot at revenge was over. At the same time, Hygiene was completely down in the dumps. When Jean found out what happened to her family, a heavy feeling settled in her chest. Something inside her just knew she was going to be the next target. He knew he couldn't just stand there and watch. Something inside pushed him to act, even though he wasn't sure what to do yet. A few days before, she managed to get her hands on the confession video that was filmed in the school gym. Some troublemaking girls had the clip, and she got it from them. He decided to send the video showing Lee Min taking justice into his own hands straight to HBS, making sure they had solid proof of what went down. He thought about it for a second and realized his grandma would have his back if anything went down. Right after the email went out, Hygiene started his last desperate move. The very next second, her eyes went wide. Her computer screen glitched out, and weird stuff started popping up. At first, she figured Chairman Lee was behind it. Just as he was about to close his laptop, a new message popped up on the screen. It hit him. He actually had no idea who had stepped in and erased those bullying reports on his behalf. The thought left him sitting there, confused and uneasy, trying to figure out if he'd missed something important or if someone was secretly looking out for him. That's when Hygiene realized the truth. The hacker messing with her computer was, of all people, it was Cousin, the guy who ran that digital funeral business. She lost her cool and yelled at him, frustration clear on her face. He laughed to himself, sounding almost annoyed. He figured the guy didn't appreciate the help at all. If he hadn't shown up, things would gone south fast. He basically saved the day, but no one seemed to care. He wondered if a simple thank you would be too much to ask. Then his thoughts turned to the past. He knew that Grandma was aware of what happened in high school. She was just keeping quiet, probably to avoid any drama or embarrassment for the family. Everyone at school couldn't stop talking about the new web drama. It seemed like every time someone scrolled through their feed or checked their messages, clips and memes from the show popped up. Guys argued about the best characters during lunch, and even the teachers looked like they were in on it. It was the kind of show that made you feel out of the loop if you hadn't watched it yet. Just as her popularity is taking off, he decides to make things complicated. The hygiene shop was back, but he realized he hadn't even brought up in the email. He looked at the other guy with a smirk, clearly thinking the dude had no clue what was going on. On the surface, guys like him always seem to have it together, clean, confident, like they know exactly what they're doing. But once someone actually takes the time to look past that first impression, it's a whole different story. Underneath, there's a side most people never see, and it's not nearly as perfect as everyone thinks. The whole place reeks because of the rot. Hygiene stood there, hands clenched tight, barely holding it together. She hadn't done anything wrong, but for some reason, everything was coming down on her. It just didn't seem fair. He kept thinking about it. Why bother emailing the TV station when he could have just talked to his grandma? It didn't really make sense. Maybe he thought it would get more attention that way, or maybe he was just nervous about reaching out to her himself. Either way, it seemed like a weird move, and he couldn't stop replaying the decision in his head, trying to figure out what was really going on. He really didn't want this to blow up online. If it did, he'd end up fixing everything again, and honestly, dealing with that kind of mess was the last thing he wanted. It was always such a hassle. The warning hung in the air, cold and heavy. It wasn't meant to be friendly advice. It was more like a threat, sharp enough to make anyone's stomach drop. The girl froze for a second, realizing how serious things had gotten. The mention of wasn't random. Everyone knew what happened to her, and nobody wanted to end up in her shoes. That single sentence was enough to make the girl rethink her next move. Hygiene totally lost it. He could tell things were going downhill fast, and it felt like nothing he tried would change how this was going to end. Nobody really knows just how wild can get. The man looked at him with a straight face, almost like he was challenging him. He wanted to know if the kid had ever tried dried kelp before. It wasn't exactly the friendliest vibe, more like he was testing him or seeing what he was made of. Hygiene couldn't hold it together anymore and dropped to her knees. She looked desperate, like she was pleading for help. It was obvious things were falling apart, and she knew was going down with everything else. The guy didn't seem to care that Dewey's problem was already being taken care of. When it came to everyone else, though, it was clear they were left to figure things out by themselves. He made sure to erase everything from the guy's phone and computer, just in case he tried anything again. With that, he left, not looking back. On her screen, the formatting bar slowly moved ahead, almost like a sentence that didn't make any sound. Hygiene lost it. Everything just snapped inside her, and she let out a scream she couldn't hold back anymore. While all this was happening, the hacker that Chairman Lee had hired was working on his latest assignment. Gene got the message and knew what he had to do. He started looking for a way to send the footage over to HBS, careful not to get caught. He made sure no one was watching, feeling a little tense as he tried to stay under the radar. This was risky, but he moved quickly, hoping he could pull it off before anyone noticed. He pretended to be his cousin and managed to wipe out all the information. Chairman Lee looked pretty smug, almost like he just won a bet. He could tell this guy was definitely living up to the hype, probably even better than what he paid for. Once HBS stepped in, and with that cousin now part of the mess, things looked like they could blow up into a serious online fight. The hacker team suddenly found themselves at the center of everything, ready to be the main players if things went down. It wasn't just the files from the hygiene class. Every single video that students had taken of Jean and her brother's punishment was already collected and locked down. Way before that day even happened, someone had already hacked into the gym's network. Every student at school had a Trojan on their phone, so whenever someone tried to upload anything, it just got deleted right away. Because of that, no one was ever going to find out what really happened with Jean's revenge. Chairman Lee seemed pretty happy with how things were going. After that, he wanted to know what happened with the other people involved. Was caught up in the buzz of her hit web drama. With all the attention and hype, she didn't really have time to think about much else. Her grandmother keeps following her everywhere, sticking close like she's worried something might happen if she looks away. He hadn't moved at all inside, but when the chief aide brought up, everything changed. Suddenly, the room got tense, and everyone started paying closer attention. It was like just hearing that name made people sit up. No one wanted to miss what would happen next. His voice got serious real quick. Without missing a beat, he started using code words in the report. Lee didn't even flinch after hearing that. He stayed calm, almost like he expected it all along. Turns out, what Lee had in mind about the guy was actually true. Acts just like he always does, full of himself and kind of immature. There's really nothing to stress about. Even though councilmen could mess things up, there was still something they could count on. Chairman Lee sat there, his eyes narrowed and cold. He wasn't thinking about anything else except getting even. All the stuff that happened before before, every grudge, every slight, it all added up, and now it was like he couldn't see anything but payback. People around him could tell something was different. He looked totally focused, like he'd block out the whole world just to make things right in his own way. The chief aide was more convinced now. Lee seemed totally focused on getting revenge, not letting anything else matter to him. Most of the time, he just goes through the motions, like showing up at the funeral today. It's not really about getting anything done, he just does it because it's expected. He treats it like a show, using it as his way to let out all the excitement he gets from getting back at someone. Right now, Lee's whole life is about getting revenge. He couldn't just walk away and leave his friend behind like that. He remembered how the vice president helped him out back in the day. Now, he figured it was his turn to step up and show the guy that there was still something worth sticking around for. Being the guy he counted on most, it was up to him to help his friend look past all the payback. He wanted to make sure that when everything settled down, there'd still be something worth living for, something better waiting on the other side. The next day rolled around, and Hygiene was seriously stressed. She could barely sit still, running her hands through her hair as if she might pull it out. Everything just felt overwhelming, and she couldn't shake the restless energy following her everywhere. Her mom just didn't get why she wasn't showing up at school anymore. Hygiene stayed behind her closed door, not budging no matter how long her dad waited outside. After a while, her dad gave up knocking and went to find the spare key. The door flew open out of nowhere, and she just about jumped out of her skin, her heart pounding like crazy. He wondered just how much more he could let someone down. Her dad had already heard him cursing all morning. Now, seeing him trying to leave for school, he lost his patience. Hygiene couldn't take it anymore. She dropped to her knees, desperate, hoping someone would understand just how much she didn't want to go to school. It was like the thought of stepping into that building was too much for her to handle. Lee Min was the reason behind the accident that took Jean's parents. He couldn't shake off the guilt, barely eating anything except dried kelp for days. The thought of going back to school felt impossible, like he wouldn't make it if he tried. Her dad finally showed how he really felt. He looked at her like she couldn't do anything right, acting like he was always stuck fixing her mistakes. He couldn't help but think that everything going on was probably his fault from the start. He wiped his eyes and tried to pull himself together. Today, he decided it was better to hang out around other people, somewhere busy, where he could blend in and not be alone with his thoughts. He figured the mall was probably safer than staying at home. He started thinking about how to get in touch with Lee Min. He headed off to cram school. Nobody would think a high school kid would be hanging around there this late, so it felt like a good spot to lay low. He knew that staying on the family registration list wasn't guaranteed. It all depended on how things turned out in the end. He waved his hand, making it clear that it was time to leave. It didn't take long before the hygiene officer showed up at the cram school. The teacher figured she was probably laying low because someone had picked on her again. When she opened the door, she wasn't expecting what she saw. It caught her off guard, making her stop for a second. Her heart started beating a little faster as she tried to figure out what was going on. Was already inside, hanging out and waiting. He spotted that same old grin. Hygiene felt like his blood turned to ice. She yelled as loud as she could, her voice echoing through the room. Just reached out and covered her mouth with his hand. He pulled her inside quickly. He closes the door behind him and turns the lock, hearing it snap into place. He glanced around, checking if anyone was watching. Leaned in, making it clear he wasn't messing around. He warned that if there was any noise, things could go south for someone important. His mom, who was down in the basement's grocery section right then. The message was serious, and the room felt a lot colder after that. Hygiene's face lost all its color when she realized someone was keeping an eye on her house. Shot a serious look and made it clear, letting everyone know he wasn't messing around. He wanted them to understand that once he released his grip, nobody better try anything risky. As soon as he got out, Hygiene struggled to catch his breath, coughing hard. She started trembling all over. Jean's phone buzzed with a message that made his stomach drop. It was a reminder that his debt still wasn't paid off, and someone out there clearly hadn't forgotten. He realized that trying to slip away from all this mess wasn't going to be as easy as he hoped. Hygiene couldn't believe it. He stared, totally caught off guard, wondering how anyone could have figured out where he'd be. Stayed calm and relaxed. He knew from the surveillance team that this was the only classroom empty right now. He slipped in through the window. Hygiene's face lost all its color. He just watched as someone clambered in from the 4th floor like it was nothing. She lost it for a second. When she heard about a surveillance team, her mind went straight to confusion and annoyance. It wasn't even like they were trying to keep things secret anymore. She grabbed a desk and pulled it close, holding it up like a shield. Her eyes darted around the room, tense and ready to defend herself. Every muscle in her body was on edge, and it was clear she wasn't about to let anyone get near her without a fight. Stayed calm, not showing any signs of stress. His thoughts were clear. He wasn't here to start a fight or cause any trouble for Hygiene. Instead, he wanted to talk things out. His stepdad had actually told him to go easy on Hygiene, so was just following through with that advice. He'd been listening in on the talk with NG, picking up more than he probably should have. Now he realized this guy seemed to know a lot about what actually happened too. Deep down, he knew that if he could get some solid info out of him, he'd make sure the guy stayed safe, at least for now. For a second, Hygiene thought she was in the clear, but his doubts came rushing back. Not long ago, she'd actually wished stomach cancer on someone just to get back at them. Now, seeing her suddenly trying to make a deal felt pretty weird. She tried to figure out what Lee Min was up to. Something about him just didn't add up, and it kept bugging her. Hygiene's eyes suddenly brightened as a new idea popped into his head. She laughed out of nowhere, catching off guard. He blinked, not sure what just happened. She could tell the stepfather was nervous. After what happened to Jin's parents, Side was definitely on edge. He realized that if the guy was suddenly trying to get him on his side, then someone from the other group must have taken the news the wrong way. He knew that going along with their demands wouldn't guarantee his safety. Even if he did what they wanted, there was no promise they'd let him walk away. Looking at what happened to Jin, teaming up with you pretty much means signing your own death warrant. If anyone is going to come out on top, has got the best shot. Shot a look that made it clear he hadn't forgotten whose mom everyone was supposed to be watching. His expression said it all. He couldn't believe someone would slip up now, especially when it mattered most. He looked around, realizing the whole place was packed with cameras. There was no way anyone could try something crazy like stabbing someone without getting caught. The way his voice sounded made it obvious he was getting desperate. Anyone could see he was running low on options. Thinking about it, his stepdad was probably freaking out right now. But she barely had time to feel proud of herself. Out of nowhere, grabbed her by the throat. Hygiene sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes going wide. His face stayed the same. He looked straight ahead, totally unreadable, almost frozen. There was nothing warm or friendly about him, just straight up serious, like nothing could get through to him. Hygiene's eyesight started to go fuzzy as she began to lose consciousness. When she snapped awake, she realized her. She woke up and realized she was on the floor. She must have blacked out. Stood behind her, his voice steady and quiet. He noticed right away that she was awake. Hygiene jumped, caught off guard by what just happened. He looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. Let out a quiet laugh, thinking about how the class rep probably didn't see that coming at all. Everything happened so quickly. There wasn't even time to react, let alone yell out. Back when he was in juvie, he had a reputation for knocking people out cold without leaving a trace. The other guys started calling him the sleeping sprite. Hygiene looked at the woman and couldn't believe what she was seeing. She honestly thought the lady was out of her mind. Kept talking, acting like she didn't see the fear showing on Hygiene's face. She started telling a story about a girl she knew, a girl who had killed her own sister but still tried to act tough around. Explained how she ended up making that girl take 30 naps in a single day, as if to show she wasn't messing around. After that, she just kind of zoned out, barely reacting to anything around her. She sat there, staring off into space, drooling a little like she totally forgot where she was. He started to wonder about it, thinking about how many times someone would have to sleep before they turned out like that. The question just kept bouncing around in his head, making him picture different scenarios. It was one of those random thoughts that stick with you, and he couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. Hygiene froze for a second, fear taking over him. He didn't want any trouble, so he quickly nodded and decided to go along with the negotiation. He felt more relaxed now. He started looking around, thinking about where they could grab some shaved ice nearby. He wondered what was behind the question, trying to figure out if something was going on that he missed. There was just one spot close enough, so he pointed it out and got ready to go right away. Hygiene's expression changed right away. His face tensed up, and you could tell something was off. Outside the shop, the sign showed that it was getting ready to close. His face tightened with suspicion, not sure what to think. Hygiene noticed and hurried to clear things up, explaining that he'd never shown up this early before. The next second, just opened the door and walked in like it was no big deal. The owner glanced up, looking kind of irritated. The workers were still getting things set up when the girls came in. They clearly hadn't noticed the sign outside, and the staff was caught a little off guard seeing them walk in early. Changed her attitude in a flash, putting on a playful look. She tried to act cute, hoping it would help her get what she wanted. It was obvious she really wanted some shaved ice right now, and she was hoping he'd give in just this once. He grinned, trying to hide how pleased he was. Hygiene almost threw up. Awesome, just what he needed first thing in the morning. She was already acting all flirty, and the day hadn't even properly started yet. He wondered what he'd done to get stuck with this kind of luck. She let out a breath and waited, trying to figure out what the other person was after. Grinned, looking pretty chill about things. He figured they could get down to business once everyone had their ice cream. Hygiene just rolled her eyes, not even trying to hide how annoyed she was. Not long after, the server brought over the mango shaved ice. The second she spotted it, her eyes went wide. She froze for a split second, her mind racing as she tried to figure out what she was actually looking at. Her heart started beating faster, and she just stood there, staring, completely thrown off by what she saw. Her stomach tightened. He remembered that he'd already paid at the self-order kiosk. The guy couldn't figure out how the owner could tell which one belonged to him. Ben nudged the others, reminding them to grab their food before it melted. He seemed to care about keeping things clean too, tossing in a reminder about hygiene as everyone reached for their snacks. In the next moment, Hygiene reached over and switched their bowls of shaved ice. Lost his cool. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Frustration took over and his patience just ran out. Hygiene just nodded and stayed calm. He handed his over for Gene to try. He stared down at his drink, suspicion creeping in as he remembered how it tasted a bit off. His eyes shifted toward the guy across from him, trying to figure out if something shady was going on. The shop owner's face lost all its color, just rolled his eyes and let out a small laugh. He made a comment about the hospital where the other guy's dad worked, clearly not taking things seriously. Hygiene glared across the table, making it clear that talking wasn't on the menu. The room went quiet as everyone turned their attention back to their food, not daring to say another word. Couldn't believe what just happened and rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. Inside, Hygiene couldn't stop his mind from running wild. She pushed her way into a shop that was supposed to be closed, probably slipping the owner some cash to let her in. It seemed like she was up to something shady, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was planning to mess with him. He watches her closely, wondering what will happen if she pushes the bowl away. He decided to bolt. Without wasting a second, he dashed off, hoping to put as much distance as possible between himself and whatever was behind him. His heart pounded in his chest, and his mind raced with only one thought, just keep moving. But then Hygiene just stopped in his tracks, went ahead and scooped up a spoonful, chewed like it was nothing, and swallowed. She stuck out her tongue in a goofy way to prove it wasn't there anymore. Hygiene's face tightened up. He looked confused, kind of uneasy, like he wasn't sure what was about to happen. Stared at the snack in front of him, his face dead serious. He wasn't messing around. He wanted his chocolate one back. Hygiene paused for a moment, thinking it over, then leaned in and took a bite of ice. She didn't move or freak out, and nothing weird happened. Looked like she wasn't trying anything sneaky. Maybe she really just wanted to talk. He tried to buy himself some extra time, thinking about how important it was to reach out to and give him a heads up. She sat there eating, her mind racing as she searched for any idea that could help her get through this. Her face lost all its color in an instant. Blood started pouring from her mouth. The stuff hit the table and went everywhere. There were pieces of glass scattered inside. She glanced up at, trying to figure out what he was thinking. Her once sweet smile had turned cold and strange. Tonight she sat at the table, eating shaved ice from a glass bowl, knowing this would be her last meal. Hygiene stopped in his tracks, eyes locked on the shiny pieces scattered beneath the sticky syrup. His voice dropped cold and quiet. She looked at him, making it clear she thought trading seaweed to pay off what he owed was pretty lame. He thought about it and couldn't help but compare. Sure, the stuff he gave out might not have been perfect, but at least it was real food. When he remembered what got, though, it was honestly just trash. Nothing anyone should ever have to eat. He watched as his friend took a bite, waiting for a reaction. The ice looked clean and sharp, almost too perfect, but it seemed like it actually tasted pretty good. There was a hint of surprise in the air, like no one expected something so simple to be decent. Hygiene shook all over. One of the bodyguards standing behind her spoke up, his voice sharp and unfriendly. He pointed out that Mr. Lee had put the effort into making this dessert himself. Everyone could see how dedicated the vice president was. His hard work didn't go unnoticed, even if not everyone talked about it. Most guys respected how he always showed up, put in the effort, and kept things running smoothly behind the scenes. It was the kind of dedication you had to respect, even if you didn't say it out loud. Hygiene could barely keep it together. Panic started to set in as she realized these people were serious. They might actually go through with it. She knew she had to find a way out, and fast. She looked around and saw only 2 guards standing there. There was nothing in her way, so getting past them seemed possible. She slammed her foot down on the floor, pushing off and sending herself flying backward. She tried to get up and make a run for it, but her body wouldn't move. It was like her legs just gave out on her, and she couldn't take a single step. Nobody even tried to go after her. It was weird. Usually someone would at least react, but this time everyone just stood there not doing anything. It didn't make sense. Called out in a light, teasing way, almost like he was joking around with his friends. He almost walked out the door without his backpack, but someone called out and reminded him just in time. Grabbing it, he slung it over his shoulder, not really sure what he'd need it for, but knowing it was better to be safe than sorry. Hygiene stared, totally thrown off. Was this another setup? She froze for a second, not sure if she should bolt or just stand her ground. Looked at Jean with that fake friendly smile he always pulled when he was up to something. He had his phone out, tapping the screen, ready to show Jean something he'd just recorded. This time, Jean was the main focus of whatever had captured, and it didn't look like it was going to be good news for him. When he thought about his plan, he knew that once anyone saw what he was up to, they'd be hooked. Even if he tried to kick them out, they probably wouldn't want to go. Reached into her bag and pulled out a camcorder, moving slowly like she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He wanted to make it clear that there wouldn't be any more weird shaved ice challenges this time. Before anyone headed out, though, he thought they should at least check out something entertaining. On the screen, a video played back her voice from that day when she went after. The recording was harsh and clear, basically laying out everything she'd done. It was all there, a confession, impossible to deny. Hygiene stopped in her tracks, completely stunned. It was like every bit of warmth drained from her body, leaving her cold and empty inside. She just stood there, trying to process what had just happened, feeling like something important had been taken away from her. Glanced at Jean, his voice low as he brought up the idea of sharing the video with a few people they knew. The thought hung between them, making Jean wonder what would actually happen if the clip went out. Seemed almost amused by the idea, as if he could already picture the reactions. Jean felt a bit uneasy, not sure if was just joking around or if he actually meant it. Hygiene's voice shook as he looked at, worried about what might happen next. He couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that might send the message to his dad. Couldn't help but smirk when he realized what was really going on. So that's what had this guy nervous, getting kicked out of the family registry by his dad. He didn't make the cut. Honestly, he's just another face in the crowd to her. Yesterday, when his laptop got hacked, everyone thought it was Bei's cousin pulling some prank. Turns out that wasn't the case at all. It was actually a hacker from China who was behind it. Everyone already knew what this guy was capable of. Now, the plan was to send him the video, making sure he saw everything for himself. From now on, whenever he entered a new chapter in life, he noticed things changing around him. Every time he hit a new milestone, it felt like the world shifted just a little, almost like leveling up in a game. He was planning to show everyone around what he had. His college friends, his coworkers were busy at their desks, typing away or chatting quietly as they worked through the day. Some scrolled through their phones when they thought no one was looking. It was just another regular afternoon at the office, with everyone doing their thing and trying not to draw too much attention. His future wife, whenever he hit a new milestone, this video would show up again, always reminding him of his real self. Kept his cool as he explained how everything worked. He said that all of this was set up on the deep web, using a system that paid the hackers bit by bit through something called blockchain escrow. Even if his stepdad was gone the next day, those people would still be watching him. That was their job, and someone was making sure they stuck around, no matter what. He never really paid attention to his hygiene, and people noticed. As time went on, he started worrying more about being alone. The thought of ending up by himself, with just his own thoughts for company, started to bother him. He always had the option to walk away whenever he wanted. Hygiene dropped to her knees and started crying. She looked desperate, completely worn out, as if she'd do whatever her stepdad asked just to make things stop. Tilted her head, curious if there was something she might have missed. He looked down at the half-melted shaved ice in front of him, realizing he still had to finish it. Even though he wasn't really in the mood, he picked up his spoon and got back to eating, not wanting to waste it. He stared down at his plate, realizing what was at stake. If he finished every bit of food in front of him, the embarrassing video would be wiped from existence. The pressure was real. He knew all eyes were on him, waiting to see what he'd do. He knew some people might not believe his story, and honestly, he was fine with that. It didn't really matter to him what others thought. He was just putting it out there, letting things play out however they would. You only get to pick once, and that's it. No changing your mind. Fear hit Hygiene hard, making his thoughts race. He tried to calm himself down, searching for any reason that things might be okay. His mind kept going over what just happened, trying to make sense of it. Everyone remembered that dude from the news, the one who used to eat glass for years and somehow never died. He figured a couple bites couldn't hurt, so he went for it, pretty sure he'd be okay. Laughed to himself, noticing something had changed in the way the other guy looked at things. There was something different about his eyes now, like he'd finally started to care about keeping clean. Hygiene's hand shook as he picked up the spoon and finally took a bite. She tasted the cold, sweet ice, but hidden in it were sharp bits of glass that cut her tongue. Right then, everything seemed to blur for her. Started chewing on the paper, and it happened so fast that she barely had time to process what was going on. Was on his knees, looking desperate and hoping someone would go easy on him. The doctor handed over the diagnosis report. It said terminal gastric cancer. Just seeing those words was enough to make his stomach drop. Everything went black for her the moment she collapsed and hit the ground. Her stomach hurt so much it was like something was tearing her up from the inside. Every time she tried to breathe, it was sharp and painful, almost like someone was pressing needles into her chest. A couple of people started walking over. Mr. Lee stood there with the rest rest of the group. Hygiene barely had any strength left. She looked desperate, trying to hold on, hoping something would save her. Lee wasn't having it. He stared back, not giving anything away. If the other guy really wanted to say sorry, Lee made it clear he'd have to prove it, not just talk about it. He hesitated for a moment, then realized he'd have to face on his own. With a deep breath, he started making his way downstairs, knowing this was something he couldn't avoid. Paying off that debt had definitely worn him out. Hygiene took a breath and started to relax. He didn't have to stress anymore. Now he could finally rest. The final report came in about the punishment for the guy known as Hygiene. He died that morning at 11:47, after eating some glass that was dirty and messed up his insides. The infection took over fast, and he didn't make it. The troublemaker got what was coming to him. Everything was sorted, and now things were back to normal. Sat quietly, looking way more serious than usual. He seemed down, thinking about the girl he used to hang out with. She thought that was the last time she'd ever see that face, and her chest got tight. Watched quietly, a small smile on his face. Even as she stopped breathing, there was something peaceful about how she looked. The secretary just stared, trying to process what was happening. In his mind, he wondered if she'd finally lost it. While everyone else was starting their day, the morning news started talking about what happened at the Shaved Ice Cafe. The owner of the Shaved Ice shop showed up on the screen, looking completely crushed. He talked about how he'd ended up in massive debt, all because he'd tried to help out a friend by costing a loan. Things spiraled out of control, and now he owed billions of won. He hadn't planned to hurt anyone on purpose by putting glass in the dessert. He just lost it and wanted to take out his anger on someone. The whole thing ended with a 16-year-old girl from school losing her life. Someone else saw what happened that day, and it messed with his head so much that now he's seeing a therapist to deal with it. He took a sip of his chocolate milkshake and couldn't help but smile. The sweet, cold drink made everything feel a little better, like sugar really could fix a rough day. Looked over at Mr. Lee, his mind racing with what might happen next. If the shop owner decided to tell everyone what really happened, things could get messy fast. Couldn't help but wonder if things were about to get out of his control. Lee stayed calm, barely even flinching. He knew things were already settled. Since what happened was counted as death by injury and not murder, there was nothing left to worry about. The situation was done and dusted. His lawyer said he'd only have to serve 8 years. The plan was simple. He'd take the fall, do the time, and when he got out, he'd be set for life with 80 billion won, all after taxes. With that kind of payout waiting, there was no way he'd turn on them. He wasn't surprised at all. South Korea always found a way to turn anything into a business opportunity. The secretary looked surprised, not really expecting anyone to guess her choice. She wondered how he figured out she'd go for the chocolate one. He had no idea what was going on in her head. It's not like he could just read minds or anything. Both of the bowls had glass inside them. Right from the start, it didn't matter which flavor she chose. Her path was already set. Honestly, it was kind of disappointing. He'd been waiting for her to finish the chocolate, planning to let her know there was still a mango one left for her to try. Couldn't help but wonder how she'd handle it. He watched, kind of amused, as she barely made it through her first bowl before totally giving up. Honestly, he thought it'd be more impressive, but seeing her tap out so early was just disappointing for him. Her playful attitude didn't match up with what she was actually doing, and the secretary's stomach twisted. Up until now, she'd always come off like a goofy little sister, someone you'd joke around with, not someone you'd be scared of. 4 days had gone by since Hygiene passed away. Mr. Lee checked in to see how things were with her parents. The secretary let him know things were still on track and nothing had changed. Right outside Director Moon's hospital, the place looked quiet. People filled the street, holding up signs and making their voices heard. They wanted the director gone, and you could tell they weren't going to back down anytime soon. Reporters shared the news, spreading it fast online and in the group chats. Word started going around that Director Moon was secretly working with someone from the ruling party. People were surprised and got a bit suspicious, wondering what kind of deal was happening behind the scenes. The city ended up changing the rules for 4 different pieces of land, making them all approved for hospitals and clinics. Rumors started spreading online after some documents got out, showing that a ton of money was getting moved around just by messing with property prices. People weren't happy about it at all. Most folks thought the hospital was just chasing cash and didn't really care about helping patients anymore. Reporters kept showing up, hoping to get some answers, but the hospital wasn't letting anyone in. They said it was about keeping patients' info private and just wouldn't help out. Director Moon and his wife decided to stay put in his office, refusing to leave. They settled in, making it clear they weren't going anywhere for a while. The woman started screaming, totally freaking out. Right then, everyone knew it had to be Lee Min-jun behind this. He was the one who set them up. Her husband let out a quiet sigh. He didn't want to jump to conclusions, so he stayed quiet and didn't say anything without proof. The woman glared, clearly ticked off. She blamed him for being such a stickler about hygiene, thinking that if he hadn't made such a big deal out of it, she wouldn't have ended up causing trouble. The woman glared at him, clearly blaming him for everything that had gone wrong with her daughter. In her eyes, he was the reason her daughter had changed, and she put all the responsibility on him. She also threw in a comment about hygiene, making it clear she thought he was the one who messed that up too. He headed back to his parents' place, leaving things hanging until it was time to sign the divorce papers. She glared at them, her mind set on getting back at both Lee Min and the other person. Without saying another word, she pushed the door shut behind her and stormed out, leaving the room tense and quiet. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. This woman was always showing up at parties and hanging out with important people. Sometimes, she even forgot the big stuff in her daughter's life, like her elementary school graduation. But now, here she was, suddenly acting like the perfect mom right in front of him. He cared about his daughter more than anyone else. She reminded him of himself, and that made their bond feel even stronger. She wasn't just sharp, she also got that wild side from him. He tries to handle his anger by focusing on Taekwondo, using the moves and training to keep himself in check. He always hoped she'd focus on her studies. He never really expected her to do exactly what he did, but she kept saying he was way too obsessed with keeping things clean. He handled things with her just like his parents used to handle things with him. He thought about his daughter and wondered if she was anything like him. If she wanted to stay out of trouble, he figured there was only one real option for her. She'd have to do what he did and eventually run Taiyuan General Hospital. That was the only future he could picture for her. Jean's mind drifted as he thought about how things always seemed to go off track. No matter what was planned for him, somehow he kept finding himself pulled in another direction. The effort people put into looking out for him, even the care they tried to show, just didn't always hit the same for him. Sometimes, he wondered why it was so hard to stick with the path others wanted, and why he always felt the urge to go his own way. All of a sudden, the office door swung open. He remembered telling security to keep outsiders from coming in, so he couldn't help but wonder how someone had slipped past them. He didn't see himself as someone who didn't belong. He figured the reason for showing up was pretty obvious. He figured they just wanted him to stay quiet, probably because they were scared he'd spill the truth about who was really behind the land deal, Assemblyman. He thought about how the threats used to always get to him, especially when his family was involved. But now, he wondered if that kind of thing would even faze him anymore. His wife had already started the divorce and moved back in with her parents. Just last week, he had to say goodbye to his daughter at the church. He thought about how he didn't have any family left, so threats didn't really work on him anymore. Still, he wondered what the guy would do if he stopped keeping his mouth shut. He had 3 options on his mind: leave his almost ex out in the East Sea, deal with Mr. from chasing after him, or mess with his daughter's grave. He didn't have all the answers, but he figured one thing for sure: there had to be a way to end the pain once and for all. At least, that was something he could promise. Director Moon stopped for a moment, taking in what was going on. After a quick pause, he nodded, letting everyone know he understood. He decided it was best to keep things simple and not get in the way of Assemblyman's plans. He wondered about the guy standing in front of him. He'd never actually seen him hang out with the person everyone said he worked for. It made him question if this guy was really part of the team, or if maybe, just maybe, he was actually working for it instead. That thought lingered, making him second-guess everything he knew about the situation. The woman's mood changed fast. She got tense, her eyes narrowing as if something the guy said really got to her. He kept his plans to himself, making sure his wife stayed out of it. He figured it'd be better if she didn't know what was going on. He wanted to handle things on his own and hope the other guy would stay away from her. Director Moon smoothed out his suit, standing there with a calm look that didn't quite feel right. It was like he was ready for whatever happened next, not showing any nerves or doubt. Outside, the protests didn't let up. Out of nowhere, a shout from the crowd broke the buzz, and everyone's heads snapped up to the rooftop. Director Moon stood on the roof of the hospital, looking out over the city. He paused for a second, breathing in and letting his eyes drift shut. Everyone around just stared, eyes wide, as he took that first step forward. He dropped straight down. Everything went wild at once. People were running around, bumping into each other, and nobody seemed to know what was going on. It was loud and confusing, with everyone trying to figure out what to do next. Mr. Lee sat by his window just staring outside. His eyes didn't really focus on anything. He looked kind of lost, like his mind was somewhere else completely. His secretary noticed he seemed off and leaned in, lowering her voice to check if something was bothering him. He shrugged it off, saying it was nothing important. He just thought back to something he'd read in his diary earlier. It was her first day getting picked on. Bae couldn't believe it when he found out that the girl they'd been picking on was actually a heiress. All this time, he thought she was just some random girl, but now it hit him that she was way more important than he realized. The news made him stop in his tracks, and his mind raced with what this could mean for him and everyone else involved. The bullies stopped in their tracks. They realized they'd been messing with the vice chairman's only daughter, someone way out of their league. Bate was mad. He couldn't believe it. She was actually a rich heiress, not just one of the regular guys like she'd made everyone think. It bugged him, knowing she'd been hiding something that big while hanging out with them. For a second, it felt like everything he thought about her was flipped upside down. Haina stood there, looking pale and shaking. She just wanted to have friends like everyone else, but right now, she felt totally out of place. Song froze up right away. His mind started racing, and his heart thudded in his chest as he tried to figure out what to do next. One of the girls in the group quickly tried to defend herself, stepping back and looking nervous. She clearly wanted nothing to do with whatever was going on. He shot a glare, clearly fed up. The whole bystander thing wasn't flying with him. He believed standing on the sidelines was just as bad as joining in. He figured when things went south and payback showed up, nobody would get a free pass just for watching. Cut in, stopping their conversation. He hadn't been after revenge at all. From the very beginning, all he wanted was to clear the air and talk things through. He lives by himself these days, so there's no chance his dad will notice the bruises. He figures they can probably sort things out if they just let him go. Song Jin rushed over and told everyone to hurry up and untie the ropes. But then, something in him just broke. He started to wonder if she was even telling the truth. He couldn't stop thinking about what would happen if her dad found out. That would be it for all of them. If word got out, they'd be in serious trouble. Snapped right back at him, clearly annoyed. He gave his friend a look, basically telling him to figure it out for himself instead of just standing there clueless. The two guys squared up, each one looking like he might throw a punch any second. Tension hung thick in the air as they glared at each other, neither one backing down. Bay stopped in his tracks, confused. He started looking around, realizing wasn't there. She was the one who brought everyone together, but now, when everything was going wrong, she was nowhere to be seen. Right then the door swung open, stepped in at last. The noise in the room kept getting louder, drawing the attention of someone nearby who was clearly annoyed. He looked over at the group, shaking his head at how ridiculous they were acting. Tensed up right away, strolled over looking pretty pleased with himself. He was thinking that if this new person turned out to be some rich kid, it could actually work out great for them. More money, less problems, at least in his mind. Hygiene froze for a moment, his words getting caught as he tried to figure out where the other person had gone. Confused and a little thrown off, he looked around, searching for any sign of them. Lost his cool. He couldn't believe what just happened. He had literally said he was heading home to grab something, but apparently nobody listened or cared. It was one of those moments when you just want to throw your hands up and walk away because no one seems to get it. He wondered why he suddenly had to explain his plans, like he owed someone a full schedule when he barely even knew what he'd be doing next. Hyjin went quiet, his hands shaking. Looked over at, realizing for the first time that she was actually pretty well off. So she came from money? Big deal. Her dad being some big-shot businessman didn't change anything for her. He just shrugged it off, not really caring about all that fancy background stuff. She slammed her foot down on stomach. Her eyes flashed with attitude, like she thought no one could touch her because of who her dad was. Not every rich family is the same. His dad's company had backed the wrong politician, and that was starting to cause problems. The political side took a big hit, dropping by 30%. For a huge company, that's pretty rough. Hygiene Moon let her know that even when a king messes up and loses everything, he's still higher up than a regular pawn. Interrupted her, annoyed. He couldn't believe she was so clueless, always stuck in her books and missing out on what was happening. The news had been all over the place, but she hadn't noticed. The guy responsible for putting her uncle behind bars actually worked for Stad. The group leaned back, looking pretty chill, acting like everything was normal. Some of them had a slight grin, like whatever just happened didn't even bother them. Before it could get his words out, a voice suddenly piped up from somewhere on the floor. It was Ali. He called him out, questioning if he wasn't embarrassed saying that in front of everyone. His dad was a big deal, someone people actually listened to. But instead of acting cool about it, he just tossed his dad's name around to get his way. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if his dad would be disappointed in how he was acting. Couldn't help but laugh, almost like he found the whole thing funny. He glanced at the transfer students, sizing them up with a look that said he wasn't impressed. Some people might think his dad was always there to back him up, but saw it differently. To him, his dad was just another part of the whole game he was playing, not someone he relied on for protection. She looked at him, clearly frustrated. He still didn't seem to understand what she meant, and it was starting to show all over her face. She dug around in her coat, searching for something. She reached into her pocket and took out a USB stick. He looked at it, wondering if there might be a video saved on there. He realized this was more than just his problem. It was his dad's whole world at stake now. Last year, while his family was sorting things out with Bay's family, he met her cousin. The guy used to be a hacker. He grabbed an anonymizing program from the guy and set it up on his dad's computer. 6 months later, he finally managed to figure out the password to the guy's crypto wallet. When he logged in, he couldn't believe it. There was $23 billion just sitting there, all stashed away for shady political deals. And the messy evidence. If this got out, his whole political career would be over. His days as a normal guy were over. That was it. There was something kind of cool about it, honestly. He didn't really get what was going on. Whatever the other guy was saying just didn't make sense to him, and he found himself getting a bit lost trying to figure it out. Rue looked at him with a smug grin. He clearly thought he had all the power here, confident that just mentioning his dad was enough to scare anyone off. Rue stood there, acting like he was untouchable, almost daring anyone to challenge him. If he doesn't make the right choice, he's not making it out alive. Couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked at the other person, totally confused, thinking this had to be some kind of joke. He didn't look like he was about to give up just because things got tense. Even when someone tried to push him, he stood firm, not ready to step aside or let anyone walk over him. She stood there calm as ever, not even flinching. He reached into his pocket and took out a photo. Looked over at it. He turned pale and nearly threw up. Ray, even as a kid, never missed a chance to tease. He saw how easily some people got grossed out and couldn't help but judge. Stuff like this barely fazed him. He'd seen way nastier things, so he just rolled his eyes at anyone who couldn't handle it. Lately, his face has been showing up everywhere, in the news, on people's feeds, even on random posts. It seemed like everyone would know who he was by now. Tael used to run a huge company, worth about $54 trillion. $5 months ago, while he was out hiking, he fell and died. He wondered if that really happened by mistake, or if there was something more going on. She spoke more quietly, glancing around. Those mountains always gave her the creeps. Places like that seemed perfect for someone up to no good. Before anything went down, they made sure to sneak one of their own into the patrols. He pushed them just out of sight from the cameras, making it seem like they just slipped and had a bad fall. Felt fear spreading inside him. Gui kept going, not trying to sound noble or anything. He hadn't done it for some big purpose. Deep down, he was just curious to see what his dad would actually do for him. In the end, he realized that even powerful guys could be taken down without much trouble. Glanced over, sensing the tension in the air. Lately, rumors had been flying around school about why she transferred here. Some people whispered that her dad wanted her to find out something about someone else's family. It was the kind of drama that people like to talk about online, always guessing and never really knowing the truth. Just kept her head down, not letting the gossip get to her, but she could feel everyone's eyes on her, always watching and waiting for her next move. Shook her head fast, trying to clear up any misunderstanding. She hadn't come to this school for anything dramatic. She just heard the art teacher was really good, and that was enough reason for her to transfer. I finally lost his patience. He'd had enough of all the lies and fake apologies. In that moment, he made up his mind to go after the other guy's dad, figuring that was the best place to hit back. Every morning at 7, he grabs that accompany meal tea like clockwork. Watching him, the thought crosses his mind. Maybe slipping in a bit of laundry detergent wouldn't be the worst idea. He reached out and grabbed, not being gentle about it. He thinks about sneaking over and messing with the bolts on the dumbbell rack, hoping the weights drop on the guy and take him out. Some people would just hit up the dark web and drop 4 bitcoins to hire someone shady who'd make sure he disappeared for good. Everyone seemed to know what was coming. Vice Chairman Lee Min, always under the spotlight and dealing with non-stop political stress, eventually couldn't handle it anymore. The pressure pushed him past his limit, and he ended up taking his own life, bringing his young daughter with him. It was the kind of story that spread fast online, leaving people stunned and shaking their heads at how things could go so wrong. The script looked awesome. Didn't want him to go through with it. He looked desperate, doing everything he could to stop him. Didn't hold back. He fired right back at her, not caring about being polite or nice. He didn't bother hiding how annoyed he was. He just let it out, showing exactly what he thought of the whole situation. Bade couldn't hold it in and started laughing. Everyone just stood there, not saying a word. No one really knew how to react. Looked scared as he tried to protect his dad. He stood in front of him, hoping whoever was there would back off. Even though he was nervous, he didn't want anything bad to happen to his father. Rue just went quiet, not really sure what to say next. Released his grip, pushing forward. He hit the floor pretty hard. She leaned in, getting really close. He could feel her breath on his ear. From that moment, he realized things were about to change. She was taking control, and he couldn't do anything about it. The guy made it clear he was in charge, not leaving any room for questions. He basically told him that if he messed up or didn't listen, his dad would be in real danger. The threat hung in the air, heavy and impossible to ignore. Chairman Lee Min sat alone, completely lost in his thoughts. Regret weighed him down, making it hard to focus on anything else. He kept replaying his decisions in his head, wishing he could go back and change things. It was one of those moments where he just felt stuck, unsure of what to do next. Back then, he was just trying to make it through the national audit. He messed up, not really thinking things through. And because of that, his daughter ended up right in the middle of a demon's lair. Braced herself, trying to stay calm. Now the other side was about to make their move. He knew those monsters didn't deserve any forgiveness. Deep down, he was set on making them pay, no matter what it took. If no one else would step up, he'd handle it on his own, even if it meant going to the darkest places to get it done. Walked away, getting smaller and smaller until he finally disappeared from sight. Whispers started to spread through the classroom as the students glanced around, wondering if something weird was going on with their class. It seemed like everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody wanted to say it out loud. Moon was gone right after making sure everything was clean. After his family fell apart, she stopped coming to school. Hadn't even been around for long, just a few weeks, and now he was already leaving. She wasn't just the new kid at school. She showed up and everything changed, almost like a storm rolling through. Now that things have calmed down, life has gone back to the usual routine, but there's this weird emptiness hanging around like something important is missing. No one was going to see good looks in person anymore. It was the kind of thing that made everyone wish they'd snapped a selfie with him when they had the chance. The two troublemakers finally relaxed, glad things had calmed down. They decided it was best to lay low for a while and not draw any attention to themselves. Ever since started blackmailing them, the guys from Class 4 wouldn't stop watching. Every time the group walked down the hall, those thugs were always nearby, keeping tabs on them. It was like they couldn't catch a break, and things felt even more tense with Class 4 hanging around all the time. They stood there, totally lost about what to do now. The girl with glasses stood there, watching as walked away. She felt this weight in her chest, like something important was slipping out of reach. Had stepped in and helped her out when those bullies were giving her a hard time. Even after all that, she still hadn't thanked him. She finally worked up the nerve and dashed out of the classroom. She finally caught up too, breathing a little harder from the effort. Noticed her standing behind him. He turned around, curious about what was up. The girl with glasses paused for a second and exhaled slowly. She looked a bit nervous, but it was clear she was trying to show some gratitude. He thought about how things used to be, stuck in that dark place with no way out. If it wasn't for his friend, he'd still be there, just going in circles and feeling empty. Now, looking back, he realized how much had changed since someone finally reached out to him. It might not have seemed like a big deal to anyone else, but for him, it meant everything. Someone had stepped in when he needed it most, and honestly, he felt like he owed them big time. He kept thinking about ways to pay them back, wanting to show just how much it mattered to him. Stared at the girl in front of him. His eyes started to fill up with tears, but he tried to hold them back. Out of nowhere, old memories started popping up in her head. The boy stared at his dad, hoping for some kind of response. His chest felt tight as he waited, not sure what to do next. It was one of those moments when you just want someone to hear you, but the silence hangs in the air, heavier with every second. He followed all the steps just like he was told during the experiment. His body ached more than usual today, but he kept it together and didn't let any tears fall. He really hoped he did okay. He'd put in a lot of effort, and now he just wanted someone to notice it. That bit of reassurance mattered a lot to him right then. He wondered if things could ever go back to the way they were, hoping deep down that maybe she'd care for him like she used to. The question hung in his mind, heavy with memories of better days. She kept asking him over and over, hoping for some kind of reply, but the guy just stayed quiet, not giving her anything. Right now, felt something strange in his chest. She felt something inside her start to loosen up, and for the first time in a while, a small smile showed on her face. Out of nowhere, she wrapped her arms around the girl. Then, with a mischievous grin, she nudged her to ditch class and grab some together. He remembered how his friend always talked about that spot like it was the coolest place ever. Now, it was his turn to check it out, kind of like returning the favor. The girl couldn't hide her excitement. Skipping class with her friend was something she'd wanted to do for a long time, and finally, it was happening. Up on the rooftop, the class monitor stayed out of sight, just standing there and checking out everything happening below. He kept to himself, not making a sound, just watching how things played out. The agency had already given some tests to check if she might be a psychopath, but things were never clear. Her defection made things complicated, and without any info from her family, the tests always ended up missing important details. His friends started to wonder if there was something off about him. The way he acted sometimes made them question if he was just joking around, or if there was actually something wrong with him. They tossed the question around in their heads, trying to work out if it was just weird or if he was actually dangerous. The vice chairman went all out and brought in a university professor to keep an eye on for a while. After watching him closely, the professor decided that really does have quite a few signs of being a psychopath. But she also shows 3 sides of herself that don't fit what you'd expect from a typical psychopath. Chief noticed those 3 things and realized he might have found something important, a way to help the vice chairman find a new direction in life. Didn't know it yet, but everything was about to change for the vice chairman. After finally getting his revenge, the vice chairman was standing at a crossroads and was the one who could help him start over. Without moving on wouldn't be possible. Song spent his shift behind the counter at a convenience store, scanning snacks and drinks for customers as they came and went. The hours felt slow, but he kept busy stocking shelves and checking his phone whenever he got a free moment. Out of nowhere, someone came into the shop. The next second, Gene just stopped in his tracks. Standing right there was the biggest thug in the whole grade. He stopped when he noticed her, caught off guard for a moment. He let out a laugh when he noticed who had just showed up. Spotting someone pretty well known from school wasn't what he thought would happen today. Everyone else grabbed their phones, ready to record, waiting for her to do something wild for their cameras. Jin pushed back hard, not letting anyone control him. Blondie lost his cool. He made it clear that if there wasn't a welcome gift waiting for him next time, those photos would end up all over the place. His face lost all its color. He froze in place, clearly scared. The guy accidentally dropped something and it hit the floor. He quickly realized his mistake and apologized, looking a little embarrassed. Not wanting to deal with the mess, he glanced over at the store clerk with an awkward smile, hoping they would take care of it.